October 9th, 2025. Second time I'm doing this. Xanta Toby here. This video is for Claudia, since he requested it, and it's taken me a couple weeks since you made the suggestion for me to be like, okay. At first it was kind of nerve-wracking, and then I thought, I'm going to have to film this in pieces, because if I try to go through all of my dolls in a day, which is not good. And then that led to feelings of embarrassment. So I'm going to have to work through it as I try to make this video. But I am holding the camera correctly this time. I got a new microphone. I'm not using it yet. So hopefully I'll be able to start using that when I film the other segments. But I'm going to give it a try. And gosh, just thinking about organizing this video, I had to kind of, come up with some ideas, because I don't think I'm going to just be talking about dolls the whole time. So we'll see. Gonna take it inside where the dolls are. Okay, well, the doll video is starting here. I have these two dolls on a little table next to a chair on this little, fold out kind of plastic picnic type side table that I don't really keep anything on except these dolls and some nail polish. So it's really kind of just for decoration. But so this video doesn't go on forever and ever, because I don't really know how many dolls there are. I don't want to count. I might end up counting eventually, and probably not being pleased with the number that I find out at the end. This is just the first two. So these aren't my first dolls. These are actually dolls that I got, believe it or not, let's see, since we're in 2025, I got these dolls around 2013. Well, the one with the curls I got back in like 2013, 2014. And then the doll with the orange bow on her dress, I got her about a year ago, after wanting her forever. Turns out she's a 2000, the one with the orange bow is a 2002 Silkstone lingerie series number 5. I remember when I saw her in a store in 2002, and I thought, oh, she's great, and this new Silkstone stuff seems like something I'd like to check out. But it was $55 at the time, and I was like, a Barbie for $55. That's the second. No way, I'm not paying $55 for a silk. What is this? So I passed, and finally, I think around last year, I was like, I still want that doll. How much is this doll? Oh, it's $100, over $100. So I am not going to get this doll for $25 ever. So I went ahead and took a deep breath and got her. And finally, this is my one and only Silkstone doll. I think she's very pretty. She's very well done. This is not her original outfit. She comes in like a black teddy, and she has her stockings and everything. But I am not going to fiddle with her, because I have her just where I want her to be. And yeah, it's let me pause this for a second. My light is on a timer, so it went off. But yeah, so I finally just got her, because there's no way, it's just one of those things. And I'm glad I did. And I'm not going to move her, because I actually had to hairspray her hair in place. Like, that is how, fastidious I am about this. Like, if I touch her, she won't be in exactly the same spot anymore. And I put on gloves, because I have a dollhouse that I'm probably going to open up later, and it's pretty rare. I have not seen it online, again, for sale. since. So, and it's pretty delicate. It's from the early 60s. So I don't really ever touch it. I know. This makes me sound like I'm one of those kind of people. But I don't know. I don't know. When it comes to things like this, I kind of am. I feel like if I don't want to get it messed up or dirty or disturbed in some way, I will try to take measures to make sure that doesn't happen. So I won't talk about her very much more anymore, except to say that now that I have a silkstone, it is the one silkstone I own, and my opinion is I don't really like silkstones that much because they're very heavy. It almost feels like she's made out of metal, like you're lifting weights when you pick her up. She's like 3 times as heavy as a normal doll. So even though she's the same size, she's just like completely dense. And it's not a good feeling. Like you want to, pick the doll up and dress it and not have to think about it. And this one, you're like, oof, what is this? I'm like lifting a statue or something. So I guess I understand why they went for the silkstone material. It's sturdier than porcelain, but I don't know. There's something to be said about having a porcelain doll that is a Barbie. It's going to be delicate. So I don't know. I mean, I guess there's room for different interpretations, so I'm not upset at it. Now, this other doll here in the blue dress, I got nude in 2014, I believe. It was around the time that people were selling a lot of dolls nude. They were getting them for their outfits and then just selling the doll. And I'm not really that into the outfits. I mean, I find my own outfits for them. Back then, there was a lady that was hand making these beautiful dresses. So these are dresses that I got from her on eBay. And I just found a dress that I liked for the dolls and put them in that instead. But this is actually a 2010 Pink Label Glinda doll from The Wizard of Oz. So I didn't even know who she was when I got her. Maybe it was in the description. I just didn't really care. But yeah, I was sort of just trying to collect dolls with different faces, different face sculpts at the time. I have a few that have this kind of retro face. Um, Clearly, they look similar. They aren't actually the same mold, though. There are differences. Even their arms, they're not the same. You know, they're not cast from the same mold or anything. But yeah, so those are number one and number two. And I'm sure I got her for a pretty good price. Probably around like $15 because I wasn't spending that much for them then. I don't know, it was just the time period. And then right here, these are actually, I always wanted the 1978, 1979 Barbie Dream House, the A-frame. And of course, it's huge. It is huge, a huge, huge house. And practically, I was never a huge fan of it because I didn't really feel like there was enough room for the dolls to be inside the house. But one thing I always wanted was the flower boxes. So this used to have like a yellow panel on the front, and I didn't like how bold the yellow was, so I got rid of it. But I always loved the plastic flowers. So if when I see this, every time I look at it, I'm like, oh, I have a piece of the Barbie Dream House, and it's just the flower boxes, two of the flower boxes, and I love them. And then I have BMO dolls for like those, what do they call them? Those funny dolls that they're like, you probably know what I'm talking about. Um, it'll the name will probably come to me later, but yeah, they made Adventure Time ones for BMO, and I haven't really watched Adventure Time in forever, but I really love the colors of that. And that's another thing too. I think a lot of this, even the blanket I put over the chair, it's kind of like color therapy. Sometimes I just like to see certain colors and it kind of cheers me up. So on this table, I also have 3 My Little Ponies, and I don't know their names. Um, But it's the same kind of concept. It's just that teal color. I really enjoy the teal and the pink, and I have some of my perfumes back there, but I don't know if you're interested in that. And then I got some of the little mini Bratz. This is actually one that I want to get. I know she wasn't that popular, but I was really into the um, Kylie Bratz. I know people are kind of going crazy now because they're doing what is it, Mean Girls, but I'm not really into like the Mean Girls movie. I feel like that is a little bit after my time, so I'm not into it, but I could appreciate why other people are. And I love this dress. And they have like a huge version of this doll, like a full size, oversized. I think she's like 18 inches, but I have to draw the line somewhere. I'm not going to, maybe one day. I can't say that. I can't say that. Maybe one day. But that's about it for this um, table. And then I have like an old address book I've had forever. And then my water that I use for my iron if I'm ironing in here. And that's about it for this spot. Okay, so the next doll and the last doll that I have out just generally is a reproduction of the 1985 Day to Night Barbie. I keep this in the closet. It's kind of like a knee wall closet, and there isn't really too much to see other than they had a reproduction of this. And I didn't have this doll when I was younger, but this, I guess she's got the superstar face. That was on a lot of dolls, so I never really felt like I definitely needed this one. But it's nice that she's in good shape. You know, the idea that you're going to go to your job and then take your coat off, reverse your skirt, and you'd be ready for a date. I was looking forward to things like that. That didn't quite happen in my life, but I had some fun. I can't complain. So here's the side of the box. Okay. The back of the box. It says originally released in 1985, Day to Night Barbie celebrates the women's workplace revolution of that era. Day to Night Barbie perfected the ultimate wardrobe transformation. Smart office suit to stylish after hours look. Her professional transition inspired a generation of future leaders. Yeah. I don't know how it is these days, but I feel like back in the 80s and before, I mean, ever since Barbie came on the scene, 1959, she kind of had her finger on the pulse of what people were doing, what people were wearing. And so, in a way, it's a nice little representative time capsule about people's values and what they aspired to. I mean, if you look like this in 1985, I mean, you couldn't really do much better. Really put together. Really nice. And I got this doll at Toys R Us, at a Toys R Us right before they closed. They were like doing a clearance. So this was pre-2020, that's for sure. I almost want to say it was like 2017 I got this doll. So yeah, that's the last one that I have just out generally. And we'll go and look inside the storage totes and look at the other dolls next. Okay, so I didn't make it to the other storage area yet, Because this is the last Barbie I purchased. I got it about a few weeks ago, and I am thinking that it is going to be my last Barbie purchased for a very long time. It was actually the last one that I wanted to get overall. Like, I don't have any more dolls that I want to buy. So, this was the last one I had kind of been thinking about for a few years, and I just finally went ahead and got her. It is the 1997 Charity Ball Barbie. Um, I like dolls that kind of spark my imagination. So, with a doll like this, I would kind of think, oh, if I was going to a charity ball, what would I wear? I think this doll kind of nailed it. I don't know if they have functions like this so much anymore. But yeah, 1997. One thing I didn't like in the 90s was the switch away from the 80s Barbie font to this font. I'm really not fond of it. But, they kept the fuchsia box, and I also didn't really like transitioning from the 80s to this 90s Barbie face. I felt like she just looked, I don't know, I mean, it's fine to look so serene, but I don't know, I feel like she lost her sense of fun and excitement in her face. She's not wearing a lot of makeup. She's just kind of gazing off into space, and, by then I was at an age where I was not really focused on Barbie at that time, so I wasn't really paying attention. But yeah, so this is a charity ball Barbie. Um, yeah, the box is kind of plain. I mean, on the back. But yeah, I like it when they do kind of like a diorama. I always think that's kind of fun. You can see the guests at the party in the background, so kind of takes your imagination somewhere. So that's that one. And the last one I hopefully will get for a long time. Okay, we're in the storage area. I'm going to try to go through these a little bit faster. All right, so the Barbie with the lamb outfit is called a Barbie cutie reveal. There was a couple of these that I like, so I got two of them, and they're really so cute. I really enjoy them. And then this one is not a Barbie. It is a Disney Illy Forever doll. It is the I Love Mickey and Minnie doll that I put in a Cinderella dress. I got a few of these dolls because I was so excited to find her, and um, I kind of treat her like my stand-in, and I put them in different Disney princess dresses. Maybe towards the end I'll gather them together, but right now I'm just trying to get through this because I know there's gonna be a lot of dolls. The next doll is a Ariel doll. Goodness grief. I like it. That's what I'm gonna say. I'm not gonna go on and on about these dolls, but I will show them. I think this one is another one from the Disney store. I got it on eBay, so I can't really say much more about it than that. Here's the back of the box. She's like a ballet dancer. All right, and then the next doll is a doll I've had for over 10 years now for sure. It is a Perfume Pretty Whitney. I had this doll as a kid, and I don't know where she is now. But I got this one so I could continue to look at her. Okay, and then this one I found at a Rose's store on clearance. Ah, that lighting. Yeah, it's kind of hard when they're in the cellophane. But she's a Barbie rewind. And she reminded me of Jamie Luner, the actress Jamie Luner from Just the 10 of Us. And I used to love that show. And it comes in a box that looks like a VHS cassette. Disney Store, Bell and Bell. Also, yeah, I guess I got these at shopdisney.com. And one of my favorites, the Flintstones. I love the diorama. 2008. They're really, really, really pretty. They did such a good job. I really want them to make a Jetsons one with Jane and Judy. Oh, I think that'd be great. And then See's Candy. That has like a nostalgic one for me because I used to be at Northgate Mall, and after church, a lot of times we'd go over there and go in and get some candy. It's a nice memory. That's what looking at this doll makes me think of. All those good times. Nothing really on the back. Some explanations. I have like a cash register in there and little miniature chocolates, and it's like the box. Mary C. Yeah, I love the attention to detail. So, so cool. The Hart family dolls. I went through a period where I was obsessed with these dolls. Like, obsessed. Like, you have no idea. Wait, you think this is it? This is not it. It is coming. It is coming. But this is these are the Hart family dolls that I have in the box. And I have the nerve to want one more box of these for no good reason. Like, I just need to, like, get a grip on myself because this is ridiculous. All right, so that's the kiss and cuddle one. I know this glare makes things really weird. All right, and then this is the surprise party set. I always liked how the guys were wearing suits. Yeah, it's fun to dress up. You know, people don't really dress up very much anymore. You have to have an occasion, but I don't know. I think everybody looks better dressed up. It's just fun. It's not the times we're living in, though. She's got such a cute face. This is like the Curtis face mold. Like the classic Ken. And she's different. She had her own face mold. She doesn't look like the regular Barbies. And the Rose Petal Place Iris in the box. I'm trying to go through all the Barbies and dolls I have in boxes before I get to the ones out of boxes. Because at that point, I'm going to have to put the dolls on stands, and I do not have enough stands to put all the dolls on stands at once. So, oh, my lovely Iris. I love her little face. I remember she used to smell like perfume. And I checked. I like opened this box and took her out. I didn't like take her away from the packaging or anything, but the smell is gone. I wish it still had the smell. Extra nostalgia. Yeah, Rose Petal Place was 1984. So that would be a long time for the perfume to hang around, but this is the back of the box. Yeah, I used to love this doll. And when I was a kid, I kept her in the packaging too. So, like, I would slide her out. I took her out of the packaging, but I kept the box. And so when I would play with her, she, like, kept her in my closet. I just sort of sit in the closet or, like, near the closet and just stare at her in the box. And, the whole setup brings back a lot of memories. If you stare at something long enough, you just never forget it. Like this font. The Disney movie Lady Tremaine doll for their live action Cinderella. I think they did such a good job on this doll. Just the quality of the fabric and the colors and the fact that she looks so much like Kate Blanchett. I think they really did an amazing job with her. And it kind of commemorates the last movie I saw in the theaters with uh, a family member I love, and yeah, God bless them and rest them. But yeah, I look at this doll and, it just, that's what it is. These dolls, they just make my mind wander, and that's a good thing. They either inspire me or remind me of a certain time and place or thing that I enjoyed, and that's very important. Here's the Sweet Valley High board game. When I was in California a few times ago, I found this and I had to bring it back because I didn't realize it was still around, and I just always loved this artwork. They always did a great job with the artwork. It was a game in which you could try to find your boyfriend in time for the big date. I think you also had to find shoes and an outfit. I'm so tempted to open this board game up right now. Okay, so here's the game. Open. It had some water damage, unfortunately. And here are the instructions, just in case you want to read the instructions. So basically, the whole idea of this game is you and three of your friends have dates, and you have to collect certain things to go on your date. And the person that collects all the things they need for the date wins the game before everyone else. So let's take a closer look. So Elizabeth, if you're listening to this, you could be Elizabeth if you want, you know. So your teacher is Mr. Collins. You need a bike, a biking outfit, a backpack, and boyfriend Todd Wilkins. Jessica, who goes first, has these things that she needs. She's seeing Bruce. Now, in the game, if you get a boyfriend, you could put him on your card, but to win, you have to get the boyfriend that's listed here. So, I remember playing this a few times. It was pretty fun. Lila is going with Ken to a Sweet 16 party. She needs party refreshments, a party dress, decorations and party favors, and teacher Mr. Fellows. So, those are the things that you need, the different cards. And again, the artwork. I was a huge fan. The characters were Enid, Elizabeth, Lila, somewhere over there, upside down, and Jessica. And then they even gave me a postcard. I found a postcard in here of, it looks like the front of one of the books. And of course we have that terrible water damage. But I'm so glad I still have this game, because I would have probably tried to rebuy it and I didn't have to. All right, so that's it for that. Now this is the I Love Mickey and Minnie Mouse Disney Illy that I got, that I was like, oh, I need this. And, I gotta work on that. Not needing so much stuff. And here's my original Barbie dishes. I don't know if this is a credenza or what, but yeah, it's like my original one. And then this doll I got from Wreck-It Ralph. Most of the time I get dolls because they remind me of someone, and this really looks like someone I know. And it's kind of creepy. Every time I look at this doll, I'm like, oh, exactly. Looks like someone I know. And then I loved this one. This is a recent one. It's a Bratz doll. I just love the outfit. I think anytime they put Bratz dolls in leather or pleather, I'm on board. And I'm not even a Bratz doll person, but they've really been, knocking it out of the park when it comes to the fashions. And then again, there's the Cinderella Illy doll, out of the package, original package and outfit. Well, this is all going to be kind of out of order because the thought of trying to organize this and put them in chronological order is overwhelming. So, this is a 50th anniversary Skipper doll. I could check, but I'm not going to right now. I think the original Skipper came out in 1963. So you could kind of tell that this Skipper has been hanging out since 1963. She looks like she's been through some things. Her original little coat and everything, which is really cute. But yeah, I got her pretty cheaply a long time ago, and then I saw this. This was at Kmart back in like 2014. Um, Kmart had some great deals on dolls. And unfortunately, they're gone. I hope they come back because they did go away. I think in the early 90s, and then they came back again. So maybe it's not it for Kmart. All right, so this is the updated Skipper. This is kind of the Skipper that you could buy today in stores. She's taller than the original Skipper. And she came in a pack with this doll that I think is named Stacy. So I just sort of keep these all together. Yeah. This Barbie I got mainly because I loved the font. I kind of always wanted an example if I was putting it on display of the traditional Barbie font. And sometimes they have like different ways of doing it where they have the name kind of, over the logo or too close to the logo. But I thought this was perfect. So I got this one. Pretty classic Barbie face. And then I put like the perfume pretty advertisements in the background. So there's extra stuff to look at when you're looking at the doll. But I thought this was a nice one. This was a good one. And then Nurse Whitney, which I enjoy the Whitney doll. Thought she had a beautiful stuffy face. And the stuffy face is when their lips are they look like they're kissing a little bit. They're like making a slight pucker. That's definitely how you could tell stuffy face. So Nurse Whitney. And I got these when they were not very expensive. Now if you go on eBay, I don't know if it's the Barbie movie or what, but the prices have definitely gone up. And then I got this Heart Family Fashion just because, I'm done now, so I'm not shopping like I used to. So I'm glad I got that kind of out of my system about 10 years ago. And then here's some fashion dolls because, I had those as well. And I just wanted to have a few of those in the box. I think they're called Lovely Patsy, but there's also another one called Totsy I'm trying to get just from I know one of the last ones I'm trying to get just for nostalgic purposes because it reminds me of visiting my grandmother's house as a kid, and after church we'd go to this like convenience store on the corner on the way walking back, and every now and then I'd get like a fashion doll because they had them, those convenience stores that sold like eggs and newspapers and bread and stuff, and they'd have like a small toy section, and I don't know, I'll think about it. These are some current dolls. Like dolls that you could find. Well, I don't know if you could find these two on the shelves anymore. They're probably gone. But it's an example of the current face sculpt that they're using. This is called the Millie face sculpt. This is Barbie Brooklyn. They brought out a new character. Well, I mean, they're both supposed to be Barbie, but one's Barbie Malibu, the other one's Barbie Brooklyn. This one is just a made to move, so she's jointed um, in various places, whereas these dolls are not. Um, the violin player, I thought I should probably get that one. And it's weird too. I had this at one point. I gave this away, but I kept the box because I do like the artwork. It's weird to me because sometimes, like for example, I have Color Magic Barbie. I got that at Kmart back in like 2014 ish. Um, that's a good set. Um, I think the problem, well, I don't know if it's a problem, but it bothers me a little bit. Okay, let me just finish showing you these. So this is Raquel. She is Raquel from the, what is it? Life in the Dream House series that was, I think, in the late 2000s. I remember when these dolls came out, and I didn't really like them because I thought that they wore too much makeup. I didn't like the rooted eyelashes. But one thing I liked about Raquel is she reminded me of Kyle Richards from Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. And I used to watch that show all the time until I got tired of everyone constantly fighting. But yeah, I wish they had made the show like they just show us what's in their closet and go to fashion shows, and that's it. I'd enjoy the show a lot more. I didn't like them fighting with each other all the time. But this doll looks so much like Kyle to me, and I liked that, so I got her. But apparently she's like kind of popular now, so if I sold her, I'd probably be able to get a good amount for her. But I don't know. It's like I'm holding on to her because it does remind me of that point in time. And then someone told me that this doll, which is she is a Barbie extra, and Barbie extra is now discontinued. This line is discontinued. But they were like, this is the Raquel character. They don't come out and say it, but it's Raquel. And she was one of the only Barbie extras that I liked. So I was like, let me just get her just to get her and keep her with the original Raquel. And then maybe, just if I ever do get around to displaying the dolls, you know, in like full time, or have a space to actually set them up and keep them up, then I could put them together. But yeah, together they're fun to look at. I really like her sculpt, especially in this one. I really like the fact that she's got an interesting expression on her face. I think they did a really good job with that. And this in the back here is Perfume Giving Ken. I thought he looked really nice, and he used to be holding a bottle of perfume, but it's probably at the bottom of the box right now. But yeah, they gave him a really nice face sculpt. See if I could get a closer look on him. Yeah, looks very 80s. Silver suit. Came with a bouquet of paper flowers. But I was going to say, I think the problem is, and I don't know if it's a problem, but I know that I have a bunch of dolls that I don't really care about in the way that I didn't come up with these dolls. These are more recent dolls, but I got them because time flies by so quickly, and then you think back on something and you're like, oh, I wish I had gotten that, which has happened a few times. And at least I have them because the minute they discontinue the Millie Sculpt, I'll be like, oh, I want one. And so I don't have to worry about it. I have one. I'm not going to go get the Odile. I think I'm just sort of done generally. I don't really need to get anything else. But yeah, that's kind of the problem. It's like I have these dolls and I just don't feel very connected to them. And this is a repro of a 60s doll, or maybe 60s, early 70s, and I'm not into it because I didn't grow up with this type of a doll. Now, Perfume Giving Ken, on the other hand, yeah, I remember um, I had Perfume Pretty, so I remember all the advertising and the original doll I had. So it's kind of weird when you collect as an adult. You don't necessarily care about the dolls so much that you get that you can't really connect to your childhood. But yeah, it's interesting when you're a collector. Sometimes you want to be a completionist, and that's kind of a bad habit to get into financially. And then, you run out of space and you wonder if that's something you really want in your collection. But I think as long as I have the space for it, which I'm pretty much full now, I'll just hold on to it until it makes sense to donate it or, give it away as a gift if I run into someone that really wants it or something. So, yeah, right now, I think it's fine. But of course, I wish I could connect with more of my dolls. There's just a few that, and I know maybe just getting older, I'm finally getting over it. It depends. I go through phases. Sometimes I'm like, I remember one time a few years ago, I like woke up in the middle of the night and I'm like, do I have this doll? Because I'd given away a few dolls. And yeah, I went and found it and I felt relieved. So yeah, I guess when you're ready, you'll find a new home for them or they'll have served the purpose that they've been meant to serve. But for now, yeah, I do have a few dolls that are more recent acquisitions that I'm not super into, but I could appreciate them for what they are. And chances are, if I didn't have them, I would probably wish I did. So it's okay. This is the backing artwork for the 1981 Barbie Dreamhouse Townhouse. Um, I was stressing about this for months. And then when I went to California, I found it. It has some water damage, but I'm so glad I found it because you have those moments where you really miss something and you go looking online and you scour and scour and you can't find it. And I couldn't find it because they kept remaking the same townhouse but with different artwork in the back. And I was trying to remember what the artwork looked like. And then of course I didn't have to remember anymore when I found it. And I love it because, well, okay, so the townhouse itself I did not really like because, of course, the rooms weren't big enough to actually put actual furniture inside and the dolls inside. So you'd end up just like setting up the dollhouse and just playing on the floor around it. But yeah, okay, so this is what the artwork in the back looked like. It looked like your perfect dream 1980s triplex, I guess. And then I stuck a picture of Michael Jackson on the wall that is fully deteriorating. I didn't have this house, of course, in 81, but, um, they sold the same product for years. So I probably got it around 84. But I love it. It's like if you ever want to recreate a 1980s, you know, interior design, this is a great place to look for inspiration. Just loved it. That's the thing. You're like playing as a kid and you're just staring at this artwork and just dreaming about what you think life is going to be like when you're older. And then you get older and it's a new decade and this stuff is, you might find some of it still around, but taste and design it moves on. But it's so nice to see what was considered, the dream, to have a jacuzzi in your house. And I've actually seen houses like this. Like when I watch YouTube videos of like, we found this abandoned 1980s style house and let's go check it out. I've seen people that had like pools in their house on the first floor. So, some people were living this life. This wasn't this wasn't made up. If you had the money, you too could have a jacuzzi on the first floor of your house. Which, I don't think ultimately works out very well, but, it's cool at the time when it works. Kind of like water beds. I remember when it seemed like almost everybody had a water bed. And then you heard of everybody's water bed, like over time, it got a leak and it was a huge problem. And now no one really has a water bed anymore that I know of. I don't even know where you could get a water bed these days if you wanted one. So I'm so glad I found this. This was just like, the artwork. I love the artwork. So yeah, that was the Barbie Dream House. Copyright 1981. All right, I'm going to put my phone on the charger and take a break and try to come back and film this a little later. Okay, so we're at the end of the box dolls, I think. This was from the live action Little Mermaid, which I believe came out in 2023. And of course, I got the book. And I just remembered from earlier, so this is Ariel and Eric live action. And then I got a little print that I liked of Disneyland. I'm not a Disneyland person, but every now and then I find something that I think is kind of cute. And then, okay, so I was going to focus on this. Those BMO dolls, they're Funko Pops. I just remembered what they're called. And I got the Funko Pops for the live action Little Mermaid too. And I think I'm done with this. I don't want any more. These are good enough. And okay, so this is a Dazzle doll. This is Barbie's very tiny counterpart that was sold in the 80s. I don't think it lasted until the 90s. Then, of course, this is a miniature of the A-frame house from, I think it's 1979, 1980, just a small version. And then Ursula from live action. I just got as much merchandise from that movie as I could. Because that was a huge deal. And she did such a good job in the role. I really love it. Okay, last video for today. Because it is a lot. These are the live action Little Mermaid dolls. King Triton. And Indira with a different face. I got that one from someone on eBay. Karina, Ariel, Tamika, a random mermaid with an Odile face. So I actually do have a doll with the Odile face sculpt. I'm not the biggest fan of it, but I think it is pretty. Mala, Caspia, Ariel, another Ariel, trying to get to the surface, and Prince Eric. So, and the difference between those two Ariels is one has a fabric tail and the other one doesn't. Because one came in the set with the other ones, but I got them separately. Just got different ones. It's a few days later. I had to switch some things around because it was getting uncomfortable filming in that other spot. So I brought the table up here and cleared some things off. And this is where I'm going to be filming now. Thankfully, I put a lot of this stuff back so it doesn't look like a complete mess. But I still have to put those back in the box and film the other ones. All right, I got the rest of the dolls set up. There are 10 boxes of dolls, so I'm hoping that I could get through at least 2 boxes a week because I'm not going to film every day, just maybe a few hours at a time. And, we could get through all the dolls eventually. So these are Illy dolls again. They're from Disney. They were created to reflect the trend of Disney bounding, where park goers would sort of dress up inspired by the characters. They do release fashion packs that are more reflective of outfits from the films. But yeah, so let me just show you a few of these. So these aren't named dolls. These are just supposed to be inspired by Disney guests to the parks. But I put her in the Tiana dress. I put her in an Ariel dress that I think is inspired or found in the animated movie. She has like little ships and starfish and dolphins. This is Cruella de Vil's outfit. I don't even remember that movie. I think that's 101 Dalmatians. And I added some green accents because I just didn't like the stark color scheme. And supposedly sometimes they have hidden Mickeys in the clothes. I don't see one right now on this one, but I know there are other videos where people review the clothes. Oh, and they even circled, they did a Cruella instead of the herringbone print in that spot. And then this outfit was inspired by Haunted Mansion. I love the little collar on this one. This lady is not really wearing anything. She's wearing a jumpsuit from Dollar General. I usually just put them in something because I get them nude. And then I just, sometimes just put something on them until I find an outfit that I want to display them in. And once they get into these outfits, I don't change them because it's kind of like too much work. And, sometimes you just want to have all the outfits on display. So you have multiple dolls, so you could have multiple outfits on display. And, all right, so this is Mattel. This is what Mattel is doing these days. This is supposed to be a tribute doll to the first Black Barbie of 1979, 1980. I do have that doll. I'll bring it out later. I kept her in her red dress because the original Barbie that they're referencing had a sparkly red dress like this. It was longer. And I didn't keep that doll in the dress. I have the original and I have the repro that they brought out in, I think, around 2014. Yeah, I believe they brought out a lot of reproductions in 2014. That skipper that I had in the box, too, was a 50th anniversary skipper. And I think they put that out in 2013, 2014. So it's fine. I mean, I like her, but you could tell she's well, that's the thing. What Mattel is doing with budget dolls these days is not very inspiring. The clothes are barely there. I mean, I think they're just trying to keep costs down. But if you compare it to what Disney is doing right now, they have like decent fabric, there's some thought put into the design. And this is like every time you see a Barbie these days, she's just wearing a t-shirt dress. And it is what it is, but I would just say to people, because I even see the Mattel Collector series that you have to like be a member to go on their website and buy the dolls now. The quality isn't even what it of the dolls, the vintage dolls from the 80s. The hair rooting obviously looks like hair plugs. Like, for example, this doll where it's rooted, you could barely see. Like, you had to get really close in to see where it's rooted, which is nice. But this doll over here, okay, so I'm going to look at these later. These are more some other dolls. But this doll is just so unfortunately rooted. Look at that. That's terrible. That's terrible. And I did what I could. I tried to put it into like a style and spray it, but you could still see like all the very individual hair plugs and her scalp, and you're just like, why? I know these are my first Barbies from 2023. They're kind of meant for toddlers, so I think that they didn't, you know, I can't give Mattel that excuse. I want to say they just cheaped out because they're selling these to toddlers. And the reason they're selling them to toddlers is because they're very bendy. Like if a toddler was carrying this and fell on it, there are no um, stiff parts to this doll. She's like a very soft rubber. So a kid won't hurt themselves. But yeah, I got these dolls. I am not crazy about them again, but one of those things where if I didn't get it, I'd be like, I want it, which I definitely have to work on. And okay, so here is another example of, and I was going to criticize Mattel again, but I have to just leave Mattel alone. Um, this is like a $5 doll, and this is what they're doing now. And that's fine, if you're a kid and your parent is not going to buy you much, which is the way things go. You could ask for a Barbie and your parents might be like, okay, it's $5, I'll do it. So I understand why there's like printed on clothing, it's all plastic, and there's really not much in the way of jointing. And another thing, not to go on and on about this, since I'm trying to get through this video kind of fast and I don't know what kind of success I'm going to have with that, but her body has totally changed. And I think there was so much of an outcry. They were like, oh, Barbie's too perfect. She's just, she's got model-esque looks. Let's make her look more like a normal person. Yeah, yeah, they did that. I'm not that much of a fan. I appreciated the aspirational nature of the design previously, but it's fine. I'm sure the kids today, they don't know and they're happy with it. And, it's not about that. It's about imagination. And you want to create stories and, maybe it's the right direction. And it's not like it doesn't exist. That's what I would say to people that, unfortunately would try to draw me into debates about, well, what about this? And why can't they keep this the same? And blah, blah, we don't need to see this. And blah, 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 blah. And I'm just like, not everything is for everyone. There's an audience out there. And you're not always going to be the target audience. So there's some people that love it, and I'm so happy for them, and I'm so happy for me because, in the 80s, I just didn't have the option of buying a lot of dolls that had a variety of skin tones and, hairstyles. This is new. The braids, a lot of people have braids, and it's great to have a doll that reflects that. And as you could see, if you're someone that likes dolls and you're on board with all of the variety you have, it probably makes very good financial sense for the company to produce different dolls, because then you'll run across someone like me who's like, okay, I like it. Give me 15. Give me as many as I can store, because I will love these and hold on to these forever and appreciate them, even if they aren't my very favorite. So, moving on. This is from Wish. I wasn't that crazy about the Wish dolls or the Wish movie, but of course I had to try to support it. And I love this. This is a guy, King Magnifico. He's based on, his sculpt is based on Chris Pine, the actor. And I think they really captured him. Like every time I see this doll, I think of Chris Pine, even though at first glance, he doesn't really look like Chris Pine to me. Unfortunately, totally cheaped out. This is like plastic paper they printed on this, but it's okay. I mean, these are Playline dolls. I got this on clearance actually. So these dolls came in a set. I probably wouldn't have gotten them if it wasn't on clearance, but I did. I'm not a fan of her face sculpt. I think she looks better in profile. I think they did a great job on her profile. And that's about it for this. Yay. I did want to say something quickly though. I might just kind of, just say things randomly as I'm filming this. Oh, and she used to have like a blonde hairpiece and I cut it because I thought it was distracting. But I do have another version of this doll where I didn't cut the blonde hair. So that'll come up. But yeah, I just wanted to say, listening back to these videos, it's always weird hearing yourself on video. My voice sounds really high pitched, and I know that's how my voice sounds because every now and then people, like strangers, will be like, "Oh, your voice." And for a long time I used to get, "Oh, you sound like that lady from," there was a movie called Police Academy or something, and I had never seen it. So finally, after hearing this like 15 times, I'm like, let me go watch Police Academy. And yeah, I understand what they're saying. I don't think I sound that high pitched, but then when I listen to myself on video, I'm like, oh, maybe I do sound that high pitched. And then if I'm sad or just relaxed, my voice seems even higher and thinner. And I just can't help it. I just want to say it. This is my voice. I can't help it. In my head, it sounds stronger and lower, but apparently out and about, it doesn't sound like that at all. And that's okay. I have a family member who we have the exact same voice, but I come to realize in the past few years, she actually works on disguising her voice, which for years before I realized that we have the same voice sounded so strange to me. I was like, I couldn't understand what she was. It was so odd that I couldn't figure out that that's what she was doing. I just thought her put on voice was her real voice and she just spoke really strangely. So I could try to do it. She goes like, "Hello, these are the dolls. And as you can see," but that it takes a lot of work to just try to lower your voice all the time and speak very slowly so you sound a little deeper. And it's like, is that, I can't, I can't do it. So it was funny. One time I called her and I guess she forgot and she answered the phone and it was the weirdest thing. It was like I called myself. She's like, "Hello?" And I paused because it sounded like it was me on the other end. I was like, "Hello? Hello?" And it's just, and she's older, but I guess my vocal cords just grew to a certain amount and then just stopped and stayed there. And so I can't, this is what my vocal cords are doing. I can't help it. So I am not, I don't know what else to say. It's weird. Everyone's different. All right, so I'm going to put these away and we'll get to box number 2. Okay, we're into box number 2. I don't have these dolls organized in the boxes, so it's just whatever's in the box is gonna come out of the box and be filmed when they come out. So, all right, this is a continuation of what was in the set for the Wish dolls that I got. I don't even remember this character's name. I don't. Or this character's name. All I know is that I was told that this movie Wish was supposed to be a prequel to Snow White. So like if you watch it and you are a huge Disney buff, you'll like catch references. I'm not gonna go into it because I'm not that into the movie. But apparently this character was supposed to be a takeoff on the character Doc, one of the dwarves, like the guy in charge in Snow White. So that's why this character has glasses and a cane. And then this character, I don't know. I got it to support the movie, but I'm not into it. And I don't really like her face sculpt. That's why I have her in profile, because from the front, she just looks odd to me, and I'm probably not going to keep this doll. I just can't. I was thinking about getting rid of these two dolls because it's just, I am not feeling it, as they say. So I'm going to actually move them away. But I'm glad I got it. I tried it out. You know, I have some artwork that I got from Five Below a million years ago that I just leave, and maybe I'll just keep that as what I have of the movie. All right, so again, here is the My First Barbie from 2023, another one of those toddler dolls. It is 13 inches. The standard Barbie is usually 11.5 inches, as you could see the height difference. I love this doll too. Oh, I mean, like, she's one of my favorite dolls. I love her face sculpt. The colors are great. And then I think she came in this outfit and I just added the glasses, and the shoes. But I love her. Absolutely one of my favorites. Recent. I got her, well, no, I didn't get her nude. I got her in the dress, but yeah, she was just a free form doll, and at least she doesn't have painted on clothes. I'm happy about that. And this is the original outfit for this doll. And they came out with 4 dolls. Well, no. They came out with 6. I have 5 of the 6. I'm not going to get the 6th because it looks exactly like the other doll. And the one that is a duplicate of one doll, they actually have, like, one is an open mouth smile and the one's a closed mouth smile. I didn't need to do that, but I got both of them. Now these are, who are these dolls again? My Scene. That's right. These are the My Scene dolls. I believe they came out in they came out in early 2000. And I remember seeing them in stores and thinking I didn't like them. And then a few years ago, I was like, maybe I should get one to see, maybe I will change my mind. No, I don't really like them. I got the 4 characters. I believe this one's name is Madison, and this one's name is Chelsea. They were supposed to be named after streets in New York City, and I put them in the Jammin' in Jamaica fashions. So sometimes in summertime when I want like beachy dolls displayed, I'll display them. But their facial expressions, they have these eyes that just look like nothing interesting is going on in their eyes. I couldn't get into it. So that was it. I just wanted a example of the doll, and that's what I got. The rest of them are in another box, so they'll probably show up soon. But yeah, those are the My Scene. And I think that My Scene was also a response by Mattel to Bratz. They wanted something that looked a little more pouty and like they were going to go partying, as opposed to this doll does not look like she's going to go partying. She looks like she's going to go shop for expensive dishes or something. But yeah, these dolls were meant to be like the party answer of Barbie at the time. And this is like mild makeup. I've seen some wild stuff from My Scene, but Anyway, we'll talk about that more when I pull out the Bratz dolls. And yeah, their shoes come off. So they have shoes that make it look like they have, like that's their feet, but they actually have traditional Barbie feet. I'm not going to take their shoes off, but you've probably seen traditional Barbie feet. That will come up. Let's see. Is she wearing shoes? No. Okay, so here's some traditional Barbie feet. So they have feet like that stuffed into a shoe that looks like it has a foot attached. And it's pretty seamless, which I think is a good idea. Versus Bratz, when you take their shoes off, they don't have feet. So they just have pegs. So I like what they did here. All right, so here's another Illy doll. From this angle, she looks like very apprehensive. Another one with the braids. I love her in green, so I put her in a different Tiana dress. And yeah, I like her a lot. Just gonna go over here, and she looks like she's taking the Mycene doll with her. Okay, so this is a doll I wanted for a long time because I didn't want to pay the $30 for her. She was a I love Ariel Illy doll, but she came nude, so I put her in this dress, which is a dress that I really love. That's the fuchsia dress I was talking about in the talking video before that I had as a kid and I lost, and I had to like go crazy trying to find it again, and then I found 3 and I got the 3 that I found. So yeah, I put her in this. I like this doll a lot because she reminds me of a friend that I have that naturally has really light hair and brown eyes, which is not very common. You usually don't see people that have light hair and brown eyes. But this doll had it, and so she reminds me of her. She doesn't really look like her in the face, but her coloring is very similar. So it reminds me of her, and I hope she's doing well. I haven't talked to her in a long time. Okay, so this is a tiny Wreck-It Ralph. Because the Wreck-It Ralph movie, the second one, they featured Disney princesses, and so they came out with a line of larger and smaller dolls. And I liked this one, so I got her on eBay. And I think her shirt says, I can't really, it says Gizmos and Who's Its and What's Its, Snarfblats and Dinglehoppers. So that's like a reference to the Little Mermaid movie. And I thought she was fun. I didn't like all of them, so I usually just get things that, you know, the facial expression's okay, and I thought they got like the really exciting. I don't think the camera is really doing it justice, but it's almost like her hair is burgundy. And I like that shade of red. I thought that worked really well for her. And that's the thing about Ariel dolls. I feel like when it comes to Ariel dolls, the cartoon version, I usually don't like it. They're just not doing. The face sculpts usually aren't for me. The eye color isn't for me. They usually use like a light teal, and I don't know if in the movie that's how it's portrayed, but the one I have that's the ballet doll, the ballet dancer, her eyes are actually dark blue, like navy blue, and I think that looks really good with like a dark red hair. So bright red hair and teal eyes, it's a little too much for me. So I like it when it's a little more toned down. Even her, like she has teal eyes, but they're not super bright, so I like that. That works for me. Okay, so this doll, I love this doll. I think she's another Barbie extra. Love her. Love her. I didn't think I was going to love her as much as I do. She's probably one of my favorite dolls because I look at her face and it's almost like I could imagine what her voice sounds like. And she reminds me of this girl that, well, she reminds me of a time in my life, and I knew this girl who looks nothing like her. I didn't know anybody that had lavender and pink hair, so I can't say that they resembled each other in that way. But the girl I knew had dark brown hair, which was not quite this long, but very long, maybe like to her thighs. And how old was I? I was definitely like 18, 19 years old. And she was a friend of a friend. She was ended up being a roommate to my friend. And I don't know what she did. I thought she was so interesting because it seemed like she was somebody that wasn't, she might have been going to school. I don't think so. But not to put her, it's not like I named her or anything. But anyways, she had an alcohol problem. So she, every time I saw her, she was wasted. So, which isn't funny. But I just imagine this lady is wasted. So it reminds me of her. Yeah, she would like be passed out in her room with a half full bottle of hypnotic at the side of the bed. And I was like, goodness great. I wasn't even going to try dabbling in that. But I thought it was interesting because she has a boyfriend. She had a boyfriend, and her boyfriend was like over most of the time. And I was like, how is he enjoying hanging out with her when she's always passed out drunk? I don't know. I'm sure now I have some ideas that aren't the most pleasant, but yeah, she reminds me of her. And I, um, I talked to my friend like a year ago. It's been a long time. And I asked about her. She said she's fine. She's got like 2 kids now or something. So she's probably not drinking anymore, which is great. But yeah, there was a time. Oh my goodness, those club days. Those club days were fun. Back when San Francisco had good clubs. And now if you try to go to the clubs, they're like, get out of here, you geriatric person. It's for people in their 20s. And I probably wouldn't understand what music they're playing anyway, so it's probably fine. I'm not trying to go out, but my friend was she worked for a liquor, she worked for like alcohol companies. She did like alcohol promotion. So we always got in places and she knew everybody, and she went through this whole thing with this guy. Like, we always go through things with these guys when you're that age, and just, I'd be on the phone with her till 3 in the morning talking about this guy, and it's like, oh my goodness. After a while, like when I was in grad school, I had to stop it because I cannot stay up till 3 in the morning talking about this and oh my gosh, these guys. All I could say is, if a guy isn't treating you the way you want to be treated, don't hang out with him for years waiting for him to treat you better. Because I've never seen it happen. It doesn't happen. And you waste a lot of time. And I understand why you get obsessed and you get upset and it's like a challenge. But no, just don't waste your time. Don't waste your time. And that's another thing I kind of want to say is, I have known girls, like I had a roommate. So this is like a example of a vintage doll that I wanted. This is Tropical Miko, and her head was off her body. It's really easy to fix. Just super glue it. So I did. I got her in a lot for like little to nothing, and she came with this vintage dress that's very 80s. That, it's like not a specific fashion that you'd remember that's named, but it's very indicative of, the kind of look of the fashions of the 80s. And I love her. Like, her eyebrows are missing, kind of, but her face is beautiful. And at first I thought that they were really changing the scale of the faces of the dolls, but they kind of aren't. I mean, her face is just as small as her face, so I guess I get thrown off when I look at Illy dolls that have a bigger head than Barbie. But anyway. Yeah, another Illy doll. I love Daisy Duck. Yeah, I was gonna say, I had a roommate that, see, I don't even know, I can't even say that it worked out for her. But there was like a period in college where people were like, oh yeah, my boyfriend goes to another school, so I'm gonna go visit him. And I remember, oh yeah. Okay, so it's coming back to me. My roommate would actually go fly out to Chicago to visit her boyfriend like every, oh, it felt like every month. And she was just living an interesting life because she actually had a joint bank account with her parents. So I'm like, how are you like, wow. So basically she could just get money out and pay for a flight and go and do whatever she felt like doing. And that is not how I was raised. I don't want to pass judgment on anyone, but that was one thing I kind of knew. Like, I could not, in good conscience, ever go fly out to visit a guy. I just, it's just not how I was raised. And 9 times out of 10, especially during that period of time, I mean, I'm sure it's even worse now. As a woman, you don't want to do that because what you're doing is deluding yourself. Basically, you're thinking, "Oh, if I do this and this and that'll be like our relationship and we're building our relationship and he's going to take me more seriously and maybe he'll love me more if I'm always agreeable and I just do what he wants me to do." And unfortunately, most of the time, almost 100% of the time, you're just getting used for what you are willing to give, and then that's it. And if you're somebody that has, you're sensitive, most people are sensitive, you don't want to feel like you're building a relationship with someone and they're going to just toss you away. It's like I heard that old song. It's like, "Will you still love me tomorrow?" I forget who sings it. It's like a 60s girl group. And it's like, the answer is no. No, he is not going to love you tomorrow. So if you really want to know how someone feels about you, sometimes you just, well, most of the time, don't give them what you think that they want. It's not that you're trying to be withholding. It's not because you're trying to play a game. It's like if someone is going to be in your life and you're going to take them seriously and you're going to have a relationship that's deeper than just acquaintances, surface level friends, they're going to know you when you say no, when you don't do what they'd like you to do. And they're going to stick around through, because not everybody has perfect days all the time. People have hard, bumpy times. How do they treat you when things aren't perfect? Are they still going to be around? And then you'll see. And then you'll know that you did the right thing, not trying to audition for someone's love and consideration. Okay, so this is the rest of the dolls in the second box. And I thought I would film the children and let them go back in the box before I get to the hooligans, the Bratz. So this is Iris out of the box in a fashion, Rose Petal Place fashion. Love her. And another Iris that I got, someone cut her hair and made her a little hat. That's adorable. And she's wearing a little dress someone made, and they made her a stand too, but it's not very stable, so I still put her on another stand. So we'll get the kids out of here and start looking at the Bratz. All right. Well, the ones I turned to profile are the ones I don't really like that much. And I go back and forth. I want to get rid of them, but I like their outfits too much. I think they did an amazing job with these jeans. It's like a little pocket on. This is what I'm talking about. Bratz really has such good attention to detail that Mattel is not even thinking about these days. Look at that. There's like actual buckles on the little pocket, and they have you know, some thought given to the shoes sometimes. And I won't really show her face because I don't like her face. I think her face is kind of scary. But yeah, just look at that. Like a t-shirt with like designs on the sleeve and then it's sewed to a smaller t-shirt, and I love that. Just, sometimes you could look at the dolls and remember, oh yeah, super low rise jeans and the grain of the jeans and the cargo style. This is actually like a camo cargo. And then there's like camo in the back. So it's like jeans on the front, camo in the back. So if anything, it kind of takes you back. You're like, I remember that when that was in the stores. And, you know, if you want to try to recreate a look, you could get some ideas. Then you have like a tiered skirt and like a mesh top with like a bralette underneath. Like, I would not wear this, but I could appreciate it. Again, like a little skirt and the bell sleeves, and yeah, it's great. I mean, if nothing else, Bratz is 100% for me because I love looking at these fashions. And Barbie, even though Barbie is a fashion doll, I mean, there's this, and then even though I love that doll, I mean, there's really not much to that pink dress. It's very simple. This you could kind of stare at the details for a while. Now, all right, so here we go with the Bratz. All right, so this is Chloe. This is one that's still in the stores. I love a lot of things about this outfit. I won't go on and on about it, but love the styling. These days, if I like a Bratz, I like her makeup. I love a glossy full lip. So, yeah, love it. Love it. Um, so I'll always remember, I love a glossy full lip. I kind of try to do one every day, even though I've learned now. Uh, I have red, I have fuchsia. I could wear dark colors, but the red has to be very brown based. And these days, my neutral is more of a copper. So sometimes I'll put like a matte brown on my lips to match my skin tone, like my face skin, because my lips can be kind of pink. So I try to cover up the pink, and then I'll add like a metallic copper on top. And then sometimes that's glossy enough. You add a little extra gloss, and it's like a nude makeup look without, you know, being matte, which I like these days. I think as you get older, you can't really pull off matte anymore. That's like a younger girl's game. All right, so this is the Pretty in Punk. All right, so not a huge Bratz person. I think she looks odd from profile, so I'm gonna move her out of the way. All right, so here are my Pretty in Punks. His name is Etan, and he's got flocked hair, like the original Ken from the early 60s. And I always wanted an example of that, and now I have one. You can't rub his head too much or he'll get like a bald spot. But I think they did a great job on his face. And he's got like mesh sleeves and a chain. And I mean, just the detail. I love it. He's carrying a bag. He's got pleather pants with studs. I absolutely love this. This is so awesome to me. All right, so then we have Yasmin as a character, and she's wearing, I tell you, if I see pleather, I'm like, love it. She's got a little duffel bag that says punk on it. They came with a separate outfit, but I always like the outfits where they're more covered up, because like as you could see, their legs aren't really anything to fixate on. But if you have them clothed, you can appreciate the details and the fashion a bit more. So then she's not pretty in punk, but here is Kylie. I'm just gonna like, these are ones I actually kind of want to give away, but I'm probably not going to. All right, so Kylie, these are based on looks that she wore to actual events. So they're reproductions of her dresses. She had like a pleather ruched mini dress with a pleather black rosette. Love that. And then she wore some platform heels. Here is the other Kylie with her hairdo exactly like she had it that night. Some little silver shell earrings, a mesh one shouldered top, one mesh glove with like a flesh toned liner underneath, and like a black velvet skirt and black pumps. I love it. I'm not like a fan of the face, but yeah, the the outfits for me. Now this one, I saw this one, I was like, whoa, because head to toe, if I saw someone in real life that did this makeup look with this outfit, I would be like, wow, this person's like a superhero. Pleather pants. These aren't actual studs, they're just dots, but I appreciate it. Liquid pleather pants, a chain, actual metal. I think this is metal. Well, looks close. Metal or plastic zipper, but still silver toned. The buckles, the dark lipstick. I'm not someone that does like rimmed eyeliner ever, but I could appreciate it. And then a two-toned hairstyle. Yeah, love that. That is just stunning. Sometimes when I don't have that on display, I'm like, where is that doll? I need to like put that back out. Then this is Jade. I'm not really a fan of her hairstyle, but again, pink pleather jacket with a cutout mesh and solid top with a turtleneck. Oh my goodness. A plaid mini skirt with tulle underlay and high-heeled boots. Love that. Oh my goodness. Then I thought this was so cute. Forgot her name. Megan. That's it. Love her dark lipstick. Love that. Yellow pleather rain jacket, plaid pants, high-heeled boots. I think this is like a kind of crop top with silver accent in the front. Now this whole line, I got all of the dolls from Pretty and Punk. So we've got Jade, Megan, Yasmin, Eton in the back, and Chloe hiding behind Megan. So we have one more. And I didn't want all of these dolls, but I knew there were like five, I guess. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, no, there's 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, there's 6 dolls. I figured I'm not going to get a lot of Bratz. I just kind of wanted to have that in my collection since they've been around for such a long time. And they've made enough of a cultural impact. So I was like, let me get some Bratz dolls. And if I'm going to get the Bratz dolls, let me try to get one full set. And I'm glad I got this set because I really do like it. And I'm like 100% sure that I'm done with Bratz. I'm not going to be a Bratz person. And then this is Sasha. Not a fan of her hairstyle here, but, and everybody's head is a little big, but that's how Bratz are. Then she has like caution tape to hold up her bustier top, I guess. Then she has like a pleather jean look cropped jacket with silver accents and a mesh and metallic skirt and silver boots, silver high-heeled boots. So that's the Pretty and Punk line that I really, really enjoyed. And I usually don't want them on display that much, but when I do, I really do enjoy looking at them. And while I'm doing this, let me bring out the last two Bratz that I got kind of as a test before I got these to see if I like them. And I liked her because I remember people wearing things. Oh, it's coming back to me. This is like almost an exact replica of something that somebody was wearing on the reality show Real Housewives of Orange County back in the day. Remember everyone was wearing those satin look halter tops with like a jewel and low-rise jeans with embellishment. So that's like early 2000s fashion. And then I just like this. I wear corduroy skirts. I went through a corduroy skirt phase. I still have all my skirts. Maybe one day I'll make a video, like a fashion video. But yeah, just like a regular outfit that works. I mean, minus the lime green and red heeled boots. I wouldn't wear that. But yeah, corduroy skirts, so comfortable. This length, and this is actual corduroy. So, and then they have like a lettuce hem on the sleeves. I mean, this is what I'm talking about, the attention to detail. Lettuce, lettuce hems really came about in the, I can't remember if it's the 60s or 70s, but it didn't start in the 90s. But they were big in the 90s. I remember all those little baby doll tees. A lot of them had the lettuce hem. But anyway, these are the Pretty and Punk Bratz. Okay, the last two Bratz, and then the Bratz are over because they're not really my favorites, but they're part of the collection, so I was gonna show them. All right, so these are two recent Bratz. As you know, earlier I showed her in the box, so I got two. One to keep in the box, one to take out of the box, because I actually liked her so much, and I know that's no good excuse, but that's what happened. And yeah, these are the last two I'm gonna get. That's absolutely it. And then Sasha, I liked her. I thought she had a nice expression and she looked pretty good. So they're from the Going Out line, Going Out Bratz. Next, two live action Ariels that are people instead of mermaids. Different sets. This one came in the set with Eric, Prince Eric, and this one came alone. They have different dress styles. One has actual ruching on the dress, sandals. The other one has pink boots and printed on ruching and a detail from the movie, which was like a waist corset. So yeah, for all those people that were like, why did they need to do this? Why did we need to change? They did it for me. They did it for me, and I'm so glad. Me and people like me that love it, and people that like variety and just want to see everyone included in the fun, which I do want to see everyone included in the fun. Um, yeah, because pretty much everything that I could get from that movie I tried to get every single doll. If it wasn't like for toddlers or 18 inches, I wanted that. So yeah, live action Ariel from 2023, Little Mermaid. And then there's the Vanessa doll from the live action. I'm not a really huge fan of her face sculpt, but I think it looks a lot like the actress, so they did a good job there. It's got a good dress on. And then Tiana from Princess and the Frog, which the movie I did not like. I did not like the movie. I know the attractions, the merchandise do well, but I think I and a lot of other people were really annoyed that she was a frog for most of the movie. We're like, finally, we get this princess, and she's not even a human being for most of the movie. Thanks. But I think they've made up for it in other ways. And it is still a very beautiful, well done movie, but it took me out of it. I was so bored. She's like a human for like 10 minutes in the whole movie. And I just didn't care what those frogs were doing. So I didn't pay attention. I was just like, oh, goodness. I'm just going to sit here in the theater and think about other things. But yeah, I appreciate it. And it is what it is. So then I went to, what is it called? Pop Shelf a few months ago. And they had dolls on clearance. I was like, what? I think this doll, he was like $8. What's the other doll? Oh, yeah, I'm coming to it. She was like $2.50. I was like, all right, I'm gonna get these. I don't need. They're from Frozen 2. And I was like, yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm not gonna pass that up. And I actually like them, so it worked out. And who else was on sale? The one I wanted that I got nude and dressed, the Illy I Love Ariel dolls. So they were on sale for $7 a piece. I couldn't believe it. I went on a Tuesday and lucked out. So I wasn't even going to get the one, I wasn't going to get it because in the box it was $30, but I was able to get it. So I know it's ridiculous, but so I was able to put each one in one of the fashions since they come with 2 outfits. And then I was able to put one of the Sleeping Beauty dolls I have in another one of the outfits. And I love her shirt. This was from an Illy fashion pack. It's like the dragon from the end of the Sleeping Beauty movie. And then this doll I don't really like that much, but I just don't get rid of her. And she's wearing the Ariel jeans that look like they have scales on them. And like a little bracelet. It's like Belle's bracelet with roses. And then, since there was like 2 outfits, so 2 sneakers, 2 sandals, then I had a Mickey jean. And then here's the other Cruella that I didn't cut her hair. So that's how she looks, and she's holding a daisy cup. So those are those ones. And all right. I think we'll get through one more box and then I'm going to take a break. I think they did such a good job on her expressions. She looks so nice. She's kind of shy looking. I like it. Okay, this is the end of the 3rd box, and after that, I think I'm going to take another break and come back to this another time, because this is just a lot. Okay, so this is the box where I have my inexpensive Disney dolls. It turns out I guess I do have a lot of Disney dolls, but the vintage Barbies are coming. They're just not, we haven't reached those boxes yet. I guess since these are newer purchases and acquisitions, they're a little closer to the front, but these are dolls that I got a few years ago. And, every now and then I'm just in the mood for a cheap looking budget doll or like a knockoff fashion doll. So I had some of these displayed for a while. I haven't had them up for a couple years now since time flies, but I was trying to get all of the Disney princesses, or at least get dolls to represent the Disney princesses, and then I just sort of gave up because I was like, there's a lot of them, and the majority of them I haven't watched their movies, so I don't even really know who they are. So this is Pocahontas. I actually have not seen Pocahontas ever. So, but I like it. She's wearing suede, and that's fine. So this is kind of just like out of order. All of these clearly aren't Disney princesses, but okay, so this is a Ken that I saw in the stores a few years ago, and I was struck by it. It reminded me of someone. So I was like, I'll get him. Even though I think this is the new Ken sculpt, like you could find this all over the place now, I hadn't seen it, so I was a little taken aback. But I really liked what they did. I don't think he came with the purple sweater. He's got like Ken on his shoes, but I saw it and it kind of matched what he was wearing, so I put him in it. Reminded me of someone. And then this is just like a lovely patsy, like flimsy fashion doll, but there was a Barbie extra outfit that I loved, so I put her in it. And I don't have the doll that goes with this, but I don't know, it's like she's holding a Barbie box. And this is supposed to be a reference to, I think it was a late 90s or early 2000s Moschino. It's a designer. He did this, but instead of putting Barbie, he did his own name for like a runway show for like actual human clothing. And then what do I have here? This is Mulan. I recently watched Mulan for the first time a few years ago because I was hanging out at someone's house that has kids and they were watching it. So finally got around to seeing Mulan. I like her. I put her in some street clothes and I like the sweater. Somebody like another, hand knit thing by somebody on eBay. And then, okay, so I have two Snow Whites. These are the same doll. So she's actually got a printed bodice underneath this dress. Or like a hard plastic bodice. I've never really been a fan of the Snow White original outfit. I just don't think that the colors go together very well. Like a bright orange skirt with a red and blue top. So I like this interpretation of her dress. It was made for another doll. I gave that doll away, but I saved the clothes, and she's wearing little clogs, which are like super cute. So I could probably steam that dress, but I'm not going to. And then this doll. I originally got her, even though she's got a pen mark on her face. And then I guess I felt bad that I had one that had a pen mark, so I tried to get her, and I just realized these aren't the same doll. She may have the same eye stickers, like the eyes are exactly the same, but the head is a different shape, and the body, the skin tone is different, and kind of like, different molds. So, yeah. And then I was trying to make outfits that uh reminded me, like it was like a reference to the movie. So she's wearing rainbow scales and she's wearing like a mesh top, like a fishnet top. So I thought that was fine. And both of those outfits came in a pack from Dollar General. So if you just need like some quick, easy outfits, you could go to Dollar General and pick some up for like a really low price. So I'll put these over here for now. All right, so then here is, what is her name? Claudia will know. A few years ago, I sent Claudia and her daughter. Well, it's for her daughter, but I sent it. I sent Claudia and her daughter some Princess Jasmine stuff, because she said her daughter was really into Jasmine. And this was also in the fashion pack. I don't have a Jasmine doll, actually. She's one of the earlier Disney princess dolls that I don't have. And that's okay. I need to stop. Anyway, here's a cheaper Cinderella. And she has like the little, what are they? Little glass slippers. The clear plastic slippers. So, yeah, sometimes I just want to look at a cheap doll, nothing too serious. This one is from Disney Store. Ariel in her wandering about the forest dress. Oh, goodness. Another one I just got randomly and then couldn't bear to get rid of. She's got like teal and pink in her hair. And a pleather skirt, because, I can't say no to a pleather skirt. And then she's wearing a Princess and the Frog dress. Another lovely Patsy. I don't know. I think the lovely Patsies, especially these ones, they remind me of like 80s face. There was like, I don't know, something very 80s about these looks. I feel like I used to see people looking like this. And then here's like a take on a cheap version of what is it? Aurora. Sleeping Beauty. Her face is very angular. They always give her really angular sculpts. But I thought she had a pleasant face, and you don't have to be too precious with her. You can kind of like, and she like holds up. So it's nice to have dolls that you kind of not have to like worry about so much or barely touch because you're worried about messing them up. Yeah, for a while I used to like be on the phone talking and just waving her around. And she hung in there. And then here's another Tiana, a budget Tiana doll. Just wearing some random like skirt and then like a shorter dress underneath. And then Elsa dress and another Sleeping Beauty dress. Oh my goodness. A lot. A lot. Okay, it's another day. I can only do so much of this at one time. I get really tired. It's a lot. I cut a lot, so you don't see all of me taking them out of the box and putting them on stands and putting them back in the box and all that. So anyway, I wanted to correct some things I said the previous time I was filming. I was just getting so tired. I called Aurora Ariel at one point and called Snow White's dress orange instead of yellow. So I was just getting exhausted. But I wanted to just quickly show a little more of this outfit for the Barbie extra. It came with like a lot of stuff, and it came with like a little ring that's not a little ring on her that said Barbie on it, and then it came with a hair ornament. Well, it was a necklace, but I put it in her hair, and it says Barbie 1980. So the doll that it was originally on, the Barbie extra doll with this outfit, it was supposed to be a tribute to the first Black Barbie of, even though it came out in sometimes it's listed as 1978. Maybe that's when the design process started and it came out in 1979, but they just say like 1980, I guess, just to make things easy. But I just wanted to re-show this outfit really quick and show that thing in her hair. And I wanted to show, I mean, this is the time to do it. Just pull as much stuff out of the box as I can. You probably noticed I have a few Sleeping Beauty dolls that look the same, and Snow White. Well, Snow White, I got rid of that doll. But anyway, I had a few dolls that looked exactly the same or very similar, like the two bells I showed in the beginning. And they are the Disney Storybook dolls. And part of the reason why I got more than one, even though it worked out for showing the second outfit that it comes with is that the boxes themselves come with backgrounds if you save the box. So this is like the small, lower priced individual Belle. She doesn't come with the second outfit. And so she comes with in a box that looks like she's in, I guess, the Great Hall. And over here, if you get the deluxe doll, it comes with a larger set. And then it comes with like a flooring panel. So that was motivation for me to get these. And I really liked the Sleeping Beauty set. As you can see, it looks very much like the movie. So if you position the dolls in front of it, you could kind of like act out scenes, and it's very detailed, and I really like that. It has like that depth perspective, like you're in this huge castle. And since it was just one panel, when I got the second doll, I got a second, background, and I saved it. And then sometimes if I feel like setting up the dolls in this type of with this type of a background, I loved it. It's really a lot of fun. And then this is the flooring that comes with it. And I have like a second flooring, but I'm just doing this to show you how you could set it up and have, vignettes of your own. Okay, so I'm going to remove this one now. And then you can see this is Snow White's backing. It shows you her cottage and a little stream in the forest. And then it has, some grass. So you could put her in a scene or have the other dolls visit her. And then this one is Princess and the Frog. So this is Tiana's, I don't know, her part of her house or something. And then for the flooring, they used a like lily pads. So I thought that was cute. Even though they don't totally go together, like indoor, outdoor, it's still nice. And that was a huge motivation for me to get those dolls specifically. And they are really good quality. So those are the storybook dolls, Disney Princess storybook dolls that can be found on shopdisney.com. And I think they're still for sale. But I love this. I love anytime you could have like additional artwork that helps you get into the story. And you kind of have to be creative with this because this is the packaging. So you might have to cut a few panels away. Like this tree is repeated 3 times because it's part of the back, and like the sides that loop around. But yeah, I think it's fine. Taken all together, it's kind of helps spark your imagination a little bit. So that's that. We're halfway through box 4 right now. I double checked, there's 9 boxes, so we're making progress. All right, so here is the packaging for the 30th anniversary Midge. She's the porcelain doll that I have, the only porcelain one. I would like to get another porcelain doll, but I need to slow myself down because this is out of control. Okay, so she came out in, let's see, I think she was released in 94, so 93, 94, and I redressed her in a 1960s outfit. I forget what this is called. I don't know, I think it had like a clown theme or something. But anyways, it's red and navy blue with, I think it's called Rick Rack trim. And she came with a stand. And yeah, I like her. She has strung joints, which means they're attached by string inside. Yeah, but she's porcelain. Let's see if I could tap her without I don't know if you could hear that noise. That's me tapping her leg. So yeah, she's really just fragile and ceramic, porcelain, and it's fine. Just a commemorative doll. I don't have the original midge. I'm not really in the market for it, but this is good. This is good enough. Okay, so this is the deluxe storybook Sleeping Beauty from shopdisney.com, the Disney store. And I had another Aurora outfit. This one has a velvet bodice, so I put it on this Illy doll. And then this is a Fun Time Barbie. I think that she's from, I'm going to go out on a limb and say 1989. I'm not quite sure, but definitely late 80s. At the very earliest, 90 or latest 90. Love this one. I had this one as a kid, but she was in pink. But she comes in 3 colors. She comes in the teal, pink sparkle, and a lilac sparkle. Um, yeah, love it. I think the person that I purchased this from on eBay um, made her a OOAK or one of a kind because she has hair extensions in. She has like 2 tones of hair, and that's not usual. She's not sold that way. So whoever had her styled her a little bit more. And then this is a recent doll I think you could still find in stores in places like Target. I call her Spa Day Barbie, but I don't think that she really has a name. She's just wearing a robe, and she comes with roses and a sleep mask and like some little bottles, I think, to indicate that she's giving herself a spa day. And then these are these dolls that look like they're sleeping. They have fabric feet and legs and bodies and upper arms. I think they were called Slumber Party Barbie. Came out in 96, and I wasn't getting dolls in 96, but I heard about it and I wanted to check it out. And I guess these are dolls you can sleep with, but I guess if you roll over on the arms and the face, it wouldn't be very comfortable. This one's also kind of new. Guess she's a pop star of some kind. Love the skirt. And she just came just like this. I didn't mess with her at all. Sparkly outfit. And didn't detach her from her microphone. And she's great. I really like her. I think you could get her in Walmart still. I've seen her there. This doll came. So when I say purchases and acquisitions, there are dolls that I technically don't pay for. There aren't that many, but it's kind of like if I order a doll, sometimes they'll come with like other broken dolls. Sometimes it's like whoever's selling them will just throw in other stuff, and then I'll like fix it, or you know, since I like to display the outfits, I could always use um, other dolls. Well, now I'm trying to slow down on that, but yeah. So she had some sort of problem with her eyes, so like I put some white out in there. And I liked her makeup, so she's fine. She's very classic 1980s style Barbie. And this swimsuit is definitely, I'm going to say it's Malibu Barbie swimsuit. I'm probably wrong. There's sun gold. You could tell sun gold because it's gold. Tropical, I don't know. But yeah, it's pretty iconic, even though I don't remember the name. And then this Snow White doll, I loved her face, and I loved her little 1960s hairdo. And it was already sprayed, and I sprayed it some more to make sure it doesn't move. And she came nude, but there was an Illy fashion pack for Snow White that I thought was very 1960s looking. So I put her in that. Absolutely loved it. I didn't love the shoes that it came with, so I just put her in some yellow shoes that I have. And the sunglasses, I made them into like a little belt, but they're apples. So I thought that was so adorable. So that's her, my 1960s-esque Snow White. And then this doll I got a couple years ago. I love this doll because the bangs, this reminds me of junior high, like 1989 to, what was it, 91? For a period there, everyone was spraying their bangs up. And, I know it's just the way things were at the time, but I was always like, so interesting. You'd see people in pictures with their bangs sprayed, and like people would have their bangs going in different directions. And you're like, is this supposed to be simulating the wind blowing or something? You have this wind blowing all these different ways because everyone's hair is, you know, fixed in a certain position. And then there's like tie-dye or splatter, and then the acid wash skirt, or it's supposed to be like acid wash, so that's very early 90s late 80s coded, so I really like that. I can't help but think of junior high when I see this doll. And then this doll is, of course, a lovely Patsy that I dressed in an illy fashion that was Elsa inspired or Frozen inspired. It has that Olaf character on the robe, and I forget, I think she comes with shorts underneath there and little shoes that I put on that didn't come with the outfit. And then I usually just have a little bear, little Care Bear, a miniature. Um, so if I'm doing a scene where I have like, it's supposed to be relaxing and Barbie's going to sleep, and then I have this doll and that doll, and now these dolls that are all, slumber partied out. And then we have one where another Illy doll, because you could tell I'm a huge fan of this Illy doll. Um, Another version of her where she's wearing a shirt that says Main Street USA. That is an Illy fashion. I think it came with their like a winter set, and then she's got a Cinderella dress or Cinderella skirt on. I had a few Disney princess skirts, and then I just would pair them with other tops. And then another Illy doll with red hair that I got nude, and I put her in that favorite dress of mine. So those are these dolls. Okay, so we've got the two Ariels here. Ariel cartoon, Ariel live action, and they're both obsessed with Eric. Just kidding. When I saw this doll for sale, like, first of all, I think she's so pretty. I'm not really a fan of the face sculpt. The face sculpt, I think that it's a little bulky, but I could not. She came with this shirt. She came with this little doll Eric, and I think she didn't come with the skirt or the shoes. So I added those. It worked out, but I was like, this is so great. I love it because it's such a visual representation of her obsession. Like the idea that if you like a guy, you get like his likeness made into a doll, and then you just like carry it around. that's that's I mean, Ariel went through a lot to end up with this guy. So it kind of like the story in a nutshell. This lady's finds this guy really attractive, and so now she's walking around town carrying his doll. Anyway, I thought it was pretty brilliant. So yeah, I keep them together now. That was just a surprise. That's what I mean. Sometimes I like order things, and I'll get, like, I used to get dolls in a lot, and so you kind of see this, you know, the people on eBay would post this sort of faraway picture of what you're trying to get, and it's like a bunch of dolls just lying halfway nude or nude on the floor, and you're like, I know I want a couple of these, and this is a good price for this lot, so let me get it. And then you find some surprises. So cartoon Ariel with little doll Eric, and celebration Ariel live action when she's running off um, to marry Eric, sailing away in a boat. Okay, so this is Skipper. This is another acquisition. I could never bring myself to buy the Skipper because I always thought her face sculpt could be, I mean, it was what it was. This is a little before my time. I think that she came out in 1978. This was a new sculpt, so I was barely born at that point, so nothing to do with me really. But so it seems like they change skippers every 10 years. So she was gone by, no, she might have come out in 77. And then she was gone, yeah, something 78. I think she was gone by 88. By 88, she was gone. They had replaced her with a new sculpt. But I'm glad I have her because she's an example of the skipper that lasted through the majority of the 80s. And then they gave her really like youthful, fun looking face. So that doll is coming up. And this is another Illy Forever doll. She is in workout gear and says Mickey on it, Mickey shoes. She has like a shopping bag. It says 1928 on it. I'm not quite sure. Just take her shopping bag off if I can without knocking her down. Okay, so 1928. I think that is in reference to the first Mickey cartoon coming out, the first Mickey drawing. So I liked her enough. She was part of the quote unquote budget line that they're coming out with at Target, where you don't get a second outfit, but it's fine, because usually if you have the second outfit and you want to display it, you have to get another doll to display it anyway. And then again, my favorite, I love Mickey and Minnie Illy in bedtime wear, a little lace robe and nightie. And I usually display her with the dolls if I do like that, bedtime set. Okay, this is another recent Barbie that I got, I think a little over a year ago. Holiday Treats Barbie. I was actually motivated to get this because I watched Chad Marvelous's video and I saw this doll and I was like, oh, that's great. If I ever do like a winter setup, she'd be perfect for it. She's got these little cardboard candy canes attached to her apron, and I think this is like printed on gingerbread man and little pumps. She actually came with long hair, but she's a 90s doll and that really wasn't the style back then. So I kind of gave her more of a 90s bob and then sprayed it. I'd like to get the other two, but see, this is how I get in this situation. That's why it's taking me weeks to film this video, because I'm like, oh yeah, I want to get the set, and then I could do this and that, and then next thing you know, I have like 200 plus dolls. So I had to think about it. It should be a hard no, but it's still I'll think about it. I'd like to get the Teresa and the Christy version. So then they could all have matching outfits and bake together. Other doll collectors understand. The doll dad understands. Chad probably understands. But okay, this is another Iris. There weren't that many fashions, so that's probably saving me, because I'd be like, I gotta get a few more Iris dolls because I need to display all the fashions. But this is all the fashion I was able to find. So here's an Iris doll wearing, I think the doll's name is Orchid. She's wearing Orchid's outfit. And I didn't get any of the other Rose Petal Place dolls. But I did get a Bubble Bells. They're both made by a company called Kenner. And these dolls were around again in like 84. This was supposed to be a bath time doll. I got her for a really good price. I mean, if you look for Bubble Bells, for some reason people want close to $100 for them now, but I was able to get her for like $12, like plus shipping. And I was like, let me do this. But her arm was detached, so I had to super glue her arm back on. And honestly, I mean, I know collectibles go for whatever they go for, but these aren't in the greatest shape. I mean, it's been so long. Her hair is like matted. There's really nothing you could do at this point because it's like a type of plastic. It's very synthetic hair, and it's kind of like deteriorating over time. So everybody gets what they want, but I was curious to get a Bubble Bells, and so now I have a Bubble Bells, and now I know. I could see why, I could see the resemblance. They definitely have similar proportions because they were made by the same company. Okay, here's another 80s doll that I got in a lot. She, of course, came nude, and so I tried to clean her up a bit. She's got those sprayed or windswept bangs, and um, another my last favorite dress with the aqua collar and the fuchsia with the very 80s designed flowers on it. Love it. I could just stare at these flowers and it just takes me back. It really does. It's funny how like some images you just see it. It's almost like, I wish I could remember the name of those that artwork. It's very 80s artwork. It used to be in a lot of salons. You see that and you're just like, oh, yeah, the 80s. So there's her. This is the doll that I woke up in the middle of the night that one time. Like, where is she? And it turns out I did not get rid of her. So Rapunzel, I never display her, but for some reason I just don't want to get rid of her. She's actually a smaller scale than most of the dolls too, but it's fine. And I haven't seen the Rapunzel movie. I just haven't, but I got her a long time ago. Now here are the other Mycene dolls. They're all in Jammin' and Jamaica uh, fashions. I have the DVD. I was curious about it and then just never got around to watching it. I watched clips online, but maybe one day if I have nothing to do and I bump into it wherever it is right now, I could probably find it if I looked. But yeah, I'm not necessarily dying to watch that movie at this time. But okay, let's see if I can remember their names. Okay, this is Noli. I think she's very pretty. Um, I'm not sure what the Mycene 75 would refer to, if it refers to anything, because they definitely didn't come out in 75. They're like early 2000s dolls. And these are the original dolls. I know they've done a few repros of Mycene, but these are ones I got. They haven't really gone crazy with it. They just brought out a couple so far. Her name is Delancey. She looks a lot like the Barbie character, which was also renamed Kennedy because they didn't want to make Barbie and Barbie be the same person. So to get a little distance, since, she's obviously more of a wild child, they're like, let's call you Kennedy instead. So she had a change in her packaging after a while. So Delancey is wearing more makeup. She has a little more of a insouciant look on her face, and she has like reddish, brownish pieces in her hair. That's how you could tell it's not Kennedy Barbie. And she's wearing a cute outfit. And again, they have real Barbie feet like that inside of these shoes. And I like it. It has like a hibiscus motif on most of the dolls. So if I'm doing a summer setup, I like to put them out. I really like her. So she does have the Millie face sculpt. She's a doll that you could still get in stores. I like this one. It reminds me of like a road trip. Like if I was going like driving through Southern California, she's got like a little convertible on her shirt and the hills and the sunset in the background. I like that. That really kind of, makes me think of things. And then she's wearing some sneakers. It's not a big deal. I have enough dolls that I should not be complaining about this, but I kind of did not like that they changed Barbie to having flat feet. I know that was a thing in the Barbie movie, but yeah, I prefer the, ready to put on some heels Barbie. But yeah, there's room for everything. This is a doll I got in a lot. I think she's supposed to be Britney Spears. And so I just put her in like a dress with a boa, which looks a lot like a version they were selling in white that actually is kind of pricey now. It's like one of her award show looks or something. She's not really one of my favorite dolls. I'm not really a fan of the face sculpt. I know what they try to do when they try to make people, like dolls, look like the people that they're supposed to be, and sometimes it comes off a little bit. Um, the expression's a little not what you'd hoped. Um, so here's another Millie sculpt. This is around the time when I realized I needed to stop. So I just put her in like a cheap little papery dress, um, and some shoes, because you could usually get like a lot of Barbie shoes at once. I have like a whole nice sized bag of Barbie shoes, and yeah, I liked it. I like this. I like the necklace. Now this is another Barbie extra. The last Barbie extra I have. She has like the winter vacation one. She has a sparkly pink and silver jumpsuit. She's got little hand fingerless gloves and blue snow boots. And then these are my three, well, they aren't all lovely Patsies, but along the same lines, those fashion dolls. The one in the middle is I wanted to keep her because I couldn't believe it. There was a period there when they were cheaping out so hard on the material for fashion dolls. She's almost like air. Like the plastic is so thin, you could almost see through the plastic. So I was like, let me just hold on to this one. And I just put them in some random fashions, and that was it. I kind of don't even know where to start with this section of the video. Um, I had to adopt a more reverent tone because these are actually my favorite Barbies that I have. This is actually the first Barbie I was ever given. This is the original first black Barbie. Um, I looked up some information. It was created by Lavinia Kitty Black Perkins back in, well, she was appointed to be the principal designer in 1978. She started creating the first black Barbie in 79 and it was released in 80. So that's why that tribute costume had 80 in the necklace. Yeah, so she was my first Barbie ever. My mom told me that when I was a baby, she went to a lecture and they were like trying to decide and debate, should you give your daughter a Barbie? It was controversial. And I don't know. Looking at these results, you give your daughter a Barbie and she may never stop trying to get more Barbies. So no, I think I've got it under control. I hope. Anyway, this is my first Barbie doll ever. So I guess I got her when I was like 1 or 2 years old. I've had her that long, or around then. She was probably in stores for quite a while. And she's dressed in some older clothes. You don't see them making Barbie clothes like this anymore, like knitted things. And I also got this doll too. She's a My First Barbie, but she's like a European version. And I think that you can she was also sold in Canada. As you could see, her skin tone and her expression is a lot less animated than what was released in the United States. Since my parents were stationed in Germany, um, that's where um, these dolls were coming from, or where they were gotten. I wanted to do a quick side by side before I continued. I got this doll a little bit later, but she is of the same time period as this My First Barbie. They're called My First Barbie because they didn't have any jointing, and she's like discoloring, so she's really old. She's turning gray. Um, yeah, so it was supposed to help kids learn like dexterity and putting on easy outfits and stuff, dressing their dolls. But you could see this European and Canadian version and this American version. So they definitely went with a more like a different facial expression. I think that this more neutral expression tested better in Europe, so they went with that. And then the American one had more of a animated, lively face, which is fine. I was really confused for a while. I was trying to find another one of her, and I didn't think to look at like international versions. But yeah, she wasn't really sold in the States. Um, so I just put her in a in a different outfit. But yeah, so I named her Gilcha because I think my mom had a friend named Gilcha in Germany, and I would just hear that name as a kid over and over, Gilcha, Gilcha, Gilcha. And so I was like, I guess this is her name. Her name is Gilcha. And at some point I was teething. And so that's why her hand is all chewed up. But her ring stayed on. I would just chew on her hand. And later, when I got a cat, the kitten was teething and started chewing on her feet. So she was a chew toy for me and the cat when we were little. And then in 2014, they did a repro of her, and I, of course, wanted her. And I didn't even have her at the time. She was like in storage. So I'm glad I could, finally get the both of them together. But you could see the differences. It's like sometimes if you want a repro, you're not really getting a repro because the whole idea was she was supposed to be sporting an afro style. So they did the best they could to give her tighter curls. And then here she's got like loose, large curls. So it's not the same. The eyes are totally different. She's got like darker eyes. Her eyes are more, I don't know, it just seems like there's more of a light brown. Her skin tone is different. And I don't even think that is just due to age. I think that her paint is just more vibrant. And she has this stuffy face, which of course is the little light pucker that they do. Similar to this doll I got not too long ago. I want to say this is a Nurse Whitney unboxed, but I have a feeling this is actually a PJ doll. If you look up Sweet Rose's PJ, they look very similar, and they tried to repro her too recently, and they don't look the same. I don't know why they can't get the repros to actually look like the original doll. They clearly have them. So it's like they're almost doing a new sculpt and just trying to make it look similar, but her face shape is different. It's like these two dolls. She's got a narrower face. She's got more of a round, squarish face. It's not the same, but I guess if it's not something, I don't know. I mean, you could probably still find her for sale, but now she's a little bit high. But if you want her, I'm sure you could probably still get her if you do want. And I just put her in like a little chocolate brown dress, and yeah, I love her. I rarely display her. But then when I do, I keep her out for months, but I just like to know that she's protected in a box somewhere. So that's that. And then here is a heart Heart Family mom out of the box. And I display her sometimes too. I like her. And then this is a fashion doll from the early 80s. She is called a Totsie. I recently found another one of her on eBay. I'm not really a fan of her expression. She looks so sad. She always looked like she was having a hard time. So when I would play Barbies as a kid, I would always cast her in the role of the person that was having the hard time, but she was just, trying to power through. And yeah, she looks melancholy. She looks sad. She's got like a dirt spot on her nose. But anyway, and I'm like, oh yeah. Oh yeah, this is definitely like a late 70s, early 80s outfit. I vaguely remember getting that. So I must have been like 4 or something. Anyway, she's going to the side. These guys are getting out of here. Okay, so this is another one. Twirly curls. I called her Tina and eventually cut her hair. But this is like a twirly curls I got not too long ago. Someone styled her really well. She had like really long hair, and it came with like a salon chair and a little machine that you could use to give her twists. And this is like her original outfit, like the ruffled pink dress with a silver belt. Yeah, there's Tina. I stared at this for a while today, and I'm like, are these the same doll? But, you play with a doll, you wash the doll a bunch of times, you rub the doll's face a number of times. The makeup isn't as strong as it used to be. But yeah, I mean, sometimes there are differences just naturally, and it's the same doll. So that was 1984. No, no, 1982. Twirly Curls, I believe, is 1982. I mean, if you want to look it up, you could see, but that's what I remember. Okay, so this is a repro of Peaches and Cream. I did not have Peaches and Cream as a kid. I liked it. And I'm sure the repro has the same issue. I don't remember her face looking exactly like this, but it's fine. The outfit is pretty much exactly the same, and that's why, for the most part, I'm sure people want the repro. It's for the outfit. So that's Peaches and Cream. I don't think there's anything I'm missing that I was going to say. Oh, except this yellow dress. This is a Perfume Pretty Fashion. So this could probably still be found on eBay. I loved this tulle with the bows embedded in the tulle. I thought that was so nice. And then this one I got recently because I have a problem. But besides the fact of that, I liked this one because, all right, so this is called Walking Barbie. It actually is called Walking Barbie. Like, she doesn't, that's her claim to fame. She's walking. So you can move the legs and they make little clicking noises. So she's walking. But why I really liked it, at first I wanted to get it in the box. And it comes with her pushing a baby carriage with a baby inside. Apparently, Barbie's parents just had a baby, and she's out walking the baby. And she's in this park, and it looks so like unreal. Like there's a hill behind her, a grassy hill, and like a couple trees, and nothing else. She's walking on a path in the middle of this nowhere type of place. And I thought it looked peaceful. I thought I wanted to get it in the box, but I just didn't really want to get anything with a baby and a baby carriage in it. It's like, I don't know, if you get something and it's like something you really enjoy or you could relate to it, I couldn't relate to it. So I didn't want that necessarily. And there was something unsettling about it. Not the baby carriage aspect, but just the this is getting kind of, um, I wouldn't call it deep, but I'm taking it a little further when I say that the reason why it unsettled me a little bit is because this is like a 1999 doll. And I love it because it brings back the fashion of 1999 for me. You've got the camisole underneath a sheer blouse, which is still a look in my opinion. Um, like a straight pencil mini skirt. It's got some, sparkle embellishments. But yeah, that's the thing. I remember the camisoles, and everyone's wearing camisoles and layered camisoles and tank tops, and you'd probably have like a sheer cover up. And then I loved the platform, um, they're almost like saddle shoes, platform saddle shoes in purple. Loved it. But you know what unsettled me about it was, okay, so yes, I can remember that period of time. It takes me back to 99, the fashion of 99, but just the stillness in the scene, that was like the doll that I feel like came out and was the last doll that they really produced before 2001. So when I think of course, 2001, September 11th, you think of, the trade towers and the Twin Towers and the Trade Center and all of that, and how life felt different. And also, life just did feel different. Once 2000 hit, you were like, okay, things are kind of, the world didn't, the computers didn't crash. But yeah, it was like, this is the last doll before things changed. And so, I don't know, something about that, it just felt a little eerie to me. So I kind of didn't want the diorama of that. It's just a little unsettling. So I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense to anybody, but I wanted the doll, but I didn't want to take it too far. So there's that. And then, okay, so this is a doll before my time that I felt like I wanted to get. I'm not really that in love with it because I can't relate to it, but it's like a ballet Barbie. I'm not really a fan of her face sculpt, but yeah, I think she was from early 70s. I'd have to look it up. I don't know. She has little toe shoes. So she's fine. And then this doll, I'll just pan over. Tropical Miko. She is wearing that bathing suit. I wasn't sure where, which line it came from. And there was a line just called Tropical. So that is like the tropical Barbie bathing suit. So that's it. These are some of my favorite dolls. These are the ones that are my favorites. I mean, I'm sure I have a few other favorites, but like for sure, I never want to lose her. I let her go. Gosh, she's been with me almost all my life. Okay, this is the last set before I think I'm going to take another break. And then there will be 5 more boxes. And then that will be it. Well, okay, so this is interesting because this is a set of dolls that I probably have the least to say to describe them, even though repros are kind of popular. I don't know. I went through a phase. I don't know what was going on with me in like 2014, 2015, but I got like most all of these dolls in those 2 years. I was going through some things, I guess, and it was a good time. I don't know. Everyone was selling their dolls and they were selling them for little to nothing, and I just hopped on it. So this outfit, the navy blue with white polka dot ruffled shoulder top with the blue skirt. This was the outfit of Midge from Life in the Dream House, the Life in the Dream House Midge. I never got that doll, but I guess a lot of people were buying her and just selling the dress. So I was able to get the dress for like a few dollars on eBay, and I got 5 of the same dress. And then for some reason I wanted to get repros. So this is a Midge doll, and I'm sure this is just a regular late 80s Midge. Yeah, I'd have to look into it a little further to make sure, but she really does look like late 80s to me. And then she's got a Steffi face. So they carried that forward for the Life in the Dream House. And so I put her in the dress, but she's not the Life in the Dream House Midge. And I got her some fishnet stockings and some platform shoes. I loved these shoes. And I had a few different kinds. So shoes, platform shoes, like 90s style, more platform, I think they're called T-strap shoes. Another black platform shoes. I just loved these. I loved them so much. So I got that. And then I got, all right, so this is her dress, Midge Life in the Dream House outfit. And then I got some nude, and I think these are her glasses too. It came with the glasses, which I thought were really, really cute. So, all right, so then I got the nude repro. I think they're supposed to be 1959 style. And then for some reason, I wanted to get different hair colors of this. So, or different hair and hairstyles. So here's 1, here's 2, 3, 4, 5. I probably need to style her hair and spray it because that's a little bit messy looking. And I didn't have another outfit, so I just put her in something similar, which I think is a vintage repro. I'm not sure which dress this is exactly. This might be like a themed dress, like it's not like a date. I don't know the name of it. But it's been a while. I mean, it's been like, I mean, it's 2025 now, so it's been over 10 years since I've dressed these dolls. So I don't remember which pinafore set this is. But anyway, those are some of the 1959 repros that I have. They all have that side glance. Or she's kind of, yeah, sort of to the side. She's definitely to the side. Okay, and then these are the dolls that I don't even like. All right, so this is a Christie, I think. And I just put her in a dress with blue shoes. And this is, what is this? Princess and the Pea. I almost feel like this is the Princess and the Pea Barbie. I feel like her and her. No one likes these dolls because they are always, you could go to any thrift shop and find this doll. I don't know what's going on. I think maybe people don't like the fact that her eyes are purple. She's got purple eyes. I mean, I think she's pretty, but it is kind of a fussy doll to have on display. She's got like a heavy velvet jacket. And this doll too. Maybe people aren't really into the holiday dolls. I mean, people don't really want to display them year round or something. I don't know. But for a while, I don't know. I haven't checked in a while, but I just feel like I see her all the time. Anytime someone does a come with me to the thrift shop to look for dolls, I feel like she's always there. But I like her. I mean, I never display her really, but I'm glad I have her. I don't know. She's pretty, but it's just one of those things. I guess people don't really connect with it as much. All right, so then here, because I was going through a phase where I was trying to get every face sculpt that I could find pretty much, minus like the 70s and part of the 60s. These are Sun Lovin', Barbie, and Skipper. And they're Sun Lovin' because they have tan lines. There's also a Sun Lovin' Ken, but I didn't go that far. And then this doll, I love. It is from I want to say this is 1996, 1997. And I say that because I remember exactly when I bought it in a KB Toys in Philadelphia. when I was visiting my grandmother. It was a summer trip, and I remember thinking, I'm way too old to be buying a Barbie, but I love her. And she's got this beautiful aqua dress with matching gloves. So I have to do it. I have to get her. I cannot leave the mall without her. And that's our story. That's how we came to be together. And then a couple of fashion dolls. Because I was going through a lovely Patsy kick, and I just got as many lovely Patsies as I could. And now I'm done. No more lovely Patsies. Yeah, I love her. Even though I'm not a fan of the 90s Barbie face, I don't know, everything. I just love this doll. It's really well executed. The little choker necklace and everything. It's really cute. I wanted to make a correction to the doll that I said was the Princess and the Pea doll. I don't know. I could look it up, but I'm not going to. But some clues say that she just might be a Rapunzel doll. Maybe eventually I'll replace the twist ties with something nicer. But yeah, either Princess and the Pea or Rapunzel. I don't know. This is like the crown for sure. So if someone wants to look it up, maybe that'll help describe which doll it is. But I don't know right now. All right, I'm just going to keep filming until either the battery runs too low or I just can't take it anymore. But yeah, and it turns out there are 10 boxes. I miscounted. So we're on box 6 now. Um, I do have one more repro. I found it in this dress. You used to be able to get these dresses for like 20 dresses for $10. It was great. It was over 10 years ago. I think they were coming from China. They were kind of like manufactured dresses, and things were really cheap back then. But yeah, you can't find it anymore. And even if you do get Barbie clothes from overseas, now they're selling it, one piece at a time, and it's just not what it was. So anyway, this is another repro, and it's unfortunate because these dolls, this is probably why they're kind of back in the far back in storage, because I like these dolls, and they're beautiful, but I kind of find these to be kind of a snooze fest. I can't deny that. And I think it has something to do with relatability. If you're going to have a doll on display, there's something that you're aspiring to or it reminds you of, at least for me. And I'm not aspiring to wear a ball gown, and I'm not being reminded of wearing a ball gown. So this is almost like vintage Barbie collecting that I was never quite into. Um, I won't get rid of them though. I enjoyed styling them, but yeah, I'm not that into it, even though they're gorgeous. Like, I just don't know what to say. They're beautiful faces. I mean, these are gorgeous faces. They did an amazing job with these sculpts. I do like her, and I do like her 70s dress. I think that's fun. Like if I was gonna like try to make like sew a 70s outfit, I would probably try to base it on something like this so I can appreciate it. But I think this one is called Fairytopia. She's got like glitter on her skin. She's supposed to be a fairy. She might have come with wings. I don't know. This might be the Eliza Doolittle, My Fair Lady, Barbie. And of course I got all of these nude, and I dressed them all. So these aren't the original outfits. I think this is the Sugar Plum Fairy Barbie. This is the African American twirly curls Barbie from the 80s. She is somebody. It's going to come to me. Think, I don't know. It might come to me. I don't know if she was like supposed to be like a celebrity or TV doll in the back there. I can't remember. But yeah, so these are these dolls. pretty classic 90s style Barbies. Okay, more of these classic Barbies that I'm not all that excited about, but will not part with anytime soon. uh, let's see. I have three that I think are like, I kind of categorize them as like obnoxious 80s bride Barbies. Not like 80s brides were obnoxious or anything, but just the dresses were so fussy in the 80s. So I think this is kind of like a good example. Yeah. All she needs is like a headpiece, like an obnoxious headpiece with like Tool spray, and she'd be, you know, completely outfitted. And then this one, I just think of them as the brides. And then this one was a Kmart exclusive, I believe. And then these are the other ones. Just other dolls. She's wearing a Twirly Curls outfit. This is like a funny looking Snow White that I'm not really a fan of, but I think I keep because it's got like a movie accurate dress on. Um, so yeah, this lady kind of reminds me of a friend's mom back there. She's wearing a mini dress. And another 80s style Barbie. This is very classic 80s. Like even her eyes, they're not that detailed. I don't know if this is picking it up that well. But sometimes in the early 80s, there just wasn't much going on in their eyes. It was just like two-tone eyes. And there's a Teresa with red hair. And another doll that I thought was like a Rapunzel, but her hair's not that long. So I don't know. I have her in a Sleeping Beauty dress. This is actually the Calvin Klein Barbie. I always like this one. They gave her that classic 90s. I think she was modeled off of Kate Moss. That's why she looks like this. And then that one that had the teal dress that I got in the KB Toys. She has like the exact same face mold, but different coloring. And two more. This one I believe is either the Army or Air Force Barbie, and I put her in a dress with little dogs on it. And then this other random Barbie I probably got because she has brown eyes. And it's kind of rare. You usually see Barbie with blue eyes, but it's nice to have like light hair and brown eyes, some variety. Okay, so I'm gonna film this one last video before I take a break. This is very much like my sense of humor. So I have 3 cassettes from New Kids on the Block. I have buttons from New Kids on the Block. And more buttons from New Kids on the Block. And the dolls. And you know what's interesting? I'm not a New Kids on the Block fan. The reason why I have these dolls, I don't know if it's a good reason, but it reminds me of my friends from junior high. I want to give a shout out to Mary H and Jeanette M. I remember that time in 8th grade when you guys, I think it was 8th grade, 7th or 8th, when you guys skipped school to go to a New Kids concert in San Leandro and got caught. And that was interesting. But I admired that you guys did that. That was like, you got to seize the day. I mean, if they're going to be gone by like 5 p.m., you got to do something. So, anyway, it just brings back a lot of interesting memories. I remember when Janet had a birthday party and then she got upset and like just like went, she didn't lock herself in the bathroom, but she just like went in the bathroom and stayed there because someone else at the party said that they liked the same new kid that she did, and she had like posters all over the walls and on the ceiling, and she even had the bedding with their faces on it. And I just thought, wow, I was entertained. So I don't bring these dolls out very often. I don't look at them very often, but when I do see them, that's what I think of. It reminds me of you. It reminds me of my friends in junior high and high school, and how crazy this was. It's probably better to have crushes on guys that you'll maybe meet once backstage somewhere, but and instead of guys that you see 5 days a week at school. Maybe that's the best route. Keep yourself out of trouble. I don't know, but yeah, I was not into new kids. I was not into famous guys, but I could appreciate, how people were into it. And I always sort of looked on it, from afar, and I was amused. I was entertained, and I appreciate that. So I have the dolls to remember being amused by that. And I had to actually just look this up because I did not remember their names. So this is Jonathan, Joe, or Joey, as he was called by those who loved him. Um, Donnie, Danny. Unfortunately, Danny didn't have a lot of fans. It was between Jordan, I believe his name was. People were really into Jordan. If you wanted the bad boy, you were into Donnie. And everybody loved Joey. So that was my education in New Kids on the Block. And the lady that sold, I didn't get yeah, I gotta add, I did not buy these individually. I got all of this in a lot from a lady who apparently was a huge New Kids on the Block fan. She was a Boston babe. And she sold me this in a lot. And she gave me a pretty good price for it. So I just kind of hold on to it for the memories. Oh, and one last thing before I put these guys back in the box. If you turn them around, you can remember which ones had that stylish little piece of hair that they kept at the nape of their neck. So 2 of the guys didn't, but 3 out of 5 new kids had a ponytail. I wanted to tape a quick sidebar. Since I went on and on about the walking Barbie and how I felt kind of unsettled by it and I didn't want to get the packaging or get her in the box, this is going to look kind of funny because I'm taping a computer screen, but I was able to pull up the picture of walking Barbie in her packaging. And I just wanted to show what I'm talking about. Like, based on what the packaging usually is, especially when it's a diorama, I just find something so creepy about this. You have the spindly trunks of the trees in the background, and there's all this foliage, and it's like she's facing a downward slope, and then there's that one solitary tree, and it's like, where is she? Like, she's out in the middle of nowhere. It's like, it looks kind of dangerous because it's so isolated, and I don't know. And reading things left to right, it's like you're on like a downward, there's like a downward slope, and things just don't look right to me. So this is what I was talking about, the creepy packaging. And I don't know, maybe it's like hindsight is 2020, or you just kind of can infer things based on what happened. And there are probably people out there that know more details about, when the dolls came out and how long they stayed in stores and everything. But as far as I could tell, I'm right about this. This was like one of the last dolls that came out before things seemed to change, because then you had the Silkstones that came out in 2000, and they're different and they were more expensive. And then My Scene came out in 2002. And then you had Jam and Glam in 2001, and Fairytopia. So you started getting like the different hair colors, and it just it was different. It wasn't this style of Barbie anymore, just really what we were used to. So yeah, I kind of didn't want to get the packaging because that's what it would make me think of, like kind of heading like into this downward, on this downward like decline into the unknown. Like, I'm probably reading way too much into this, but the way that I look at things. I just, I like to let it make my mind wander. And it's like, where is Barbie going? She's like wandering off with this baby, and there's this huge open field, and, anything could be over that horizon. It just, I don't know. It's just, I just wanted to film this really quickly. That's what I was talking about. Okay, I think I'm gonna film one more thing after this on the computer. Oh no. Computer goes to sleep. Oh, there we go. Um, and then I'll get back to the regular live filming of the doll collection. But yeah, this is a doll that I wish I had in my collection. It's from the Barbie movie. It was the Simu Liu Ken doll. They did such a good job on him. And he started off like $80, and now this is the only one I could find online, and they want like 195, and even if it was free shipping, that's like a lot. But yeah, it'd be nice if they did a re-release of him. But I mean, I need to cut back. But yeah, I would have loved to have him in the collection. I didn't get any of the Barbie movie dolls. I just wasn't really interested. So, but yeah, I definitely would have liked to get him for like a reasonable price. Okay, last thing on the computer. I found the bedding that Jeanette had. This was the bedding. I remember going into her room. We're all like at the party. It's so funny. See, this is why I like having the dolls, because I look at the dolls and that entire party comes back to me. It's like I'm there again. I remember everything about it. Everything. The way the sky looked, what time it was, like the temperature of the air. Like I remember everything. So, yeah, this was the bedding. And she had a bunch of these posters all over the wall and on the ceiling. And I was like, well, first it made me think of a lot of things. Like number one, her parents were like really cool, because there's no way, like I wasn't allowed to have pictures of people on the wall, and definitely not pictures of boys on the wall. So, let's just say, hypothetically, even if I had a picture of a boy, it did not spend time at my house. That picture hypothetically would spend time at a friend's house under their bed or in their closet for about 4 years before I decided before we decided as a group, if that would happen hypothetically, that, it's been a while and I can't keep it. So what should we do? And maybe it should go to the person that it's the picture of. And I digress. But yeah, so I just was thinking, it's really weird that, well, it's not weird. I get it. But like, you can't do this with people in real life. You can't, find someone attractive and have their picture and then send it off to someone that does custom bedding and have them make you sheets with their face all over it. So I understand that. But I just think it's interesting that as long as it's like a mass manufactured product, you can get away with, putting people's faces all over your room and having their sheets and pillowcases. So, there goes my computer again. But yeah, I just saw that, and that was a very popular item. Apparently, there's only one left, and it's in one person's cart. So if you go to Etsy, you might be able to pick one up. I'm sure eBay has a bunch too. I found this other picture online of someone's room that was a New Kids fan, and yeah, Janet's room wasn't this intense. Take away like at least 50%, 50, 60% of all of this. But it was still a lot. And it's, that was a thing. People had a lot of memorabilia, and it could be like wallpaper. Okay, like very last thing on the computer about this for real now. Yeah, because I could just probably find more stuff, but I was looking. I like checked another photo online, and this is someone else's um, room. This is somebody's room. I don't know who this lady is. She's got a New Kids shirt on, and there's her bed with let's see if I could get like New Kid sheets and like so many pictures. And this isn't even like uncommon. This was like a common thing. Like people had so many pictures of the New Kids. Like I would be so scared if this was my room. I'd probably have nightmares. I think these pictures were just gonna like fall off the ceiling and the walls and like fall on me in the middle of the night. I wouldn't like that. This is too much. This is just too much. One large, tasteful photo is probably perfect. No, no. I mean, the whole concept is weird for me. I don't want to. I don't want to pass judgment. Do what makes you happy, but like, I'm kind of glad my parents had that rule because, like, this, whoa, Where did it start? Did she just have one photo and then she had two and then she had 100 and then she had 300 pictures? I mean, this is what was going on back in like 1989. Okay, I wanted to put the rest of the Kens in one last video here. I don't have enough Kaiser stands to put all the Kens up, and they're all pretty much in the same box, but these are the rest of the Ken dolls. So we have this one on the end. His name is Derek. He's from Barbie and the Rockers, 1986. The Hart Family Grandpa, 1985. Mod Hair Ken, I believe, is 1974. He came with like removable like different mustaches and beards you could put on him. This isn't my original one. I actually had him because my neighbor, when I was little, she was a teenager when I was still a kid, like under 10, and she gave me a lot of her dolls, and he was in that group of dolls she gave me. His clothes were always ill-fitting. I think their suits always are a little oversized on them. All right, so this is Ken from Barbie and the Rockers. He came with a lot of hair you could style. Hart Family Dad, Kiss and Cuddle, the red velvet outfit. Some other Ken, I don't remember. Definitely 80s. Don't remember where he's from. I think I got this in a lot, but looking at him now, he's not a Hart Family Ken, even though he's wearing the same outfit as Hart Family Ken. And then there was like bath time fun. He came with a smock, like a waterproof smock, so he could help bathe the kids and not get his outfit wet. And some other guy, I don't know his name, another 80s Ken, Alan from 1964, and some other Ken that I don't know. And then I just didn't want to get any more Kens. I was like, enough is enough. So yeah, okay, so random Allen fact. His name was spelled Allan in 64. 4 when he came out. And I think the story goes that Barbie, oh my God, goodness gracious, Barbie's like a real person. She is Ruth Handler's daughter who created um, Barbie. And anyway, Alan was the name of the guy. I don't know if I should share all this. Name of the guy that I think she was married to. She got married to a guy named Alan, Allan. And then in the late 80s, they came out with Alan again, but something had happened, and then they changed the spelling of his name to Allan. And he was like in the wedding party. He was supposed to be Midge's boyfriend. So that's what I know about the Kens, and that is the end of box number 7. The way I should film this when I'm not exhausted. I'm going to try to get through. It'd be nice if I could get through one more box, because this sort of feels never ending. Okay, so the way I had to stop myself from buying any more Skipper dolls face mold that came out around 1988. So Skipper, I think at a certain point I was just getting her because she had different paint colors in her eyes and slightly different hair colors, and I was like, this does not make sense. So I stopped that. And then her brunette friend is named, hold on. It is Skipper and Courtney. That's it. So I can't, some of the outfits probably aren't even right. Like, this is definitely a Barbie skirt, and I don't even know what that top is, but they don't go together. So yeah, I can't really tell you exactly which line they're from, but that's them. And then some other ones I just sort of got, I mean, they're beautiful. I think part of the reason why I'm not that into them too is because the outfits aren't great. These are just dresses I got so they'd be wearing something, but I'm not that into it. I guess if I keep this up and eventually get interesting outfits, I could change them, and then maybe I'd like the doll more. But right now it's just, they're just hanging out in something. Or another one of these super flimsy. I mean, you could totally see she's like translucent. I couldn't believe they were going that. I was like, how they can't get any thinner with the plastic. So I'm just going to hold on to this as an example of what it once was before they turned things around in the fashion doll department. And then this doll, let's see if I could get it good. She's wearing like a Gone with the Wind dress, which is really pretty. But this, I think, is, and her face, like, it's not really showing up that well. Her eyes are a little more detailed than, okay, let's see if I can get it. Okay, there. So that's what her eyes look like. I think that this one is Sweet Rose's PJ. The other one might have been a Nurse Whitney because they look similar, but yeah, her makeup's a little bolder. Her skin tone isn't as olive. I don't know. So I think that's Sweet Rose's PJ in a different outfit. And when I got her, she came like this. So someone dressed her up like this. Then another doll that I thought kind of had unusually large eyes for a Barbie. They definitely didn't stick with this. If they did this once, I don't think they did it twice. And I just put her in something. And this is Chelsea. I actually love this doll a lot. I think her expression is interesting. It's fun, you know. She looks like she's nervous and enjoying herself at the same time. So that's neat. She is friend of Jazzy, who is supposed to be Barbie's cousin. She was for a while. They brought them out because I can't remember which company it was. I want to say it's Hasbro, but I'm probably wrong. Somebody brought out a doll called Maxie, and then anytime another doll that's similar to Barbie starts taking off, um, Mattel has to come up with like a similar line. So to compete with Maxie, they came out with Jazzy. So this is Jazzy and Chelsea. And I wanted to get Maxie, but I never did. And then she just fell off the radar and you couldn't get her. And it was the same thing with Gem and the Rockers. That wasn't Mattel. And so Gem started taking off, and then Mattel brought out Barbie and the Rockers. So Mattel is always, not trying to lose any market share. Okay, so this is a Hart Family mom. I forget whose dress this is. It's probably not that important, but it's not a Hart Family fashion. It'll come to me later. I don't think it's that important. And then, okay, this is Native American Barbie wearing a fun time outfit, the pink version. So, those are the dolls of I'm hoping box number 8. I'm sort of losing track, but that's them. Okay, I'm going to try to do this with one hand. Supposedly, because I think I got this doll in a lot. This is a Sleeping Beauty doll, if I could get a good focus. Supposedly, her eyes open and close. Sleeping Beauty, 1998. And she has like a switch on her back that you flip up and down. And that's what controls the eyes. Yeah, I got her in a lot. I didn't specifically set out to get her. But yeah, so Sleeping Beauty. And then I wanted to get some red-haired dolls. Because like you have to like go out of your way to find, red-haired dolls if you're just looking for vintage Barbies. They're usually all just blonde for the most part. So I set out one time to just specifically look for redhead 80s and 90s dolls and found some. I like her. She's got like really big eyes comparatively. And they're all cute. They're all super fun. I like them a lot. This doll is so interesting to me. Her dress is like paper, but it kind of works. She almost looks like a cake topper. Like she doesn't really look like a real doll. She looks like a parody of a doll in a way. Like her hair is super stiff. I don't know if her makeup is coming across, but it's just very like super fussy Barbie. Which is fun. I love it. It's kind of campy in a way. Oh gosh, I was going to say something. I almost forgot. What was I going to say? All right, so Scarlett O'Hara Barbie, which, I like her. I think she's cute, but these aren't dolls that I really display. I'm never really a fan of dolls with rooted eyelashes. I feel like it makes their eyes look like you had to like really angle their head to see their eyes clearly. Otherwise, it's just like you get that blockage of just seeing their eyes. Yeah, oh yeah, I was gonna say about the first Black Barbie. I know that might be confusing for people that don't really research that or know much about it. It's not like she was the first African American doll that Mattel brought out in the Barbie line. I think the first African American doll they came out with was, her name was Francie. And she came out in 69, I believe. And then in 74, they came out with another one. Oh, they came out with Christy. So I think they were just sort of market testing it. Like they wanted to bring out more diverse dolls, but it was, the time period. And so they had to kind of do what they could. And they got feedback from people about ways to change the doll, and it was popular. And so I don't know if they ran into a lot of controversy or anything, but like by the time they released the first Black Barbie, quote unquote, in 1980, what it was they were giving her the name Barbie. She wasn't just a friend of Barbie. She wasn't just Christy or Francie. She was Barbie, similar to what they have today, where you could find Barbie in any ethnicity. She's called Barbie, so everybody could be the main character. Um, it's not like you just have to be like a friend of or anything. So, that's pretty neat. And I wasn't attending the lecture. It's like one of those things when I think about when my mom said that she went to that lecture. I kind of wish I, had footage of that because I'm sure that was really interesting. Coming from a perspective of that was attracting women to a debate that didn't grow up with Barbie. So Barbie was like kind of a new toy or a toy that came out when they were much too old, like they were older and they weren't playing with dolls. So to discuss, what's going on with this toy and it's getting pretty popular. Should we have this in our house? I think I would have loved to hear what people were saying because I think a lot of the controversy has died down. I think Mattel has addressed pretty much all of the criticism that I've ever heard them receive, and I think it's going pretty well. Tastes are changing. I'm sure their market research is leading them in the direction of where they are now, and it's working out for them. And, people would like to, have the high quality of like these dolls today. These are play line dolls. This is what you would have found in the store for a pretty reasonable price with a nice outfit, and that was normal. And now what we see today with like plastic clothes, and that wasn't the case. So collectors aren't too happy about it, but again, we aren't necessarily the target audience anymore. This is a toy for children. So, I think people are old enough to find what they want, and it's okay. Everybody will be okay. Okay, again, I am so glad that, well, it's not that big of a deal. The only thing I would have had to do is go online and look it up. But thankfully, I saved some of the packaging from one of these dolls. So I didn't mistakenly call this Barbie and the Rockers or something else because it's late and I'm tired. But it's actually Barbie and the Sensations. And I think before I called Gem and the Rockers, and it was Gem and the Holograms. So there's a correction there. But their names are Belinda, Bopsy, Becky, and Barbie. So I went to go look for some of these dolls. I did not have these dolls when I was younger. And just, not wanting to get them in the box, or maybe getting a box with one of my purchases and the doll not being in great shape or something like that. I ended up with three. What's her name? Bopsy. Now, Bopsy is Midge. Same exact face shape and mold. And I think I just went a little crazy. I was like, okay, I'm getting this one. She doesn't have a jacket. And I like her hairstyle. So I'm going to get her. And I love the like chartreuse, I think it is. Chartreuse green. And she's great, but she doesn't have the jacket. So I'm going to get her. And she's got the jacket, but oh, look, there's this one who comes with a really cool sweater and a skirt, even though she does not have arms. It's like, but she's in the sweater, so you can't tell she doesn't have arms. That's what I'm saying. I'm not all that fussy when it comes to if I like something about the doll. I'm not like, oh, it has to be perfect. I'm like, oh, I'll work with it. I'll figure it out. So these dolls, the reason why, you could see she's got discoloration on her legs. It was something that had to do with the materials in the rubber. So a lot of the dolls from this period, which I believe are 1988, have this problem. Which is why I probably put them in stockings. Because you'd probably see a bunch of like funny discolorations all over the place. So that's it. I don't think that this doll, she has tinsel in her hair. I forget which one she is. She's not really Barbie from Barbie and the Sensations. Again, another time when I was just like, okay, this is enough. I'm not actually going to spend the money for the doll in the box that hasn't been opened, but I'm getting all these little dolls here and there that have issues. And I mean, the doll is old, the jacket's starting to fall apart, it's not going to be perfect. Even if you get it in the box, quote unquote new on the box, I think a lot of these sleeves have disintegrated at this point. So I think that this doll is actually the actual Barbie from Barbie and the Sensations. This doll, I think, is from 91. I don't remember her name. If you're curious, just maybe search for Barbie tinsel in hair 90s and it should come up. And so, yeah, here's the other dolls. This doll is Belinda, but she's got the Christy face. And this doll is Becky. And I don't remember her name. I don't think she didn't pop up that much. She doesn't, well, you know who she looks like? She looks a lot like Tropical Miko. So maybe she's a Miko sculpt? Maybe? Yeah, I don't really remember her being named because she didn't really show up in a lot of the lines. She'd like come up every now and then. And then this fun Barbie I like again. So, that's it for Barbie and the Sensations. Okay, no. I was about to say halfway through box 9. No, we're just starting box 9. But I'm happy about that because after box 9, last box 10, and then the only thing I would really be interested in filming after that are 2 doll houses, and that will be it. Oh, yeah. Claudia, when you requested the doll video, I was happy to hear it, but I was also inside I was like, because I knew it wasn't gonna be some, you know, only take an hour. It's just no. But I think it's fine too because this is good for me to have this video, and then if I ever want to see my dolls, I don't have to actually take the boxes out and go through them and go through all that. So I'll be able to watch it back and look at things and, make notes if I need to or whatever. So it's good. It's good to do this. So I'm glad you requested that. All right. So beginning of box 9. I am realizing through this process that I have 3 Rapunzel or 2 two and a bit of a Rapunzel doll because this is the same doll that was in the Rapunzel outfit, and then I found out that I also have another one of those Midge Life in the Dream House dresses, which I love. I could have put it on that other repro, but for some reason I didn't, and I'm just going to leave it the way it is. I actually sprayed that doll's hair today, so eventually towards the end I'll bring her out and show that she's been cleaned up. And I say two and a bit because when I bought a lot once, sometimes like I said, you get really weird things. Like people will send you extra stuff, and someone just sent me a head, like a Barbie head. It turned out it's her head. So I guess if I had like a body without a head, I could try to rebody her, but I usually don't do that. And so in the meantime, she's just hanging out in the box with the other dolls. All right, so this is an Esmeralda doll. Again, a doll that I didn't pay for. She just sort of showed up um, in a box of stuff, and somebody just gave it to me. And it came with some clothes, and I just sort of made do. It had some sparkly fishnets and a scarf with some gold coins on it, and I just tried to come up with something. And then in the back, there's a, if I could get it to focus a little bit better. That's in the back. Oh, man. Oh, that's Britney Spears in like a makeshift outfit. So, yeah, like these dolls, sometimes I just try to put them in something, you know, just get them in something. I love this dress. Oh, I love it. Her legs are turning gray, but that's why she's probably in a long dress. And I enjoy it. It's like a metallic, it almost has like a liquid look, fuchsia with like a silver panel on the side. Again, another one of these dolls. I still don't remember what her name is. Most of these don't have names, they're just dolls I have, non specific dolls. This is a Snow White that has tinsel in her hair. She's not my favorite, but if I want to bring out the Disney dolls that I have that are kind of, oh, she's a ballerina too. That are just kind of, not that fancy, not that can't be touched too roughly. She's part of the group. And another redheaded Barbie from the 80s. I just put her in a dress. Another doll. Like, I really wanted her, and then I was like, when I got her. I think I liked her for the striped top she's wearing. It reminds me of a fashion that they have Barbie in now, and I just thought I'd get it. And this is like a doll from the 70s. Yeah, their rooting was always kind of unfortunate. They went through a period in the 60s and 70s where I think they looked a little bit rough. But again, I can't really judge it because it's not my time. Not of my time. Another doll, I just kind of put some things on. Kind of like one of those cheap Dollar General dresses. And a jacket and some odds and ends. Another flimsy, lovely Patsy that I just sort of keep around. And then Crystal Barbie. The Barbie isn't Crystal Barbie. It might be though. This actually might be the African American Crystal Barbie in the original outfit, which I always liked as a kid but never had. She has her ring. I don't know if she has earrings, but yeah, there she is. Maybe I'll get a closer look of her in a second. Yeah, Crystal Barbie still has her earrings. Yeah, she's really pretty. Okay, I have a lot of thoughts. I want to just say I respect this doll. I have a lot of respect for this doll. I loved this TV show. This was like one of my favorite TV shows. If you can't tell who this doll is, it's because they didn't do a great job on her sculpt. And I don't really like it. I love the doll, but I never wanted to really look at her because she could have been designed better. But one thing I do love is that even after all these years, since 1985, her battery is still working. This is my original gem doll, and she was produced by Hasbro in 1985. Obsessed with the show. I still have the opening credits saved to my favorites on YouTube because I just love to hear it. I love to hear the song, and oh, it's just so perfect. But the dolls, why? Hasbro, why? The huge head, I mean, I don't know. Just something's off about it. One thing that was good about it though is I think they is her hair changing colors? Okay, let me turn off her earrings. It's probably like distracting me. This doll could be put like her hair. You know what? I think I'm learning something right now. Her hair used to be pink, and I think that the dye faded. That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay, here's what's crazy about it. She was a double character. Anybody that knows the show knows that Jem was also Jerrica. Jerrica had a blonde bob. Jem had long pink hair. And I don't know how I missed it in the show or if they always had her wearing a hat or no. She had Synergy, and Synergy was like this magical computer that would change her back and forth in a second and stuff like that. But anyways, the doll, you could pull up the pink hair and then she would just have blonde hair. So then she would be Jerrica. You could put her in the Jerrica outfit. So she was a 2-in-1. So she was just kind of bulky. She couldn't wear Barbie's clothes. I mean, I love the spark, the flashing earrings. I think that they should still have that. They just, came out with like a tribute doll to this. Looks nothing like it. Does not have any sparkling or flashing earrings or anything, but it, I wasn't gonna get it. I was like, no, no. I have the original. I have my original gem, and that's good enough for me. Now, I say that like, like I'm beyond it, but I'm. It's not that I'm beyond it. I know. I have enough self awareness to know that I'm not beyond it. It's just that I don't like her proportions. I don't like her proportions then. I don't like them now. I think that even though I don't think it's being made by Hasbro anymore, if somebody wants to have a successful gem line, they need to make it closer to Barbie proportions. She's got to be able to wear Barbie's clothes. I think that's just the way things are. I know there's a lot of dolls out there now that can't wear Barbie's clothes and they do okay, but most people look at Jem as like a fashion doll. And she didn't really have a lot of fashions. And she couldn't swap clothes with Barbie. So it was kind of like, it didn't really work out. And also, I think they would do well if they changed her proportions. They gave her a smaller head, made her a little shorter, and brought her out in the set with the other girls. Like, made it let's see, maybe a 5 set, bring out Synergy too. Like just a doll set, and I'd be really interested to take a look at that. But yeah, that's Jem. I like her. Every time I see her, I'm just disappointed that her proportions aren't different, but that's okay. I still am excited at the fact that her earrings light up, and that's fun. Okay, so I said there was more Heart Family, and we're finally at the more Heart Family. Okay, so these 4 dolls: Heart Family Mom, Heart Family Grandma, Heart Family Mom, and Mom, and Mom. Heart Family Kids. Not a Heart Family kid. This was a baby that came out, Barbie baby, in the early 60s for Babysitter Barbie. This is her apron. Okay, so yellow dress. That is surprise party. The grandma. I put her in a different dress, but I have her holding her original dress so I don't lose it. And then kiss and cuddle. Heart Family Mom. The original Heart Family Mom outfit. And then another one that I got, her eyes were wonky. I tried to fix them. It didn't really work that well, and I just put her in a dress. And then another lovely Patsy. I think this is, I want to say 91, but I'm probably wrong. Whatever Dance Party Barbie is, I think this is the Dance Party Midge character, but they gave her a different name. And I just put her in like a paper dress and some clear shoes. And then Chelsea and Jazzy again, which I checked. They are made by Hasbro. So I just love her face. Every time I see her, I just find it so endearing. I should display her more, but I usually just keep her, in the box. But yeah, that is the end of box 9. I wanted to make a quick correction. It's not Dance Party Midge. I think she's the collection of Dance Club Barbie. Yeah, where they were like a bunch of dolls that looked like they were supposed to be clubbing. And I actually did have Dance Club Barbie as a kid. I don't have her anymore. I loved her. And you know what? I kind of want to get her again, but I won't because just personal story. She was, very early 90s. She was wearing something, an outfit that looked like it was 80s to go clubbing. And by the time I was clubbing, nobody was dressing like that. So it's just kind of like, I can't really use that to be like a memory. Okay, I thought I'd close this out with the 3 of us. Um, this is all of box 10. Box 10 didn't have a lot of dolls in it, so I'm happy about that. We could get through this pretty quickly. Um, like a year or so ago, maybe 2 years ago, I saw this doll, and for some reason, she reminds me of Elizabeth. Elizabeth doesn't have teal hair. Um, she doesn't dress like this. But I don't know. There was something, I don't know. I feel like she captures Elizabeth's sense of fun. So for a while, I was posing her with this doll that I think of as being my stand in. And we could hang out in matching teal outfits. And I was like, well, I would love to find a doll that looks like Claudia, but I haven't been able to. This one is just going to have to do for now. I know she doesn't look like you, and you don't have short hair like this, but I don't know, she's kind of tall, and she's got dark brown hair and lighter brown eyes. Let's see if I could get a closer look. Yeah, I mean, she doesn't, you don't resemble, she doesn't resemble you, but I think it'll have to do. I mean, this is all just taking liberty and license and just going with it, the spirit of things. So, the 3 of us hanging out, closing out this portion of the video with the dolls. What's left with the dolls? So, without further ado, this is the X-Files Barbie. Yeah, I don't remember if she was Mulder or Scully, but she's one of those. I know there was someone in high school that was obsessed with the X-Files. They would talk about it all the time, and I didn't really pay attention. That's well, not to the point where I remembered her name. um this is a discolored 70s Barbie with a stuffy face. She looks kind of scary, but she's really really pretty. And then I've got 2 fashion dolls in vintage 80s McDonald's outfits. They were selling those as fashion packs back in the 80s. Then back there, I have a couple out of the box. I thought I'd gotten rid of these, but I'm glad I didn't. They were the ones that I had in box of the Barbie Brooklyn and Barbie Malibu in their, oh goodness, I can't remember the name of that show. They were in a special show together, but it's okay. I don't remember. And if you go back in the video, it's probably on the box, but it might be It Takes Two or something like that. Then there's that holiday Barbie again with lavender eyes. I have her in a different outfit. And then I have another cutie reveal. That's a unicorn. I really like this one. They're fun. And they come with like a little figurine. And I have like a little Barbie sleeping cat. And then I have another one of the Calvin Klein Barbies back there. And a Millie Barbie with a Mickey necklace, Mickey Mouse necklace on. I like that she has her little 80s logo shirt. Millie sculpt, and she's got lavender hair, lavender and blonde hair. So that was fun. Another Barbie from probably late 80s. And then I have this Barbie who I had to fix and super glue her head back on, but then it worked out because she was a good model for that 30th anniversary Midge dress. So I put her in that huge dress, came with a boa and a corsage and everything. And then this is like talking Barbie. At some point, you know, when computers were starting to come around a bit more, she came with like a CD-ROM, and you were supposed to plug her in, and then she was supposed to talk her jaw moves and everything. So she doesn't work anymore because, of course, your computer would still have to be compatible with whatever that was at the time. But yeah, that's what she looked like. I got her nude in a box with, you know, I didn't go looking for her. She just sort of, I knew someone that got a bunch of stuff she was going to use for an art project, and there were some dolls in there, and she gave me some of the dolls. So she came in that pack, and I really can't believe it. But I think this is the end of the dolls. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through the videos and count, and then probably when I go through the doll houses, which will be next, I'll probably try to film that sometime this week, then I'll have a count of how many dolls there are. So, great idea, Claudia. I'm glad I got through it. All right. Yeah, the houses are next. Okay, it's a few days later. I was just setting this up, and I was momentarily kind of confused. I was like, where's all the pieces? And then what's like, there's extra pieces. What's going on? Because I have two sets in one. I guess at some point I got the soda shop and put it in the ice cream shop box, and clearly I realized I needed to stop because I don't have that much room for everything. And this is it. I wasn't going to show these dolls because they're duplicates and they came in 2 packs anyway. But a few summers ago, I got them and just wanted to have some extra dolls for some reason. Like, I didn't have enough dolls. I needed to get like 4 more fashion dolls. So I just put them in something and tried to pretend like they were a singing group or something. So this will help me in the video with the count. So I just wanted to film them quickly, and then I'll put them away. Over here. Move these guys. Yeah, setting this up takes a little bit of time. All right. And this doll she's still got her little smock on from when I was hairspraying her because she was kind of messy when I took her out of the box because I had never gotten around to hairspraying her hair. And that's all you have to do is just get some hairspray and it works fine on them. So now she is cleaned up a bit. Okay, this is another Cinderella doll from around 2015. She came out around the same time as the live action movie. I put her in a different dress, and she has something in the packaging was attached to the box. You could press a little button and her dress would light up. It still works, but I took out the batteries. So, yeah, it says, try me. Gown and glass slippers light up. So, if you're looking for that version, she's a light up version. And yeah, so I just changed her dress and made sure I disconnected all the little LED lights and then put them under the new dress so I could still have that same effect. And I will move her. And I wanted to talk about the stands for a second. I've been using 2 different kinds of stands. I just wanted to film this because I haven't seen anybody in a video, there's probably one, but I haven't ever seen anyone talk about the differences in the stands. These little plastic stands are good if you just want to have a light doll, like just a regular doll with standard Barbie proportions, because it'll clip onto the waist. It's got, the right size to do that, and it's sturdy enough to hold these dolls in place, and it's secure. It's fine. I'm like, I haven't posed her the way I want. But anyway, so, and it comes with a clear base. You could get these on eBay, usually for about 20 stands each, for about under $15, including shipping. So that's pretty good. So you could get a lot of these. But these are metal stands. These are called Kaiser stands. And therefore, if you have a doll, like I had the toddler Barbies that were 13 inches, and a Ken doll that has a wider waist, the Kaiser stand is what you want to get for that, because that'll hold them up. They're more expensive, but if you've got a bunch of regular dolls, then you don't need to get Kaiser stands for them. You could just get regular little flimsy doll stands on eBay that look like this in a lot, and they'll work just fine. I wanted to, every time I start a new video, I want to correct the things from the previous videos, because that's going to be a lot easier than trying to go through in editing and like put stuff on the screen. So that pink dress that I said it wasn't really that important, I didn't remember where it was from. That was from a doll called Angel Face Barbie. The Crystal Barbie is from 1983, and that one Ken that had facial hair at the end, that was Shaven Fun Ken. So I didn't have Shaven Fun Ken as a kid. I just, at the time, when I was getting those dolls, I was just trying to get, as many different face molds as I could. So that's why I ended up with him. But I don't really know much about him. I think maybe you put ice on his face and then his beard disappears or something like that. So, yeah. All right, so let me just say a little bit about this set. At first, I was like so proud of myself. I'm like, oh, like this is an accomplishment. I recognize that this is from 1986 because this skipper on the box was not yet discontinued, and we've got Fun Time Barbie in the back. And then I noticed over here, if you zoom in, it actually says 1986 on it. So, I would have had a cheat sheet a little bit with that. So, yeah, it came with, I guess if this was like a real place, they'd have a huge sign telling you what flavors are available. And this is not part of Ice Cream Shop here. This would be part of Soda Shop. It came with like hot dogs and French fries and condiments, and this was actually supposed to be a working ice cream maker. I guess you would take this apart and stick it in your freezer if you had room for this in your freezer. And then it came with like spoons, and you could, apparently, let's see what this kid is doing here. She's actually having ice cream out of what were the chairs. Like, I don't have another chair in the table. I used to have the umbrella, but it warped so badly. It was just, oh goodness. I did something. Okay, I think I fixed it. Let me just end this so I know it's okay. No, it's fading. Something was happening with my color settings. Okay. Yeah, these are pretty huge. Like, I was thinking this morning, I was like, oh, you know what I could do? I could set up like two houses on the table at the same time. No, 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 no. No, no. I can't even like fully set up this set. I have stuff that I didn't put on this. But it's fine. It's fine. This is good enough. But yeah, they're huge. So it's one of those things, like if you have stuff like this, do you just have like all this space? Because there's no way to just keep this up all the time. You really have to put it away. Um, at the most, I might keep it up for like a month, but that's just because it's, in an attic space. But then you have to put it away. And it's a lot to kind of re Jenga it a little bit into the box, and then get the box into a storage tote, and there's other stuff in the tote. So yeah, I don't know. It's just the way things are. um yeah, so let me details. Little vintage phone. Those were everywhere. I don't think they're Barbie related, but I always had these little phones that I would just keep with Barbie stuff. Um, Little miniature ice creams, a calculator. This shirt used to not look like this. It used to have like Mickey was winking, and I didn't like it. And we'll talk about that soon. And I just sort of got some paint and just painted another eye on him and cleaned up the areas around the eye where it was like the little blinking lines. And that, I think, is um her. So she's on a Kaiser stand because her outfit is so bulky. It just doesn't really fit that well on the other stand. And last thing, not a doll. Of course, of course. I couldn't pass this up. And if they're going to have soda, so am I. Just kidding. I couldn't pass this up. Because, again, I'm working on this. This is a thing. I'm working on it. I think I'm getting better. So Barbie a few like last year came out with this. And I think you could still find it in stores, but it's probably gonna be gone in a couple more months. Because anytime something works, Mattel is like, okay, we got to do it too. So, the Stanley cups are so huge. Barbie's like, we gotta incorporate beverages and like these large handled mugs into our line somehow. So they started selling something called Barbie Pop Reveal, and there was a doll in here. And then you press the button, and then the top comes off, and the doll pops out. And I didn't want the doll. I just liked the mug. I liked the colors, of course. It was fun. And so I just sort of keep that. I don't keep that in storage. I actually like looking at that. So I kind of keep that one out and about. But yeah, I don't have a Stanley cup. I tried it. It had disastrous results for me because apparently I have a very sensitive nickel allergy. So it threw off the peristaltic motion in my throat, so I couldn't really my esophagus was affected by that. But that's okay. I could still join in on the fun because I have this one, which isn't functional, but I still enjoy to look at it. And yeah, it looks like a party. It's It's very lively looking. So, um, festive, I guess is the right word. So that's it for this. I'm going to move on and set up um the other two houses, the last two houses. I hesitate when I say that because okay, so there's another there's a couple other houses. One is a huge dollhouse that someone built for me, which I was very, very happy about. That was a very lovely thing. And I'm hoping one day they will build me another house because I have the kid. And they did a great job. But the houses I'm talking about are okay. You'll see. You'll see. Okay. You'll see. But there are other houses, but they okay. I don't think I need to go into this right now. But I do want to just sort of finish my thought so it's just not a cliffhanger here. Okay, the dollhouse that was built is a traditional dollhouse, so it wouldn't fit the Barbies anyway. If anything, it would fit the Dazzle dolls and G.I. Joe, of which I have. I'm not counting this in the total though. I'm only counting dolls that are Barbie 11.5 inches, 13 inches. And Dazzle never was out of control. I only had like 20 Dazzle dolls, and they're tiny. They're tiny, so it doesn't matter. It's okay. You can fit that in like two handfuls of dolls. I mean, and I'm not getting any more, so it's fine. So that doll house is for smaller dolls, a traditional doll house. The kind of dollhouse that you would find at Dollhouses, Trains, and More in Nevada, which sadly is gone, and it's bad. You know, I'll be honest. I could not afford anything from Dollhouses, Trains, and More anyway. They were very high, but I appreciated their selection. So I used to go walk around and admire everything, and it was nice. And I hope they do have an online presence because I would like to still look at their stuff. So that's one of the doll houses, and which I always wanted one. So I'm glad I have it. Maybe I'll show it at the end. It's in plastic, so I'm not going to take the plastic off, but it'll give you a idea of the scale. And there's no, it's like heavy. I could probably get it up here, but I just no. It's gonna stay where it's gonna stay. And then one day, see, this is like it takes me years to do this, so this is why this is like a hobby. um, that one I could probably put in wallpaper. It's just it's a whole thing, and I am not ready. I'm not there yet. So that's it. And was there another dollhouse? That I think okay, if there's another dollhouse, I could show it because it's really lightweight. So, all right, maybe I'll show all right, three doll houses and one doll set. That's sort of like a dollhouse. Okay. Okay, I wanted to zoom in on this so I could see it and it would be clear to see. This dollhouse is from 1966. It says 1966 Mattel Incorporated Barbie Skipper, Francie, Tootie, Barbie, and Skipper's tiny sister. Chris and Casey are the trademarks of Mattel Incorporated for its dolls. And I got this dollhouse just out of the blue one day. I don't have any connection to it, but it was being sold really cheaply. I think I got this for like under like under $30, including shipping. Somebody was just, I guess, wanting to give it away and, not really caring how much they got for it. I mean, it's not really something that I see come up or people talk about. People really focus on the first dollhouse, which I'm going to show soon. But this is actually, Not too fond of the artwork, but at the same time, it's a very good representation of the artwork at that time. That's just kind of what was going on. Like certain eras have specific styles that you could really tie to the time. You'll see with the other dollhouses a little clearer. I wish I had better examples, but this is what I've got. Now, I don't really remember what this dollhouse looks like on the inside, because I usually just keep it in plastic near a little cot up here, and it's usually almost under the cot, so I never really look at it, because I don't, like I said, the artwork isn't something that I'm super attached to. And if it looks blurry, it's actually because the artwork itself is blurry. I was trying to get it clearer, but this is what it really looks like, which is another reason why I probably wouldn't want it on display. It's just not the sharpest thing I've ever seen. Okay, so again, it had like a plastic roof. It's cracking. I put some tape on it. So let's open it and see what's going on in here. Okay, so it folds out. Okay, so here's the 60s artwork. Okay, so I made some notes. So the furniture they were using wasn't that great. Very flimsy plastic furniture, but definitely the artwork. If you've ever seen, I don't know what year that came out. If somebody wants to look it up, or they can if they're interested. So this folds out too. So this is the bedroom. Okay, so now I'm seeing the 60s artwork. This is the style. Okay. This is the style. And then they have family portraits on the wall. Barbie, Tootie, Chris, which you don't really hear about them so much anymore. Skipper, Casey, and Francie. Even though Francie came out as an African American version, she was also Caucasian as well. So this is the artwork. But I was gonna say, I like the style, the very mid 60s. She's got some pennants on the wall. What does that say? Date with Ken. Saturday. Okay, so she's reminding herself. She gets it down at the dressing table, and birthday party for Tootie and somebody. Okay, interesting. My hat, some books. What's that? Powder, cream, a brush. So yeah, see, this is why I like stuff like this. I may not display it, but like I feel like it's a good representation of like the art style of the time and what people considered would be like an ideal bedroom for a girl, or like, to an extent. So the sheet pattern has like flowers on it. But yeah, I was gonna say there's like a bird on the house, and like the 60s were so funny. They would do this like in their artwork even before movies, like movie credits had artwork like this. So the movie I'm thinking of is the Sandra Dee movie If a Man Answers with Bobby Darin. They had a lot of this style of I don't know what you call this. I'd almost call it like stick figure, very simple, just random drawing type artwork. And this was considered like what people enjoyed seeing. It's very indicative of the time. That's a good movie too. I love that movie. That's one of my favorite movies. If a Man Answers, with Sandra Dee and Bobby Darin. I just love her as an actress. There's so much to say. She actually struggled with anorexia. The reason why she looks so thin in that movie, but she said she used to only eat an apple a day, and it shows. So don't do that. I'm not saying that's a good thing. That's not a good thing. You know, I don't think it's good for you anytime, but when you're a kid, I feel like you get away with a lot more, and when you're older, There was, I wish I could remember her name. I think her first name was Martha. She's a comedian. She's like, yeah, if I'm older and I'm going to waste away, I want it to take a long time. And, it's kind of a sad thought, but in a way, it's true. Like, you definitely don't want to run the risk of becoming frail just for what? I don't think we have different priorities. But, anyways, this is the dollhouse. And it's like here I am, I'm like all drawn into it, and I think it's great. The scale is pretty nice. It's easy to it folds up. I think they did a great job on it, but for some reason I just never really pull it out and look at it. Let me see. I have some notes here. Okay, how much I paid for it and okay. Vintage mod era TNT World of Barbie house for Skipper, Francie, and Tootie. Okay, that is Barbie's house from 1966, which is the same year as the Color Magic Barbie that I had the reproduction of. So that would have been the same year that she came out. Okay, this next dollhouse is for the Dazzle Dolls. It was from 1981. See if I can wait, zoom out. It was called Dazzle City. And I cannot believe it. This actually came in so handy, just trying to set this back up. So this is what I set up. It came with 4 little play areas. One is one Dazzle Drive, which I guess is or the doll's house. Then it came with a beauty salon. Then it came with a dinner club. She's all having dinner at the very fancy dinner club. And then there's a Dazzle dance hall. So you see this and you get excited about what life is going to be like, and then it turns out no, you're not living that life. You're not living like your character on Dynasty, which is probably where they got these ideas from. Okay, so can you believe that back in 1983 this set was selling for $10.99? Yeah, you're not going to get anything like this for $10.99 anymore. It's just inflation, and you're probably also getting a house for a very decent price as well. Well, we won't talk about that. So anyway, because that's depressing. All right, so this is pretty much what I'm going to show you. I pulled the other Dazzle doll back out. I don't even think I have her out of the box. I think I wanted to get her out of the packaging, and I never got around to it because she was so hard to find. And then she's just a little bit pricey now. She used to be $3.77, which is infuriating because it's like, oh, but now if I want her, she's like close to $40. And I was like, yeah, I do want her because, she's like the only African American character. Let's see, I do have some packaging I could show you of the characters because I do have but I tried to get all of these. Let's see if I could focus in. Okay, so a lot of them looked almost identical. If I had the actual dolls out, I'd probably be able to show you even more clearly. But as you could see from the artwork, there was like one brunette. There was, no, 2 brunettes. And the rest were blonde. And they're all the same size. So the way you could tell them apart mainly was, well, if they weren't in great shape, you just had to do your best, honestly. Because if they're not in their outfits, then you're just kind of like, okay, I've got a brunette that has a little slightly more reddish hair, and you kind of try to work it out, but it's not serious. So they had dazzling names like Diamond and Crystal and Glisten and Rhinestone, Glimmer and Spangle and Glossy and Dazzle. And those are the only ones I would find. I know they had a knockoff version. I don't remember their names. I don't want to, we won't go into that. So, yeah, that's what their packaging looked like. They had a few fashion packs, but they didn't last that long. They were definitely gone um, by the late 80s. And I think I have the horse. This is why I have this packaging. I got Blaze, so he's somewhere in storage. So, yeah, very early 80s feeling dolls, especially. No, she's not. I have one that has like the most retro looking 70s outfit on. But, anyways, I digress. So, there's Spangle in the packaging. She's pleasant looking. They all look the same, basically. I mean, she has a different skin tone, but the other dolls look exactly like her in the face, same mold, and I recently got some stands for them. I found someone selling their stands. So, okay, so that's Dazzle. I don't want to spend too much time on this because this isn't like the 11.5-inch dolls, but I wanted to give you a closer look at the artwork. So this is the first one. And maybe I shouldn't have set this up because then it would be easier to see what's in there. Let's see if I could do it this way. So that was their living room scene. And again, like great ideas for like what was considered nice furniture or a nice style of furniture for the time. And a little spray of flowers in the vase. And then they had like this little tiny, tiny furniture that came with a set. And then this is their beauty salon. So you go from your elegant home to the beauty salon. Oh, gosh. And, you know, what are you going to do? Okay. Go to your job and then go to the barn and then go take the trash out. No, you want to, think about nice, fun things. So here's the salon. Then you'd go, after the salon, you'd go to the dinner club. Very nice. I love the lattice in the background. Reminds me of pictures of like the Beverly Hills Hotel. I've never been there, but apparently that was like one of their design themes. That lattice in the green. There's that. That's what it would look like if you're going into the dinner club. And then afterward, dinner and dancing. So you go to the Dazzle Dance Hall. And that's, I don't know if I could get any closer there. So that's the dance hall. They have like looks like they have a carousel horse in there for some reason. But yeah, that kind of gives me 70s vibes. But definitely in 1981, you're going to still have some 70s vibes. So that's sort of one of the, I don't think this is a doll house, but a doll set. Dazzle City. Okay, one last thing about the Dazzle dolls is that height-wise, they pair really well with G.I. Joe. So if you want to have a, or like the vintage G.I. Joe, if you want to know how tall they are, G.I. Joe is like a little bit taller than them. They look like they're the same scale. So I keep them together and maybe, goodness, in a little while, I'll just pull out the bag of them if I could access it quickly and just show you a few of them. But next, I want to show the first Barbie Dream House, 1962. I am not a fan of this. You can find this online pretty easily. I don't think many people like it because, all right, for me, I was thinking about this earlier. It's not so much a dream house as it is a dream studio apartment if you were trying to rent in like the Bronx in 2007 and you were being charged like $700 a month, this would probably be like a dream studio. But yeah, and all the boxes are in rough shape. Like nobody has this in good shape. It just did not hold up. So it looks like this. And the top says, let's see, teenage fashion model. So I will open this one next, but maybe if I could grab the Dazzles, I'll just show you that before we get into the house. It's good I've been trying to put these back as I go because if not, this would have really turned out to be a mess. This isn't the best angle, but it's fully in plastic. I didn't realize how much plastic I had put on it. You could see the shingles though through the plastic. I want to get a different cover for it, but that's gonna take some time to think about. I figure once I really want to start doing stuff with it, then I'll figure out a new cover. But yeah, I don't know if it's visible. It's not really visible. Okay, I'm not counting these. These are a bag of GI Joes that I got from someone years ago. And I'm talking years ago. We're talking like pre 2010, late 2000s. And it was funny. I remember, I'm not sure what it was, but I had taken some pictures, and somebody I know, I think, posted the pictures on some kind of social media, and it was of the dolls because of the dollhouse. So this is a long time ago, and I don't know what kind of social media it was or what it was because I wasn't doing that at the time. But it was funny because I guess there was something called tagging. Like the computer automatically wanted to tag who was in the picture. So the picture was of the GI Joes, and it would would always bring up a close up of their face and be like, "Who is this?" It was like that's not a real person. So yeah, I don't know what we did about that. It wasn't a big deal. It was just something, but the computer wanted to know the identity of these people. It's like they're not real. They're GI Joe. We're not posting pictures of real people. We're posting pictures of GI Joe and Dazzle Dolls. Anyway, yeah, I think it was just for, people that knew us anyway. But it was like, yeah, so as you can see, all right, so here's some of the Dazzle dolls. This is a knockoff Dazzle doll. I'm going to try to get the name of this by the next segment of the video. But yeah, they're roughly around the same size as GI Joe, and they're the right size to go in that dollhouse that's under plastic. So eventually, if I work on that dollhouse, some of them might go in there. But that's just it's almost like a puzzle. I think doll collecting is like working out a puzzle. There's like something missing, or you find something and you go on the hunt for it and you learn various facts about it. So yeah, she's not a Dazzle doll. She's not even like a knockoff Dazzle doll. I don't know who she is, but it's just everybody looks basically the same. So I try to get a few that don't look like the same person in just different outfits, kind of make things look interesting. And so yeah, whoever sold me the GI Joes, they're not like in great shape. A lot of them have like battle injuries, I guess. And yeah, I don't know, they're fun together. But oh yeah, which one is it? This one looks like very 1970s bridal outfit because nobody wears these large I don't know what they are, head ribbons anymore. But that was a thing. People were really wearing scarves like that in the 70s. And I don't know, it's kind of neat to have that as a example of what would have been considered, the fashion of the time. But yeah, that's it. I'm not going to count them. They're not 11.5 inches. They're just some dolls I got at one point in time, and I figured they might come in handy to put in the other scale of dollhouse one day. Okay, so here's the inside of the 1962 Barbie Dream House or Dream Studio Apartment. I like to think of it more as there's some like artwork on the walls, which is pretty. And then she's got I think this would have been called a hi-fi, a high fidelity set with a record player and some uh, records of Vic Damone, the four preps on campus, and who are these people? The Kingston Trio, going places. I think she also had a Frank Sinatra album, but I don't have everything. For a while, I was trying to complete this set. I think the only thing I really need is the rest of the records. There were like books that you could put on the shelves. I took them off so you could clearly see them, but they would go in here. Let me see. Maybe I could put one in there and show the scale or. So that's how it would look if something was on the shelf. Maybe put this one up here. There. So that's how it looks. Books on the shelf. The furniture. I think people aren't really happy. Well, I don't think people are excited about this set, really. The colors aren't great. It's kind of drab. Okay, so over here, like, it's kind of large. It all folds up, of course, but then you have like a window scene. A little that's the bed. I think I'm also missing cushions for the bed, but it's not that exciting. Barbie is rooting for state. Yeah, it just looks like kind of like a college apartment or something. That's a pillow. So it's just like a piece of cardboard. And they're easy enough to track down, but I just wasn't that excited about it. And then she's got a mirror and a picture of Ken. See, it's like all these context clues that are like, yeah, if you're a young girl and you think someone is attractive, you should get their picture. And that's not, there needs to be a little more clarification. There needs to be like more information about that because that's not always looked upon as like a normal thing to do, even though Barbie gets away with it all the time. And if you are in love with musical figures, it's okay. Another chair with a pillow. So that's about it. I was gonna fill in some information. Let's see. Let me just grab without dropping her. See if I could do this really fast. Okay, where should she go? Maybe she could go over near the closet. So, this would be the scale. You can it's a good scale, I think. So what's there to say about Barbie here in 1962? I do want to do like a little bit of a talking video after this because a lot of the time I'm spending talking about Barbie, which is what, the video is about. And this is a cute set. I mean, I take it back. I guess sometimes I see it and it just looks so messy. But it's growing on me, you know. I do like it. I like the other one better, I think, but I'm going to take it out and set it up next and compare the two and see, I don't know. So this was the very first Barbie Dream House. But yeah, so in real life, I just wanted to add this fact because I know earlier we talked about Alan. So Ruth Handler, who created Barbie with her husband, well, she created it. It was really, I think it was mainly, they're in business together. It's fine. But their son was named Ken and Barbara was their daughter. So that's how Barbie got her name and Ken got his name. They were the handler's children. And Barbie, um, yeah, because Ruth Handler, she was like a powerhouse. She created a lot of things. I mean, Hot Wheels, just like a lot of the toys that everyone just, it's part of the cultural fabric at this point. Mattel was doing a lot. And Barbie, of course, was not her original creation. That was from a German company. She went to Germany for some reason and saw something called a Build Lily doll. Looked exactly like Barbie. Like exactly, same proportions and everything. And so she pretty much lifted the design. And of course, lawsuits flew back and forth. And then finally, Mattel paid to stop the lawsuits. And then the rest is history. But there's a misconception that the Build Lily was some sort of a scandalous um, lingerie doll. She wasn't. She was actually a takeoff of a cartoon character, much like the Blondie cartoon. Like if someone turned Blondie into a doll, and then she just got popular. They sold fashion packs, but she wasn't scandalous. I mean, she just had kind of like a cheeky sense of humor from time to time, but it was very lighthearted. I think people kind of took that and ran with it, and it wasn't correct. So yeah, so Barbie was originally Build Lily exactly, but when Mattel loved the design and started making it in the United States, lawsuits, and then eventually no more lawsuits. So that's the story. Okay, this is the last house that I have. For sure. I'm positive. Okay, so this is the 1963 Barbie Dream House by Mattel, Incorporated, Hawthorne, California. Barbie's new dream house. All right, so this one looked more like an actual home. I guess she's got an outdoor like grill with some logs down there, and then two cute little, I don't know if you call these topiary bushes, and some ferns at the bottom. And then let's see if I can swing it around here. Take a look. That's so cute. This really reminds me of, what was that show? I Dream of Jeannie. All of the curved entryways and curved windows, and this was definitely that style of house. And it reminds me too of, which building I love so much, the Officers Club on Hamilton. Love that because it was a time capsule too. Oh, I could go on and on about that building. They have it kind of boarded up now, but I was always like, I want to live here. Like I want this to be my house. The bathroom was so great. The ladies' room, it had like a dressing room, and it had like showgirl mirrors around the lights, and I was just like, oh, I can imagine people coming here for dinners, and everyone's all dressed up, and everybody sits down at like this long mirror with all these lights, and it's just so glamorous. I couldn't get over it. It was wonderful. Okay, I'm really glad that I decided to film this one last because this is not even something that I could film at once. I think people said, um, Barbie needs more, and Mattel said, okay, we're going to give you a house that folds out quite a bit. So I can't fit it all on the table. So much for opening up two houses at once. No, I can't even open this one house at once. So I'm going to have to show you the rooms pretty much individually and show you what I'm talking about. Okay, so here's this lovely house. Lovely. So this is the living room. The artwork is everything to me. I mean, just the depth perspective, how it really makes it look like, you know, you're really looking out a window. Fireplace, little fireplace screen, logs in there, pictures of Siamese cats on the wall, a standing lamp, chairs, coffee table, and a couch. And as you can see, it's got that thing. I don't know, maybe not so much I Dream of Jeannie, maybe Bewitched. This was like a feature where you had um, your living room and then you could see through to the kitchen. But the thing is, I can't even set up the kitchen because I don't have enough room on this table. So I'm going to have to stop and set that up. But this is what was on the wall in the living room. You could see through to the next room. Super cute. Oh my goodness. And so complicated that I had to like make myself notes about how to store it again, like where to put the furniture so everything stays, you know, not getting smushed up. So that's going to be my challenge. And another reason why I don't bring it out, because it's fragile, it's in pretty good shape. If I wanted to find the little pieces that I'm missing, which I'm not missing that many pieces, I don't know. I haven't thought about this set in over a decade. So, um, yeah, I'd love it to be complete, but I am really happy with how it is now. I mean, some things aren't perfect, but I'm not complaining. So let me just move my notes here. So they give you a little paper rug. So the rug's in pretty good shape. All right, so I might have to fold up the living room. Well, first, let me see if I could just show you what I'm talking about here. So I put some of the other furniture in the bedroom because as you could see, I can't fold out the backyard. It comes with a backyard patio. And this kitchen is its own room. So unless I have a ton of floor space or a huge table, I can't set up this whole thing at once, which is too bad. I'd love to do it, but okay, well, I'll show you. This is what the kitchen looks like. And as you could see, you could look through the little window and you could see into the living room. And it's got a door. The door isn't functional at this point. What else is going on here? This is the outdoor lounge chair. This is the bed, a TV. Gosh, it's hard to film this and not get this in like, oh, I'm in portrait mode. Okay, I had to fix this. Okay, dining room, chairs. I don't know how the video is going to turn out for this. But, and then they have a closet where you have to kind of Jenga the stuff in there. That's just like a ribbon. Barbie's new dream house. Well, they did a great job on that. So let me try to fold up this part and then get the bedroom and the kitchen and the patio. Okay, it's been so long since I've set this house up. Even with the notes, I'm trying to reacquaint myself with it. I think what's going on is if I ever set this up, I might have set it up on the floor because this is almost like a 360-degree house. So basically, where the patio is, I could fold out the living room to go back that way. And then I would have a little more space for the living room with all the furniture, and then the kitchen with its furniture, and then the bedroom itself. So since I don't have enough room, I took the furniture out of the living room and, put it aside and then set up what the kitchen would look like. So, yeah, the TV and the coffee table wouldn't be in the kitchen, but just to show the TV, I kind of put it off to the side there. And then you've got the fireplace in the background without the screen over it this time. Okay, so you have a little table and 2 chairs for the kitchen. And then you have, again, the stove and the window through to the living room. And some cabinets above and what looks like some little kitchen odds and ends on a hanging shelf. And then these are supposed to look like, I guess, doors of some kind, but that panel doesn't open. This panel is connected to the kitchen. Oh, so there's more stuff over here. There are pictures of flowers on the wall. And just depending on how you want, I guess it's how you want to do it. If you open up all the way, then you have that angle being 90 degrees. You have like a little rectangular room. And then the living room could maybe go 90 degrees to this wall towards the back, maybe. And then keep this at an angle. Or just maybe open this up more so you have more room. Because if you go 90 degrees here, then you really, I mean, if you look through this window, I mean, yeah, you could you could do it. It would work. So you could have this going back to where the patio is. So this is the kitchen, and then this would be the bedroom. If I could back up so I could see it somehow a little bit better. There. Okay. All right, so cute. You know what I think is missing? I think that the bedroom had a paper rug similar to the living room. So if I was looking for a piece, I'd be looking for the paper rug, but that's probably I barely find anything about this house online. I did see something yesterday when I looked, but it was like in really rough shape. But it's like one of those things, if you're interested, you keep checking and eventually something usually does pop up. But I would probably need the rug. I have to double check and see if that even exists. And it has a chair that has like a cover that matches the design on the what is supposed to be the bedspread. And then you have just make sure it's okay for me to like move here. All right. So you have like a bedroom window. The artwork is just so good. So good. It's just such good 60s design. Like I remember so many of these types of features in actual buildings and homes. It just, even though I didn't grow up in the 60s, your grandparents kept all their stuff. So when you were visiting them, you saw the curtains and the lace and the fabric on the chairs, the plastic on the furniture, just the way that this was a feature with the I don't even know what you call this. It's just the rounded doorways and it's just so great. And then this is a cellophane door that leads out to the patio. I'm going to set up the patio next. I'll have to fold this up and that'll be it for this. This is like a piece that goes somewhere. I'm not touching it. I'm just going to let it stay there until I can, figure things out. But this is a great set. You need the room for it. If you're going to keep it out, it's got to be in a really safe place. And I just fold it up and put it in a large plastic bag and put it somewhere where You know, it's out of the way, but I do like this. I think I like both of them. Clearly, I like both of them. They're a different feel from the last one for sure, but you know, maybe this is Barbie's parents' house. This is where she comes um, on the weekends when she's coming home from school, from college or something. Back in the early 60s. Okay, so here's the patio again with the lounge chair. And I'm running out of battery, so this is gonna have to be the end. But here's the doll, fresh from the salon, back at her dream house. And as you can see in the back, I had to start putting the chairs a specific way so they could all fit in there without any problem. And yeah, so you can see the patio goes out quite a ways. I mean, the house itself almost takes up just this section, takes up the entire table. And then from the top, this is where I have to put the rest of the stuff. So a couch, the lounge chair, and what else? The bed that goes in there. But that will be it for the dolls. And then I think I want to do like a talking video after this just to put it all together. Not necessarily about the dolls, but yeah, I'll do that. So, yes, and that's it. Okay, this is one of the last segments. Um, try to hurry this up. This is actually a container with some of the video yearbook tapes in it. So there are these tiny tapes, and then we transfer them to larger tapes. So that's why if I get the smaller tapes, I'll get more extended footage because we just sort of clipped up what we thought we were going to use and put them on the larger tapes. So I'll have to find some of a box of the smaller tapes and go through and see what's on them. So yeah, I got everything pretty much put away. I'll show you another one of these. I have a large peep on this cot, and then I have I don't know if I could zoom in this. I have a Barbie CD player I got years ago on eBay, and it's not that great, as you can imagine. I had to maybe get something and run like an anti-skip disc cleaner, sensor cleaner, something. So this is, it's not very clear. Okay. Yes, I put the houses away, and yeah, there's that. Some old pictures I used to have in my room when I was a kid. I don't know if you could see that. It's in plastic. Everything's in plastic. It says, I don't know if I could get it to focus. Anyways, there's a cat talking to another cat, and it says, "Be patient. God isn't finished with me yet." So that's the kind of stuff I was allowed to have on my wall as a kid. In progress, but you could see what happened. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay because I got rid of those other two dolls that I said I was going to get rid of. And I put everything back. So, like this old lamp I've had forever. Okay, so then I put the fan back. I put the table away. And I usually keep this under a blanket, like near the cot. But every now and then, and this I never put out, but I finally put it out because sometimes I just need to see some bright colors, some fun colors. I got it at Walmart last, well, it was like an Easter thing, so in the spring. Um, yeah, even though Easter is not something, well, we'll talk about it in the Bible study. But yeah, I don't celebrate Easter, or that's, look into that. So then I got this. I loved this. And I saw it and I'm just like, oh goodness. I don't need that. I took a picture of it. It's like, I'll just look at the picture. And then when I went back, it was gone. So then I went to another Walmart and they had it. And I'm so glad. This huge peep. And the other one I put on the cot, and it's helped because when you lay on that cot, sometimes your back hurts. So you lay on this, your back doesn't hurt. So I'm like, I justified it. It's fine. It's back support. So yeah, I love this. And I'll probably put this away because it gets obnoxious after a while. I don't always want to see all these bright colors, but sometimes I do. And I just absolutely give you the scale of this. It's pretty big. Like, except for like my ankles and my head, my entire body fits on this thing. And then I have like like a smaller peep pillow that I use as like head support, and it's perfect. It's like, oh, I love it. It's like special Peeps bedding. I don't like the candy, but I like that they're doing merchandising now. Okay, so then I just set up a few dolls to close. And then you've seen these before. That purple Barbie shirt is from a Barbie rewind that I don't have. But on eBay, there are people that sell, they just get a bunch of dolls, break them apart for their clothes and their shoes and accessories and stuff, and then sell everything separately. So that's how, if you see something you want and you don't necessarily want to get the full thing, you could check online and just sort of style them your way. And then I have the bells again because I like them for some reason. I like putting them out. All right, so got everything organized again. Those longer boxes are the boxes that the dolls were in. So there's 10 of those. There's like two, 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 then three in the back, and another one. So I was so tired. I thought there was 9 at one point, but no, there's 10. And then I have a straw bag that I got in Boston years ago. I still remember getting it. And then I never used it because I didn't want to get it dirty. So some things I just get and put in plastic and stare at for the rest of my life. And yeah, so then these other totes are where the boxed dolls are, the larger set like the soda shop and the board game and stuff like that. So that's it. Everything's put away again. All right, and that should be it for that. I thought this was the end of the doll video, or the doll section of the video, but it's been a few weeks and a few more dolls came in. I say that like they just showed up without me having anything to do with it. Of course, that's not true. But making this video um, showed me some holes, or helped me realize some holes in the collection. So I went ahead and got a few more dolls and did a setup, and we'll just talk about those before we get into the dollhouse section of the video. I also got this print from Burlington. It used to be in that frame, but the glare from the glass was, you know, hindering me from seeing it clearly, so I took it out and I really like it. It was just one of those things where I rarely buy like art prints, but this one really, I don't know. It was like New York, like I had never quite experienced it because it is not real. I never saw a leopard in a really fancy car on the roof where there is no Gucci store. And I mean, it's just really fun. I really like it. Okay, I'm inserting this section. I've actually filmed everything. This is the last thing I'm going to film. I even finished filming the Bible study video, but I'm going to insert this here so when the background changes in the last segment to dolls, that'll be just a continuation of the doll section. I'm going to try to clear up some things and not be too long-winded because I know this video is going to be really long anyway. But I wanted to correct some things that I had messed up because I was tired. I don't want to make it sound like I'm just complaining, like, oh, I'm so tired setting up these dolls. It's weird. Like the other day, all right, so it's November 7th now. So about a month since I started filming this video. And a lot of the times I film at night, after midnight. So that's why I'm usually tired. And then it still takes me a long time. So, for example, just setting up like a third of these dolls on the table took me like 2 hours the other day. And it's all me because I'll go through the boxes, I'll decide what I want to do, I get them out, I put them on stands, and then I just sit there and zone out for like an hour and a half. Like it's weird, but that's why I guess it's kind of relaxing. You know, it takes my mind off things. Oh, and another thing I wanted to say, I'll probably bring it up during the Bible video. Um, Now that I just lose my track of thought, what was I going to say? Okay, well, one thing I was going to say was when I was showing the pictures, I thought that the proportions were wonky. And it turns out it's only because you're supposed to elevate the photos or like elevate the pictures on the wall. And then it's like the heads that look a little bit bigger, they will then look normal size because you're supposed to look up at the photos. So I wanted to say that. I wanted to correct that Jazzy and Chelsea were Mattel and Maxie was Hasbro. I messed that up at one point. And then I forgot what I was going to say. It'll probably come back to me. It'll come back to me. So I'll just start talking about this because I'm going to have to make a part 2 anyway. So maybe for the part 2, it'll come back to me what I was going to say. Because I'm still, oh, yeah. So, no, this isn't it. But, well, maybe this is it. When I was making the Bible video, I was talking about how I felt, and I felt like really heavy, and I'll get into that. But I just wanted to say I do feel a lot better. I feel 100% lighter. So nothing is on me, but and you'll see what I'm talking about in the Bible video. But you know, unfortunately or fortunately, depending on how you look at it. Okay, so I feel like I have my mind is clear. I feel lighter. Things are fine, but you know, just making this doll video and then not having that to think about, I'm like on eBay again, like, And so that's why now you have this whole row of Miss Flair dolls. Let me see if I could grab one of the things. Okay, so here's like some of the packaging, Miss Flair's Vacations, and then like I kept some of the packaging because there's more dolls in this, but I remember this from when I was a kid, and you know, this was the kind of thing you'd get at the convenience store when, or like the little corner store, your parents wouldn't really get you anything, but they'd get you this, and it was like a little doll for like $1 or something, like $1.92. This was from Kmart. But you get these kind of dolls, and the quality wasn't bad, and I like them just as much as regular Barbies. So what I think is really cool about this is they're Miss Flair. Of course they're like Totsie, Miss Flair. They had a few different kinds. But as you could see, it really reflects the fashion of the time. So you've got like the aerobics craze. She's got her leg warmers and her sweatband. And then this would be a really cool look if someone duplicated this for the 80s. And then she looks like she's going to Studio 54 with that like head wrap and then the metallic black and gold. And like I remember my mom in the 80s, there was a lot of blouse and slacks combos. So that's a great memory. And then, of course, you had the sweaters and the coordinating where they stirrup pants. And then these two, I just love their shoes. They're like those high-heeled, what do you call them? I don't remember. But I'll probably do that in part 2. What is it? Loafers. High-heeled loafers. And then these other two. I like this striped outfit. That would be really cool if that was like human-sized outfit. And then like a patriotic lady. And what I really wanted this time was when I So I got these in a lot, and the person selling them was really nice because they had a bunch of lots, and they let me like mix and match from different lots, and then just sold me just the ones I wanted. And I'm really glad I got this, because that's the thing about doll collecting, is that, you know, if you get on something at the right time, you could get it for a decent price. But like, there's a doll that hasn't arrived yet, and that's another thing that I'm like, okay. I but I'm done again. I'm done. I'm not buying anymore. I think I'm pretty much done for this year, for a while. I mean, I try to keep up with what's going on, but this is a bit much. Even though I did get a really good deal for this. I got a really good deal for it. But yeah, it's like after the Barbie movie, it's kind of like if you want something, you gotta look now. And it's a good thing if that doll wasn't featured in the movie, because even the first black Barbie, I don't have her out right now, um, before the movie came out, you could get her. I was looking at her because I was like, maybe I should get one in the box, you know, just to have one like commemorative in the box. And at the time, she was like $60, $70. And I was like, that's kind of high. Now she's $400, $500. So I'm not going to get one in the box. But that's the thing. And almost everything is like that. Everything that you see that you like, you buy it and then you wait maybe 15, 20 years and it's like 5 times the price. So it's good to just get things in the store or get things when you can. Even though like they come out with these collector's edition dolls now, and they're not worth it to me. I don't even bother with that kind of thing. But I wanted to show you 2 more dolls. So this is one that I'm keeping in the package. It's Miss Flair and her street fashions. And she's got crimped hair and, you know, some hoop earrings and this great outfit, and then she's got some 80s fashion on the box, and she's made by Totsi. And I don't know if you could see this. Yeah, you zoom in, you can see it's from 1989. So this is like, you know, a great thing to remember. What people with little boots and the black stretch pants and the, you know, I just love that. Like, things like that just take me back. So I feel like this is the time, things that you kind of took for granted because you saw it everywhere. If you could find it, you know, hold on to it, because, you know, it's good for the memories. And then, you know, they go up in price. And I mean, not like you want to sell them, but, and this one is from 1981. I don't know if I could get the date in here, or 1982. 1982. So yeah, it just brings back a lot of memories. Like, I look at things like this, especially in the packaging, and I can remember being a kid, being in the store and like spending all my time there just staring at these dolls, and hopefully I would get one. And then of course it would come out of the packaging, but like now it's very nostalgic to like see this and be like, I remember. You know, I think if you stare at something for 10 minutes straight, and then take it home and stare at it some more, it kind of, you know, you don't really forget it. So, okay, so what else could I say before I start part 2 of this video? Because I kind of wanted to clear a lot of these dolls off of the table. Okay, let me see what I could do. I'm gonna move her and her and get back to her. Okay, I have notes for her, actually. This is the European version. And of course, I just dropped this note on the floor. Let's see if I can read it from the floor. Okay, so this is a European version that I looked for a while, and I actually found her. Now, the problem is, if you want to find her, you can. But if you want to find her for a reasonable price, the only thing I could think of is type in vintage 80s Barbie or vintage 70s Barbie, even though I think she's from the early 80s. Because sometimes people don't know. And then just look through the thousands of listings for her face. And maybe you might find one for a reasonable price, because the person selling them would know that, you know, this wasn't an easy to find doll in the United States. But if you want to find her no matter what, if you type in Barbie number 7382, again, 7382, this mold and another mold will pop up. And she's like $300 to $500, unfortunately. That's just, I don't know. I don't know what to say. But yeah, sometimes they're just high. So I'm not getting another one of her either, because I might be tempted just because. But yeah, so if you're into collecting, collect something you like that you think is good quality and hold on to it. Because chances are, like even in the back, okay, so I didn't buy these. I'm going to get to these in the next video. But these are Life in the Dream House. I recently got this. These are like, they came out in like 2013. And they have really period accurate fashions. And I'll talk about that a little bit more. But yeah, now they're going up too. So it's just the time. If you see something and it's that old, it's over 10 years old, and you can get a good price for it, then get it, because chances are it's not going to get any cheaper. It's just going to get harder to find. So let me take these down. Okay, so what I wanted to talk about with these, I didn't know who she was, right? I was like, another reason why I had to label these dolls, because like maybe make little notes and like tape them to their back, because if I put them away for 10 years and then I come back, I will remember a lot of them, but you know, it's better just to have the fresh information on hand. This is Tracy. This is Wedding Day Tracy from, I believe, 1982. But yeah, just if you want to double check, she'll come up as Wedding Day Tracy. This is Sweet Rose's PJ. As you can see, their faces are they're like the same face mold. She's more olive toned here on the left. She's more rosy toned on the right. And I didn't pull out my Whitney doll, but Whitney has the same face mold as well, but she's got more of a neutral complexion, and her lipstick is like pink. Her eyes are blue with a little bit of lavender, and her eyeshadow is blue. And they all have brown hair. So that's how you could tell them apart. It's basically their lip color, their skin tone, and their eye makeup. And I was glad to find, then of course, I had to be like, okay, if that's Tracy, where's Todd? Here's Todd. Wedding Day Todd. So finally got Wedding Day Todd. I'm happy about that. He's wearing a waistcoat, velvet, no socks for some reason. He needs to get it together on his wedding day. This is not beach casual. So yeah, that's Wedding Day Todd and Wedding Day Tracy. And of course, I mainly got this for the packaging, even though some of the stuff is in there. So if I hold on to this, I'll never forget that this is Tracy and Todd. I don't have her wedding dress. Maybe eventually. I don't know. I just collector stuff. But okay, so that's that. I definitely wanted to bring that up because I did not remember who she was. Okay, so what else can I talk about in this first video before I get to the next one? Okay, let's see. Let me move these guys. All right, I didn't really want to talk about them right now, but I might as well since they're here. All right. That's part of what fell on the floor, and I don't think I could zoom in, so maybe it doesn't matter. But these are Clueless movie dolls. I'm not really into the Clueless movie. I love it. I mean, I love it. But as far as, you know, things that I associate with my childhood, we graduated in 95, and this movie came out in the summer of 95, and I actually remember going to see it in the theaters, and there was a bunch of us from the class in the theater at the same time. So I remember seeing it with like people in the class. We didn't go together, but we ended up being there at the same time, and I don't really relate to it as like, you know, part of our time. I feel like it was just after our time. But yeah, I watched the TV show. They came out with a TV show. This Dion doll isn't from the late, oh no, this isn't from the original. They came out with an original in 96. That's where the, what's her name? Amber, Ambular, the redhead. That's where she's from. And then this Cher doll is actually of the actress Rachel Blanchard. I don't know if this is coming across because I'm trying to use a stand. But, okay, so that's what she came with, her outfit. She had like those knee socks and the skirt and everything. I think that the mold looks, can I zoom in on this? Yeah. The mold looks a lot like Rachel Blanchard, which kind of, it's fine. It did what it had to do, but I would have loved for them to make a doll that looked just like Alicia Silverstone. They don't have one. Even today, they came out with like the 30th anniversary. So I have this doll that I eventually might style to look like Alicia Silverstone because I think her face mold is a little bit closer. And she came in the yellow, and I'm glad she's in the yellow because I don't really like that yellow plaid outfit from the movie. It's a little much. Even the outfit I put Dion in is like from the scene where they were trying to set up Miss Geist and Mr. Hall because she was wearing that really short pleather red skirt, and I couldn't find like a top that was exact, so I kind of went with something inspired by. But yeah, so that's my Clueless set. I don't have any intentions of trying to get the yellow plaid outfit for her or the original outfit for Dion, the black and red with the hat. I always thought the hat was a little bit much from that opening scene in the movie. But yeah, so that's what I have. And I felt like I had to hop on this because if these dolls are from 96 and they're doing a 30th year anniversary now, these dolls aren't going to be around for much longer. Or if they're going to go up in price way more than I'd like to pay. So I just sort of went ahead and got them, and that's the way it goes. But I'm glad I did. I think they're fun. It's like now I don't have a place to put my doll stand because I have dolls and on my table. But yeah, the TV show, I would come home from school in college and I would watch the show, and it was a good show. It was a really good TV show. It was lighthearted. I enjoyed it, but that was such a hard transition and a hard year, and I was so stressed. It was such a mismatch from what I was dealing with. I couldn't really enjoy the show as much as I would have liked because I was not living that lighthearted consequence-free life at that time. So, but it's okay. Mixed feelings, but I do like the dolls, and I do appreciate, the levity and the, contributions to fashion, and I think everybody involved in that project did a really good job. Oh yeah, and also, if you really like the fashions of the Clueless movie, there are videos on YouTube of the fashions from the TV show The Nanny. And The Nanny had like almost every outfit from Clueless. They had the yellow plaid. She had the multicolored plaid. They had a bunch of outfits. So that's like a fun, if you're into fashion, look into the fashion from the TV show The Nanny, because you'll see a lot of the Clueless fashions in that show as well. I forget who did that, who designed that, but they go through all of that in the video. So, okay, let me move these dolls because we're actually making really good progress here. Okay, so I recently gave away the other, her name is Asha doll, because I didn't like her face sculpt. So I got a different Asha. I gave away the other Asha, and there's like a church that gives things away to kids, and they have an after school program. So I donated that. I donated an Ariel with a plastic tail and a Mala doll because I had duplicates of them. And a couple other dolls, like a few other dolls. But I decided to keep this doll. Her name is Dahlia. She's the one in the glasses. And then this one is, I just looked up her name. Queen Amaya. That's what it is. Okay. So did I bury the doll that I wanted to talk about? Yes. Okay. Let me unbury it. All right. So what I was talking about in the Bible video too is like being on the lookout for symbols. So I took off her crown because I found some symbols on there that I didn't like, as well as I cut off his cape because he also had symbols on him that I didn't like. So it's just that stuff is everywhere. So I'm going to be throwing that stuff away. Just try to get rid of it. But maybe if I could do this. There's another iris hiding out under her skirt. Okay, so this is Alan. We talked about Alan before, but all right. Can you see Alan? Kinda. Let me move her. Okay. Teresa's falling over. All right, so Alan. The one on the right is from 2025. He could be found in Target right now. And you can see they updated his face. I think they did a good job updating his face. Very nice. So, Alan, again, a collector's thing. If you want to get Alan, this is the time to get Alan because he's probably only going to be around for a few more months. And then that'll be it. Yeah. And that's all I have to say about that. Alan, the original Alan, he came out in 64. You could still get him for a decent price. Like, no one's really desperately looking for Alan. And that's okay. But, yeah, you could still get an original Alan. But I just thought it'd be fine to get the new Alan, too. So, all right. I think I covered everything I want to cover for this part. So, yay. Probably by next week, I can finish this part of the dolls video. So, that's all I could remember to say for now. I really love this. This is called the Merry Moments LED Swirling Glitter Lantern. I was like, oh, that's so nice. I think these have been out for a few years and the price has finally come down. I got it at Aldi, so I was happy to see that because I know if this was somewhere else, it would, like years ago, they probably wanted a lot for it, but it's like a snow globe and it just has batteries in it, so it keeps kicking up the glitter. I like that. That's fun. All right, so these last sections are a little out of order, but that's okay. I'm actually filming this after, if I could get this to be clear, after the part that's going to come next. I set up a little winter party for the dolls, so that's why some of them are in different outfits than before. Some of these outfits came in and I was like, oh, I love this. This is perfect. And those records that I was missing from the dollhouse that's coming up, I put them on the table. They're like Nat King Cole. What does it say? Love is the thing. And then there's Frank Sinatra. What is that? Swingin' Session. And then the Letterman. So there's some records I put on the table. And I set up one of the doll houses for the party, or the, the get together. This is let me just pan down to my notes so you can see what it is. It is the vintage Mattel Barbie family house, 1968. That's how it was in the listing. And I was gonna talk about Barbie's full name. her full name is Barbara Millicent Rogers, and Midge's full name is Margaret Midge Hadley Sherwood. So I have my little notes here, try to keep myself on track. All right, so you've seen this doll before. I actually wanted to, all right, let me just show you who's all at the winter gathering. And then I'm going to remove some of these dolls so they're clearer to see. She's new-ish. Someone listed her, and I don't think they knew who she was, and that's the only way I got her, because in the box, they want hundreds for her. And this person started off the listing at like $6, and I was like, whoa, let me get out my eBaying skills because I really do want her. And then she was nude. She came undressed. And then it was like a 4-day listing. And then some other people figured out who she was and they bid her up a little bit. And then thankfully I got her, but they didn't bid her up as high. They didn't bid her up as high as I was going to go. So luckily I got her for under half as much as I was going to be willing to spend. And, you know, I was going to spend a little extra because this is probably like a reason that only makes sense to other collectors. But this Steffi face was only produced for like 2 years because, all right, so she is, let's see if I can remember this. This is why I have my notes, and my notes don't have this down. What is she? Let me think. She is 1981. Okay. She is Magic Curl Barbie 1981. And this is the original Black Barbie of 1980. So let me see if I could put them side by side. That would probably help. All right. So similar. I didn't want to move anything or have anybody fall, but okay, that'll work. Now if I could just stop being blurry. Focus, please. There we go. All right, so you can see the difference. 1980, 1981. And then I was supposed to look this up and I didn't, so I'm gonna have to guess. Okay, no, okay, 1980, 1981. Then there was another doll I don't have, which I don't like her makeup as much because she pretty much looks just like her, but with like light pink lipstick, which isn't the greatest. Like her, I love her, but the lipstick choice, I wouldn't have made that choice. Yeah, so she's called Pink and Pretty, and she's out of my price range. I would get her if she was a lot cheaper, but she's not. So this is like my favorite face mold, probably because I'm so attached to this doll. And she was only around for like 2 years before they switched to twirly curls, which was 1982. So right here, this is 1982. So if you wanted an African American Steffi face, you didn't see her again until like 2015. Whereas if you wanted like the traditional, the classic 80s Barbie face, this is 1997. So you could always get that. And that's why these end up being so expensive, because they were only sold for like a couple of years and then you just didn't see them again, and they still don't really make them. So that's why when you go on eBay and you type in 80s Barbie nude, because, you know, that's like the best way to get a lot of listings to come up, and then you could redress them however you want. You don't find these, you know. The best way, if you, like I said in another part, if you want to try to find them, just put like African American vintage Barbie nude and then see if it comes up, and you just can identify the mold and be like, oh, that's this particular doll. Because if it's in the box, there aren't that many listings and they're just really, really expensive. So, and then this is like a Christy face. She came out in like the mid 80s. So the Steffi face was just gone. And that's probably why I, try to get so many of these. I got one in the box, and then I would type in Illy Forever nude and then just look for her face. And then I just bought as many as I could because she was also a Target exclusive. So she wasn't in Walmart. And yeah, she's not as easy to find. So I wanted to get the ones that I could before I couldn't anymore because I did have plans for them. And then I put them over here, a few more over here on the stand. Yeah, just, they just, they just don't have a lot of dolls that come out, and then they're just very limited. Then I have a couple of the Scorchin Bratz and I love it. I don't know if you could see that. They have lipsticks as the heel of their boots. So that's like a fun thing. And of course the pleather. And I added some green to her outfit. So they're at a party. They're at a winter party. We've got holiday treats, the 3 versions of holiday treats. The Fiesta version, she comes up as Fiesta. And then I cut out the back of the packaging and made them little trays because this was what was on their liner. And then so they are baking. And then this is from the house itself, a cookbook. And there's like a Clueless magnet I got. I'll probably put that, I don't know where I'm going to put that. That'll come up. That's what fell on the floor at some point. And then Iris in a little candy corn dress. And so they're just at a party. But I set them up this way for a reason. So I'm going to try to get to it. I love it. It's fun. I usually don't have time. It takes me forever to do this because I usually don't have all the dolls and the things that I want. It's been a multi-year process getting everything. But okay, so these two, their dates. I wanted to talk about that. Okay, so her name's not Skipper. Midge. That red and blue, navy blue dress is called Fancy Free. And it's number 943. So if you want to look that up on eBay, 943 Fancy Free dress. And I think it was out from 1961 to 1964. Okay, so I'm going to try to have a better grip on this camera. All right. Okay, so let me just move her. And I don't want to move her. I'm going to say goodbye to Teresa. This is a Teresa face from the 80s and a lot of the 90s. And I put them side by side, but I don't want to ruin this. I know it's going to fall over if I try. All right, so this is Teresa, and this is Teresa. So this was her update in like 2013, 2014. So she got a new face sculpt away from her 80s sculpt. And I have her in a little outfit for the party. All right, and then these are both Magic Curl Barbies. She was from the same seller, and I was able to get her for $6 because her face is so common, like this mold just is all over the place in every release of Barbie in the 80s that she's not hard to find. So that's why I was like, okay, got her for a decent price. I'm just going to go ahead and get her too. So these are both Magic Curl Barbies. I put them, gosh, I wish my hand was a little more steady today. Sorry for the weird movements. All right, so that's Magic Curl, both Magic Curls. And that's her original dress. And she didn't come in the dress, but I had to find that separately. And then somebody was selling a matching hat. So I was like, that's cute. I will get that. So, okay, let me move her now too. Because I do have something I'm trying to do. All right, yeah, and This house, I didn't really like it, but somebody was, of course, selling it for a good price. So that's my justification for everything. um, yeah, so I thought it made a good party pad for this. Let's see. And oh yeah, I wanted to say too that I don't know where it's gonna come, but I have like a whole lineup of Miss Flair dolls. And I was gonna say, I totally justify this by one saying that I really enjoy it because I clearly do, and also like that entire set of like 10 dolls didn't cost more than like if you wanted to go to the movie theater and buy 2 tickets and a popcorn and a drink. Like it so if you don't do that, you can afford 10 Flair dolls on eBay. So that's sort of how this happens. I just sort of look at this like if you set aside any money for entertainment, like if you're going to buy a DVD or you're going to go to the movies or you're going to do something else, if you don't do that, you could probably go on eBay and get a doll, and that's how I justify it. So that's part of my entertainment budget is I don't buy other things like that. I just try to get these when I see something that I'd like to have. So, all right, I set these up in order of face mold. So you'll see what I'm saying in a second. Okay, so this is a reproduction of 1959. She's got the side glance. That is how the first Barbie looked in the face. This is the porcelain midge, but she has the midge face of 1963. So the dolls in the 60s I'm not really a huge fan of their face sculpts. They looked a little like their irises were very like took up so much of their eye socket. It looked a little uncanny to me. So I think of her as having 60s face. Then this doll, the ballet doll, came out in 74, but this is how the dolls of the 60s looked for the most part in the face. A lot of the twist and turn dolls had this face. This doll is from 71, but she had a Steffi face. This is the original Malibu Barbie, and she's really old, so she's kind of like gray and odd looking. But this is Malibu Barbie. Then, of course, this is the classic superstar face. I don't know exactly which doll she is, but yeah, that's classic Barbie's face from late 70s throughout the 80s. Then, of course, this is Heart Family Mom. And then I said she was twirly curls, 80s. Another 80s face, the redhead. Then 90s face, like the charity ball Barbie, just looked very serene. And that was like, I was getting older then. I wasn't really playing with Barbies, but just seeing that in the stores, I was like, what's going on? This is definitely a change. And then walking Barbie when I was like, 1999. And then it's like that packaging, like, what's over the horizon? What's over the horizon is my scene, 2002. So by that time, I was like, what is going on in the world? Like, what is going on? This is not the Barbie that I know. This is odd to me. Although they did still use the 90s face sculpt for a lot of dolls in the 2000s. Okay, so this is Life in the Dream House. Again, why I didn't want to get these dolls. I was like, what is this? What is this? I think it's because Jersey Shore, that show, was so popular. They started releasing dolls that looked like they were wearing a lot of interesting outfits. I'll put it at that. That was the time. That was the look at the time. She's got a wristlet purse, and that was just the look then. And then I wish I could show her. I don't know how to. All right, I'll probably come back to her. But she is wearing the fashions of the time as well. I think. Yeah, Life in the Dream House was from 2012 to 2015. Okay, let me see if I can. All right, so we don't really need to see these dolls because I've already showed them. But yeah, party guests. Let me just move them so I could show what's behind them. Okay, so I brought out my Cinderella. And let's see here. Can I do this? It didn't really show up that well, but let me try it again. Okay, so that's what she does. I put batteries in her and she makes a noise and her dress lights up. So there she goes. And then, of course, I had this Barbie at the end, but this is her outfit. When those tight jeans and tall boots and jackets that were a little bit too small were popular. And I remember that, like in the 2000s, I'd go to the mall and I'd try to figure out what was, new to wear. And it just seemed like the style was, your jacket wasn't supposed to fit. Like it was, if you got the right size jacket, then you didn't have the look that you're going for. So I was kind of confused by all this. I'm like, what? So you're supposed to be uncomfortable and buy clothes that don't fit you. So that's the style. And I just skipped it and did my own thing because, yeah, I don't like that. So, and then of course, here we go, Millie face. What you can find in the stores today, 2025. She's been in the stores for years now. I'd say she's like 2020 face for sure. She might have been like even before 2020, but these were definitely like 2015-ish dolls. Yeah, so the Millie sculpt, that's what she's called. And that's it. And this is them at the party. In the 1968 house. Okay, we'll get started with the Bible study stuff. I just wanted to quickly just show you some artwork or like posters and things I have that I got obviously a long time ago. Even some like paintings or artwork that I got from, I believe, Burlington Coat Factory of all places. And I got them for like $20, these larger larger portraits, whatever they are. Yeah, the prices have gone up a lot, but basically I might be kind of wandering around, panning around. So I just wanted to give you a quick look at what I'm going to be panning around to. I'm not going to give much of a description of them. These are just things that I got a long time ago. I never saw the movie, but I love the artwork and I used to watch the cartoon as a kid. So I got this back in 2007. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I just loved it. I loved what they did with this. I was like, yes, whoever did this design, this they did a great job. The posters really just draw me in. And I mean, I guess it didn't make me want to see the movie that much, but it made me want to hold on to these posters forever and ever. All right, so these are my notes, things I'm going to talk about. I'll probably focus on those two. I got some, as you can probably tell, I'm really into um, pop art of icons. See if I can zoom in. I got this at Burlington too. Audrey Hepburn. Breakfast at Tiffany's. There's some Weeples over in the like little Weeple tower. And some other stuff I have to organize. But yeah, I didn't really like the movie, but again, the imagery always ended up being super iconic. I read the book. I thought the book was better. Her with Cat. And um, then these, I guess someone had like photoshopped this and then added the background around it. So it's Marilyn Monroe with, that's supposed to be Elvis, I think, but it doesn't really look like him. It looks like him more in the other pictures. And sometimes the scale seems a little bit off, like her body seems a little bit too small for her head. But, it's just one of those things. I would never put this on the wall. I don't really put art on the wall. But every now and then I take these out and just let my mind wander. Think about it. They're in a train station here. Somebody's leaving on the train and they're hugging. So they put Elvis and Marilyn together. I saw the movie Priscilla. I think it was last year, and it was really good. I have that DVD. Okay, so then they're on a motorcycle again. That's probably why these were only $20. The scale is funny. So they like took pictures of them and then drew the bodies on, or like, so they have like going off into the sunset. It's so funny because these pictures, I could almost tell you where they're from. Like, okay, I don't want to get it wrong, but basically, the Marilyn one is from like a movie she did in the 40s, and then this almost looks like it was taken from an album cover. And then this one is probably my favorite of the set because it's the least wonky. They're playing cards at a casino somewhere, and Elvis is looking upset or surprised or who knows. So I think this one is my favorite one. I like looking at that. But I thought as I was gonna go over the Bible study stuff, I might walk around and pan around and look at these, just have these on screen while I'm talking. But again, it might be too distracting. But anyways, yeah, as you could tell, I just sort of have a collection of, things that were, cultural icons for our time period. Even though we didn't come up with them, they're still everywhere in a way. You always see Marilyn and Elvis on stuff, and people still bring them up. So, I mean, they're not my favorite artwork in the world. I mean, this again is probably my favorite, and that and the Audrey are probably my two favorites of these pictures. But I saw them and I'm like, you know what? They're a pretty decent price, and I don't think I got them all at once. I got them like within a month or two. But yeah, I was like, I doubt I'm going to see these again. And I'd probably think about them from time to time. So let me go ahead and get them. So, all right, I wanted to do the Bible study. I got to get into this because I'm just going on and on about all sorts of stuff. And then I like we have a crowd for Bible study. So, all right, so I wanted to, yeah, there probably won't be a lot of imagery. I don't know if I could keep up with it. But, okay, so I wanted to start somewhere. See, I made notes. And this is going to help me. But maybe I'll just like focus over here and I could still read the notes. So at a certain point when we were talking about the New Kids on the Block, I was like, well, just do whatever makes you happy. And I also saw like a peace sign on the bedding, and I was like thinking, oh, should I like try to edit that out? And then I thought about this more, and I thought, maybe I'll just talk about it. Um, yeah, do whatever makes you happy. I don't know. I want to take that back. Don't do whatever makes you happy. I think the world is in a lot of trouble because of that idea of do whatever makes you happy. You do things, you hurt other people, you don't consider others, and so many. I mean, just think of almost any problem in the world has been traced down to do whatever makes you happy. So since the Bible says my people perish for lack of knowledge, I think it's important to um, talk about these things and think about why we're here and think about, you know, how serious this life is. You know, I think the whole do whatever makes you happy is like completely the wrong thing. And I want to 100% take that back, because no, that's how people get really in trouble. And, you know, I believe, and I know a lot of people believe, that the spirit world is real. I know it's real. It's not like even a question. It's not even a question for me. Um, I've always been a kind of sensitive person, and it's not even the physical experiences I've had in my life that prove that to me. There are so many things that have happened to me and continue to happen to me that I know there's more going on in this life and in this world than what we could see physically with our eyes. And as much as I've read the Bible, I have read the Bible like twice all the way through. I've made notes. I've given, I've searched for all, I've read all the Apocrypha I could find. I have collected all the apocryphal books. And, you know, this is kind of gonna go into what I'm gonna say next is, as much as I was searching for everything I could find, because as you could see, I'm the kind of person that if I see something and I like it, I want to find everything. I want to learn everything about it. I want to get every face sculpt of every Barbie. I want to almost, to an extent, as much as I want. I want to research and research, and I love that. I'm into it. And for me, who doesn't want to learn more about life? Who doesn't want to learn more about everything? And when I stop to think about it, and also, okay, I'm going to get there. I'm getting there. As the younger people say, let me cook. I'm cooking right now. What happened was I was having some experiences, some sensitive, I guess you would call supernatural experiences, which aren't new for me. But at a certain point, it got really, like a few months, like not even 2 months, 6 months ago, 8 months ago, it got kind of intense. And it's like one of those things where it's like, I'm sure most people have had the experience where you're thinking of someone and then all of a sudden the phone rings and it's that person. Or you have a dream and then the next day you see part of that dream play out completely, like a 5 second stretch of, you walked into work and then someone came around the corner and then they said this thing and you had that in your dream, and it's like deja vu, but it's not deja vu because you remember where you saw it. And so what happened 8 months ago is, well, actually, it has to do with you, Claudia. I won't go into details about it because I don't want to talk about it too much. Because that's not the point of this. But basically, you said something, and it triggered a memory of a feeling that I had like maybe, I don't know how long ago. Wasn't too long ago. I wouldn't say it was 5 years ago. I wouldn't even say it. Maybe it was like 2 years ago. So, but it was a while ago. So you said something that confirmed something that I felt a few years prior. And as soon as that happened, it was like the floodgates opened. I was like, oh no, I have so much work to do. And it also, I'm going to give credit where credit is due. It really kind of motivated me to start posting the videos more, like to actually post the videos and like get it done, because it had kind of been like in the back of my mind, but that was like, gotta do it, gotta do it. What am I thinking? Of course I have to post the videos, of course. I mean, 2020 happened, a lot of stuff happened. That was probably the last thing on my mind. I had so much real life stuff to go through. I mean, everybody knows, everybody goes through all this stuff. And so going back and like finding the video yearbook was not, I had seen it a couple times in passing, but I couldn't. I mean, I just couldn't. I mean, 2020 was wild. And on top of 2020, I had like sick friends and family members, and it was just one thing after the other. So, long story short on that kind of what you said, not related to the video yearbook, it kind of made me I don't want to say too much, but it definitely tied into a feeling I was having. So, I will say that the devil is called the prince of the power of the air. I don't know why exactly. More research may be needed, but that's what he's called, among other things. And when I think about the internet, I mean, we've got these waves of information traveling through the air. Wi-Fi. We have go on the computer. Everything is there. You just, I mean, I'm trying to, I'm trying to like redo my phone now, but I'm saying that with the internet, there's more opportunity for things to reach you that before the internet you'd probably have to go out of your way a little bit more. Or what I think I'm trying to say is that it's an additional tool for the devil and the spirits that work for the devil to reach people. So I really try to live my life according to the Bible and the Ten Commandments, and I'll get into that eventually. And I'm going to have to do something about my phone because my arm's getting tired and I can't sit here and talk for an hour with my arm like this. So let me try to re-angle my phone somehow. It might just be like a static picture it's going to focus on. I had to set it up, but I have to move this phone, so I'll work on that. Okay, that's 100% better. I actually got a camera stand that I hadn't started using yet. So I was like, let me figure this out so I can use it, and it will be, it's working. It's working great. That's what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to be in place of holding your arm up for hours. So yay. It works. Okay. So, yeah, looks like it's working. All right, so where was I? Okay, this will probably help me because I'd also like to get comfortable. you know, you just like relax a little bit and settle in. Okay, so what I was saying, and I'm sorry, like this is just the way it's got to be. I know it probably seems like I'm long-winded or whatever, and I am filming this over a course of days, so it is what it is. I couldn't just talk like this, but I'm not going to make a ton of videos talking, so maybe every now and then I'll make one. And since we don't get a chance to really hang out or like we used to, where I don't know how it seemed like when I was a kid, I had like all day to do things. And now it's like I never have all day to do things. Just hang out with you at your house, and you'd be baking, and sometimes we'd go on the trampoline or make music videos or hang out in the living room or go roller skating, or we just do a ton of stuff, go for walks. Ah, yeah. I wish we had that kind of time. I don't, that's the thing. You get to be older, and I'm not alone in this. People's parents depend on them more. You just have a lot of extended family depends on you. And before, when you were a kid, like the adults were just doing their own thing. But now you just have to, you have to pay attention to the adults a bit more. I mean, we're adults, but like our parents and like older people, they don't want us to just be like gone like we were when we were little. We'd go to our friends' houses and just do whatever we felt like, and they would rest and do whatever they felt like. I'm trying to angle this up a little bit, figure out how to use this. And now it's like, no, if they need to go somewhere, you have to go too. You had to help keep track of their their medical issues and whatever they need, and just help them out with various things. And I catch myself sometimes being like, why can't, why is this like this? But that's the right thing to do, and that's how family goes. And things change. You have to you have to be the adult now. They're adults too, but you have to be the adult that can see things that they can't see sometimes, and double check things that they aren't thinking about. And that's where the time goes. Time goes to looking around and anticipating problems that may happen that formerly you just didn't really consider your business or having anything to do with you. It was being taken care of. And now it's like the things that I didn't think about when I was younger, I feel a responsibility to think about. And that's how things run the best. And it's very difficult. There are some days where I think to myself, oh my goodness, I have spent the majority of my time, quote unquote, solving problems that are technically, quote unquote, not my problems. I don't know how else to put that, but I think you know what I mean. It's like if I was somewhere else just focusing on myself, I would not know about half of this stuff. But yet here I am, and it's like, oh, well, this is gonna probably not get done unless I do it, or this person's gonna have a hard time unless I do this. And so anyway, that's where the time goes these days. But that's the way life is. But anyways, to get back to what I was saying. Um the devil, the prince of the power of the air, we've got internet, we've got all this stuff. And around that time that you said what you said, and I tied it into how I was feeling, it was like I totally had this image of my head based upon what you said. I was like seeing a vision of someplace I hadn't physically been. And I knew all of this information that I technically would not have, should know. And it touched me. And I was just online one day, and there's this lady I used to listen to online, and I thought she was being really negative. I mean, she is amazing. She had so much charisma, but she was always like, she was ranting against Christians all the time and calling them names. And I'm just like, the first 15 videos that I'd watched of hers when she was doing this, I thought maybe she was just going through a phase, or like something was wrong, or, I was trying to give her grace. And then I was like, I can't take it anymore. And one of the things that she was saying before I stopped watching her was, you guys, you don't like tarot, and you think tarot is bad, and blah blah blah, tarot. And I was just like, I magic arts. Like, Christians were not supposed to do that. We're not supposed to get involved in like witchcraft or sorcery or any of that stuff. That we're not supposed to do it. Let me see if I can find that scripture right now, because I know. Okay, so in Deuteronomy 18:10, it says sorcery is forbidden. You should not learn to do after the abominations of those nations. There shall not be found among you anyone that makes his son or daughter pass through the fire, or that uses divination, or an observer of times, or an enchanter, or a witch, or a charmer, or a consulter with familiar spirits, or a consulter with familiar spirits. So when you hear people saying, well, spirit is telling me, and well, spirit, and your spirit, and you have a spirit guide, and spirits, those are familiar spirits, or a wizard, or a necromancer. So necromancer, someone that talks to the dead. For all that do these things are an abomination unto the Lord. For all who do these things are an abomination unto the Lord. Not those things are no, the people that do these things are an abomination unto the Lord. And because of these abominations, the Lord thy God doth drive them out from before thee. Thou shalt be perfect with the Lord thy God. So it's more like Old English. But basically, you're not supposed to do it. It's not supposed to be done. So anyways, this lady's like, tarot, tarot, tarot. I'm like, I'm not into tarot. I know that's wrong. I'm not gonna do it. So anyways, I blocked her channel. I just said I don't want to get any more recommendations from her. And then I started seeing this lady that had, of all things, she had like Barbie pink toys around her, and she had like she had like a funny wig on and interesting contacts, and she would, call you bestie, and she, would just seem really lively and fun. And every now and then she would like tap on a keyboard, and then she'd pull up she'd like take a card out, and it had like some pink stuff on it, and it didn't look like tarot cards, and I just thought she was fun to look at. So I'm like looking at this lady doing that stuff. And then I started getting more recommendations. And there's this one lady, I don't want to say her name. I don't want to say her name on YouTube. And her voice was so nice. She'd tell me what she was drinking. She was having pumpkin spice lattes, and she was, describing how cozy she was, and she wanted to know what we were drinking, if we were going to get a snack and sit down and listen to her just talk. And I loved her voice. Her voice was great. And then she said something one day that really tied into what you said, what I said. And not only did she say those things, she went on for about a half an hour describing every little thing that had happened to me and the people in my life. And it wasn't just like vague. It was very specific. Like, I have been to a psychic before. I had a friend that was a psychic back in the late 90s. But even then, I knew, like, when I went to see her, like, I felt so sensitive that I feel like I could see. I don't know how to describe it. And I know this is going to sound really weird to people, so it's not. I understand. I fully understand if it sounds weird. But when I went to go see her at her place of business, I feel like I could see the spirits she had hanging around in her business. And I'm not someone that could, like, I'm not somebody that feels like I could do that. Like, you hear people that say, oh, I see spirits, I see people, I see entities wandering around. Like, I have seen video evidence of spirits that have been caught on tape, where it's like you actually see the outline shadow of what looks like a person walking through a room, and it's not been doctored, and You're like, oh, I could physically see that. But in her business, I could see these. It was like, I mean, this is going to sound like a campy example, but it's not this campy or funny. If you've ever seen Beetlejuice, and I didn't see people in funny outfits, I could just see like outlines of these, whatever they were, whatever they are. So in Beetlejuice, there's like a scene where he's in a waiting room, and there's like all of these funny looking people sitting on a couch. It was like, I can't see the details, but I could see the outline. And they're like sitting on the counter, and they're like standing in the room. But I didn't feel scared. You know, I pray. I I don't do this. I didn't do that again. But like they were there. They were there. And the thing is, these things, whatever they are, they're not our loved ones. They're not people from our lives that have passed away. I think the whole deal of familiar spirits is they are, as far as I could tell, like I'm no expert, but they are, I don't know if they have a chance for redemption. I would hope for their sake that they do, but they are technically working for the devil. Like when you think of the devil, you think of like extreme evil. And yes, but there are subtle ways in which the devil can get into your life and you think everything is fine, and until it's not, until your soul is not your own, until you're separated from God and you're slated to suffer the same punishment as the devil. So it's all fun and games, right? Until it's not. Like, for example, here's a good, the Lazarus and the rich man, Luke 16. Jesus told us this story, this true story. He said, starting at verse 19, so Luke 16:19 forward, there was a rich man who was dressed in purple and fine linen and lived in luxury every day. And at his gate was laid a beggar named Lazarus, covered with sores and longing to eat what fell from the rich man's table. Even the dogs came and licked his sores. The time came when the beggar died, and the angels carried him to Abraham's side. The rich man also died and was buried. In Hades, where he was in torment, he looked up and saw Abraham far away, with Lazarus by his side. So he called to him, Father Abraham, have pity on me, and send Lazarus to dip the tip of his finger in water and cool my tongue, because I am in agony in this fire. But Abraham replied, Son, remember that in your lifetime you received your good things, while Lazarus received bad things. But now he is comforted here, and you are in agony. And besides all this, between us and you, a great chasm has been set in place, so that those who want to go from here to you cannot, nor can anyone cross over from there to us. He answered, Then I beg you, Father, send Lazarus to my family, for I have 5 brothers. Let him warn them, so they will not also come to this place of torment. Abraham replied, They have Moses and the prophets. Let them listen to them. No, Father Abraham, he said, but if someone from the dead goes to them, they will repent. He said to him, If they do not listen to Moses and the prophets, they will not be convinced, even if someone rises from the dead. So, I've read this before many times, and every time I read it, I get something new out of it. I think the first time you read it, you think, okay, so there's this rich guy and this poor guy that has nothing. This poor guy's life is the worst. He's homeless. He's got physical ailments. He's got no friends. He's got seemingly no family. He has nothing. Nothing. all the stuff we stress about, all the stuff we collect, all the stuff we want, all the stuff we think, oh my goodness, if I don't show up with this or have this, other people are going to look at me like there's something wrong with me. And this makes me think, these days, am I doing everything, am I doing the right thing? I still have to work on all this stuff that we measure success by. What is it about? Because you don't want to end up like the rich man in this story who had everything. And then the guy that suffered through, followed the rules, went through a hard time. It doesn't mean that everybody that is favored by God will live this really, really grueling, tough life here on earth. But it does show you that having everything, that enviable life, will not lead you to an enviable forever somewhere. And someone pointed out to me online, it also shows you that the dead, once they're gone, are not visiting us. They're not coming back to hang around us. Because he asked, can I go, see my family? Can I go warn them? Or send Lazarus to my family to warn them, rather. And it was like, no. So that's not a thing. So people that are like, oh yeah, your grandmother's here in the room with you. You're dearly departed. That's not them. That's what you'd call a familiar spirit. And as far as I could tell, the spirits that are here, there are angels of God or entities that are of God that watch us. They're called the Watchers. But they're generally not supposed to interfere with us. They're supposed to just keep an eye on us. And I believe that, those times where people are like, I had this supernatural experience and I was rescued from a rock was going to fall on me. And the next thing I know, it was to the side. And I believe they can help us out at times, but they're generally not supposed to interact with us, like fiddle with our lives or anything. And that's what happened in Genesis, where the fallen I don't want to say, yeah, they're technically fallen angels, that created the Nephilim, the giants. You had some angels that weren't following the rules. They were watchers, and they put themselves into human form and started marrying human women and having children, and those children turned out to be giants and, started eating people. And then, God had to do something and sent the flood. And so watchers are, they're angels, and they're supposed to not come and do stuff. They're just supposed to, keep an eye on us. But yeah, so these familiar spirits, they know a lot about us because they're hanging around. And I don't know how long they hang around. I don't know if they're here for hundreds of years, but they don't know everything. But they know a lot. And the stuff they don't know, when you're with a medium or somebody that is using tarot and getting into all this stuff that you're not supposed to do, it's not that you aren't getting the right answers. It's just that you're not supposed to. You're not supposed to want everything. You're not supposed to know everything. And the stuff that they, sometimes they guess because they don't know everything. But if you're somebody, I was about to say, if you're somebody like me, but I don't think I'm special in that way. I think we all to an extent, want as much information as we can get because we find that helpful. And I just want to say this really quickly. If you're more interested in this, you could find, if you look up a guy named Stephen Bancarz, Bancarz, and Doreen Virtue, Virtue, Doreen, Doreen. They do a lot of videos on like New Age to Jesus because they used to be big into that. Like she used to sell like special, she used to call them like angel cards instead of tarot cards, and she had books and all this stuff. She had to come out of it. So like that stuff, crystals and statuettes and like pagan stuff. Like I'm going to go into it soon, but like that's a no. You want to get all of that stuff out of your house. You don't want to do yoga. That is Hindu prayer poses. If you want to stretch, do Pilates. That's the way that the devil's like creeping in, you just hear about it. You think it looks harmless. It's not harmless. So to get back to the story, this lady on YouTube, she was posting like videos like 3 times a week. And, at first it was just, I liked her voice. It was just soothing and she just sounded like she was generally talking about, you want to rest and you want to do positive things. And just really uplifting, like positive content. And then she's like, oh yeah, but then, Spirit was telling me, or she said it in such a way that I didn't automatically catch it. She didn't say, oh, my spirit guide, or, oh, the spirits are telling me. I don't even remember how but I started to pick up that she was saying spirit a lot. Like, and she would even open the video saying like, hello, my beautiful souls. And I thought that was warm and fuzzy in the beginning, but then it started to seem a little creepy once I caught on to what was going on. But anyway, so she was always like, yeah, spirit, the spirit was like, is telling me, and the spirit is telling me. And the things that the spirit was telling her were really like, she's like, I'm picking up on somebody that is da 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 da. And it was like, wait a second. As it happens when you involve yourself in these things, most of the time, especially if, I don't know if you're being targeted or whatever, but she's doing 3 videos a week. And then she's doing a video every day. And I'm like going through this intense thing. I'm like, oh my goodness. Like, and that was around the time when I was starting to make the YouTube shorts too, because I was just trying to process what I was dealing with, which I enjoy. Like, I'm trying to fill up the page a little bit. I'm going to put this video on there. It's probably not going to stay on very long because I want to keep the page, like, for the videos to be like high school videos, and I have to still find those videos and do them. So my target is going to be like June 2026 to get the rest of the extended footage up there of what I could find, but I still have to go get those tapes. But in the meantime, I'm trying to make the shorts like things that kind of relate to what we were exposed to growing up, and like capture the flavor of the time, and like things that were like a part of our cultural landscape when we were growing up. So I use this shorts to do videos like that, things that I remember. But yeah, so then just more and more videos, to the point where then she was making 2 videos a day. And I started, and another thing she would do was and I knew to stay away from this. She was like, oh, well, if you want to manifest and you want to draw this into your life, and I knew, like, I don't do stuff like that. Like, I know, like, that's what people are trying to do with all this crystals and all this stuff that's clearly forbidden, clearly pagan, occult stuff. Like, you don't do it. You don't do it. You don't do it. And, I think it's one thing if you're somebody that is like spiritually sensitive, and like you have things that happen that you just happen, they come to you, and that's like your experience. You pray about it. You don't you don't lean into it. You just leave it. You keep God first. You keep the Bible first. You keep the 10 Commandments first. You you focus on that, because if you focus on the 10 commandments, you're gonna, you know, tackle the like 99% of the things that you will ever need to think about, if not 100% of the things. You know, you want to read the whole Bible, but the 10 commandments are very key. And if you read them carefully, you'll realize you probably struggle with some of those things, and those are things you have to continually try to, you know, pray to God that you get a handle on, and you don't commit those things. So anyways, as I'm trying to like get through this, because I don't want to talk for an hour, because I'm sure this video is already going to be a few hours long. Can extend it, just hang out with me all day, listening to me talk and show dolls and do all this stuff. But yeah, so she's making all these videos, and she's like, you know, I have subliminals, I have music, and and I know about like harmonic frequencies. I know that that is something that I'm also very sensitive to. So if I see something and I hear something at the same time, and it's like not good, I don't even know how to phrase that, but that could kind of like trigger something. Like it could trigger a, not a, not like a hypnotic state, but like, what am I trying to say here? It's almost like I'm also very sensitive to lights. So I need those warnings that are like flashing light warnings. Because if I see flashing lights, I'll get like a really bad migraine. So it won't like trigger a seizure or anything. But it's like a similar thing where if a frequency, I hear a noise and I see something at the same time, it does something. I don't know how to describe it, but I understand why subliminals are bad. I understand why certain harmonic frequencies are bad. So when she was like, yeah, I make these subliminals and I make this special music, I'm like, absolutely not. Like, this is already walking the line, and I needed to not walk the line. I eventually cut it out completely. You know, said I don't want to see her videos recommended or anymore, unsubscribed, like just completely got rid of it. But anyways, one thing I noticed was, even though I wasn't getting that far, it was like her videos, like I was like, why is she posting so often? And it was just, I was starting to feel like heavier, like spiritually heavier, to the point where I realized, I was like, I need to, like, what can I do to clear this? Like, what can I do? Because I know, like, you get all the objects out of your house. You don't have graven images in your house. You don't have things that are pentagrams or stars. Like, I don't even have cartoon stars in the house. Like little drawings of like, oh, look, it's a little star. No, I don't have that. I get rid of all of that. I don't have crosses in the house, because I'm going to talk about that later. I used to have crosses. I don't have crosses anymore, because those are also like graven images. And they have pagan origins, and you just want to get as focused as you can on what the Bible says and get rid of the rest. Just follow the rules. You want to follow the rule. But anyways, I was feeling heavy, and I was like, should I just start, you know, reading the Bible more again, or should I do, what should I do? Listening to more music that I know is good music? No. This is I was feeling like there was someone, this is a weird phrase, but this is totally accurate. There was somebody wearing me like a backpack. I could feel, like if you stretch your arms out to the side, I could feel their arms on the back of my arms. I could feel them on my back. They weren't heavy, super heavy, but they were heavy. I could feel they had weight to them. And I was like, I know this is because I'm listening to this lady's videos. And I had prayed about it before. I had been praying, like, a week later, there was like another lady I enjoyed listening to. And I'm like, okay, praying to God. I'm like, God, I know this. I was like, I even sent this lady a letter. I'm like, I am so thankful for you because it is like having someone talk to me about all this stuff that I can't talk to people about. Nobody wants to hear me go on and on about this stuff. And here's this lady now turning into like twice a day, making these videos about let's talk about you and your life and da da da. And it was addressing the stuff, parsing through the stuff, even though I had been working on it myself. And so I got rid of all the other stuff, but I kept her. And I was like, God, please bless her. You know, I love her voice. She sounds so nice. And this has been so helpful to me. You know, I'll get rid of everything. I just want to keep this because this is so great. And I'm, not doing the, yeah. Finally, I was like, no, God is helping me, but I know I can't do this. So I blocked it all out. And you know what? This life we're living, we think that we're so far removed from the Bible. We think we're so far removed. It's like, oh, there's this old book. No. We are living that life. We are characters in the Bible. Like we literally are. You read the book of Revelations, there's stuff that's happening now. But even more, not only are we living the end, we're living the beginning. Okay? Because Genesis 3. Okay, Genesis 2, the forbidden fruit. And the Lord God took the man and put him into the Garden of Eden to dress it and to keep it. And the Lord God commanded the man, saying, of every tree of the garden thou mayest freely eat, but of the tree of knowledge, of the knowledge of good and evil, thou shalt not eat of it, for in the day that thou eatest thereof, thou shalt surely die. Genesis 3. Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which the Lord God had made. And he said unto the woman, Yea, hath God said, Ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden? And the woman said unto the serpent, We may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden. But of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, God hath said, Ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die. And the serpent said unto the woman, Ye shall not surely die, for God doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. So, what did the serpent say? And the serpent said unto the woman, Ye shall not surely die. That's a lie. So the serpent lied. The serpent said basically, it's not a big deal. You're not going to die. God just knows when you eat this, you're going to benefit. You're going to have all this knowledge. You're going to know stuff. It's going to improve your life. Like, I don't know why God doesn't want that for you, but it's not a big deal. Just do it. You're not going to die. Lies. But how does that apply to us? What did I want? I wanted answers. I wanted to know more. I had questions. I didn't know stuff. I wanted to know stuff for sure. It wasn't enough for me to have a feeling about it, to reason it out, to just not know 100%. I heard someone telling me what I knew. And then they told me more that I suspected. And then they told me more and more and more. And if I didn't realize, that it was absolutely the wrong path, I might have listened to the subliminals and tried to manifest to get everything that I thought I wanted. And the thing is, you get all this stuff. You break the rules. You hurt people. You don't care about people. You don't think about it. Because you want what you want. You want your perfect life. And then you die. You'll end up like the rich man and Lazarus and the rich man. You get your perfect life and then you die. Is it worth it? Is any of this stuff worth it? I'd say no. And that's the challenge. We live in this world. We see things, we want things, we get caught up in trying to have things, people, experiences, things that make other people view us a certain way. We want validation, we want love. We want what the rich man probably had. He probably had family and a wonderful house and the best clothes and food and leisure and everything that we try to move towards in this life. But we got to think about it. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? Not just what are we doing here. What are we doing here? What are you doing in your life? And why? Do you know where you are going and where you want to go? Because this is not it. This is not the end. You do not die here and evaporate into nothingness. You go somewhere. And Jesus told us, you die and a decision is made. So this is the time when you do what you can. You think about it and you're intentional about it. How do I get where I really want to go? Because that's where we're going. That's where we're all going. To the end of this life. And what we've thought, what our thoughts have led us to do, will be used to determine where we go. So, get as much information as you can from the Bible. Pray. Stay away from the stuff you know you're not supposed to do. Don't grab a crystal. Don't grab a necklace. Don't stare at a picture and think the image on that picture is the person you need to be talking to. So that's what I want to say about that. Eve wanted to know stuff. She wanted to know more. And you just have to pray and get your information from the Bible and leave it at that. So next I wanted to talk about the 10 Commandments. And in fact, I only want to talk about the first and second commandment. Because, I actually think that these two hang people up more than the others. I could be wrong. Everybody's got their struggles. But, okay, Exodus 23. Thou shalt not have other gods before me. Okay. That sounds fine. You're not a polytheist. You don't have a lot of gods you're trying to talk to. You're not like trying to worship a sun god. You're not trying to, get involved in any other kind of little statuettes with names, or you're good. Right? You're not, like I said, crystals and you're not supposed to burn sage and just none of that. So no other gods before me. Straightforward. Sounds okay. Got it. I think. We hope. We pray. We got it. God's grace. So second commandment, thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them. Okay, so yeah, okay. That sounds straightforward. So, all right, so years ago, I had the beautiful, beautiful Baltic amber cross. I loved it. It was green and it had gold flecks in it, and I just would wear it all the time during grad school. And I remember when I saw it in the window, when I got it. And you know what's funny now that I think about it? I think that store I got it in also had what was that book? The Da Vinci Code, and all these other questionable books in there too. But anyways, I love that cross. And then later someone gave me a cross and I used to wear that all the time. And it was like a crucifix because it had what was supposed to be Jesus on it. And every time I was upset or just having a moment or whatever, I would hold that cross in my hand as I was wearing it and just rub the top of it to the point where the little figure that was supposed to represent Jesus got a little bald spot on his head. I think it was like a slightly different color metal underneath or something. I don't know. I don't remember, but exactly what it looked like. But once I thought about it, I ended up taking all my jewelry that had crosses and stuff on it that I'm not supposed to have. And I took it to the ocean, the ocean side, and I found a seawall and I just threw it in. Because it says Deuteronomy 7. It says, the images of their gods here are to burn in the fire. Do not covet the silver and gold on them, and do not take it for yourself, or you will be ensnared by it, for it is detestable to the Lord your God. Do not bring a detestable thing into your house, or you, like it, will be set apart for destruction. Regard it as vile and utterly detest it, for it is set apart for destruction. So it says, don't even look at it and go, oh, I paid a lot and this is gold and I can melt it down and make, no. You're not supposed to do that. It says, do not covet the silver and gold on them, and do not take it for yourselves. for it is detestable. Do not bring a detestable thing into your house, or you, like it, will be set apart for destruction. Regard it as vile and utterly detest it, for it is set apart for destruction. And so I wanted to talk about, okay, so we are doing good with the time, or I hope so. Okay. All right, so let me just read a couple things here first. Again, so the scriptures about magic arts. Here's one from Leviticus 19:31. Maybe read this, but I'm going to say it again. Regard not them that have familiar spirits, neither seek after wizards to be defiled by them. I am the Lord your God. Sorcery forbidden. Okay, so we did that one. Okay. So again, I'll just read this one more time. There shall not be found among you any one that maketh his son or his daughter to pass through the fire, or that uses divination, or an observer of times, or an enchanter, or a witch, or a charmer, or a consulter with familiar spirits, or a wizard, or a necromancer. For all that do these things are an abomination unto the Lord, and because of these abominations the Lord God will doth drive them out from before thee. Okay, so don't do it. All right, so we got through that. Okay, so about the crosses. The crosses. So, we weren't there thousands of years ago, but according to people that do this research, the cross is not a strictly Christian image. Supposedly, it predates Christianity in the pagan sphere. It was called the Cross of Tammuz. And we don't just pull that out of the air, because in Ezekiel 8, it says, Ezekiel 8:14, then he brought me to the entrance of the north gate of the house of the Lord, and I saw women sitting there mourning the god Tammuz. He said to me, do you see this, son of man? You will see things that are even more detestable than this. So Tammuz was mentioned in the Bible. So it's not like we just heard this name and we can't find it in the Bible. No, there were some people that were mourning Tammuz, and they called him a god. And then it goes on to say in Ezekiel 8:16, he then brought me into the inner court of the house of the Lord, and there at the entrance to the temple, between the portico and the altar, were about 25 men, with their backs towards the temple of the Lord and their faces towards the east. They were bowing down to the sun in the east. He said to me, have you seen this, son of man? Is it a trivial matter for the people of Judah to do the detestable things they are doing here? Must they also fill the land with violence and continually arouse my anger? Look at them putting the branch to the nose. Therefore I will deal with them in anger. I will not look on them with pity or spare them. Although they shout in my ears, I will not listen to them. So that was describing people doing like sun worship. There are people even the churches have to the quote unquote churches. So much stuff going on in quote unquote churches. Sunrise services. Why are we having sunrise services? Why? Just stay away from stuff like that. The Cross of Tammuz. I'm going to show a picture soon. Okay. Also, next, the Star of Remphan. I didn't know what that was. So Acts 7:43 says, you have taken up the tabernacle of Moloch and the star of your god Remphan, the idols you made to worship. Therefore I will send you into exile beyond Babylon. And then I have notes here that says the Star of Remphan is mentioned in Acts 7:43 and associated with idolatry, specifically the worship of celestial bodies, likely referring to the planet Saturn. That's another thing. Sometimes you see people with like the return of Saturn, and Saturn, that's like related to the devil. Biblical context. All right, so also another thing, although there is some debate about it, if you look at quote unquote pictures of Jesus, a long time ago, around like in the 1200s, 1400s, people were having, like, if you had a lot of money, you were a nobleman, you would commission a painter to paint a historical figure and add your face into the picture. So, quote unquote, Jesus, most likely, is not how Jesus looked. And they did some investigation and found that Pope Alexander the Sixth in 1471, Cesare Borgia was one of his sons, and he was made a bishop at the age of 15, cardinal at 18, and then the Pope directly ruled over a kingdom that dominated central Italy from Rome. So Alexander the Sixth commissioned new paintings of Jesus using his son Caesar as their model. And if you look up Cesare Borgia, Cesare Borgia from the period are uncannily similar to the images of Christ painted around the same time. His friendship with Leonardo da Vinci may have also helped popularize a particular depiction of Jesus that echoed Cesare's appearance. Another note, like Cesare, Pantocrator has long brown hair, a brown beard and noble face with defined features, a strong jawline and cheekbones. It looks every inch like the generic depiction of Jesus. Pantocrator was painted on a wooden board in the 6th century, 800 years before Cesare was born. So basically, the depictions of Jesus that you see mass-produced and in a bunch of places are just almost 100% based on people that were born hundreds of years later that were related to powerful people. So we see a lot of, changing the subject slightly, we see a lot of images in popular culture. Like when somebody wants to look edgy, they'll have like lightning bolts. They'll like paint like lightning bolts on their face and have lightning bolts on their clothes and wear snake jewelry and scorpion jewelry. And yeah, we're not supposed to engage in that because that is a direct reference to the devil and demons. So I believe it was Jesus in Luke 10:18 said, he replied, I saw Satan fall like lightning. Again, quote, I saw Satan fall like lightning. Lightning. Like the stuff in the sky during a storm. Lightning bolts. Lightning. So when you see musical artists having lightning imagery, snake imagery, and a lot of people might say, oh, this is just what's always been done, they're just trying to be edgy and fun and, a little walking the line, rebellious. But what is the devil besides rebellious? Originally very rebellious. And that's what it's a reference to. And it's not like, oh, we're not thinking about it. We're not thinking. No. Very intentional. Just because the audience doesn't know what they're seeing doesn't mean that imagery doesn't mean exactly what it means. It doesn't mean that it doesn't stand for exactly what it stands for. So I believe it was Jesus said in Luke 10:16, whoever listens to you listens to me, and whoever rejects you rejects me. But whoever rejects me rejects him who sent me, God. The 72 returned with joy. So they were disciples, and they taught some other people to be disciples, and they were apparently 72 people came back from spreading the gospel, and they said, quote, Lord, even the demons submit to us in your name. And then that's Luke 10:18. He replies, I saw Satan fall like lightning from heaven. I have given you authority to trample on snakes and scorpions and to overcome all the power of the enemy. So again, I saw Satan fall like lightning from heaven. Satan, lightning, snakes, scorpions. The enemy. Nothing will harm you. However, do not rejoice that the spirits submit to you, but rejoice your names are written in heaven. So let me just try to, I don't know if I could get this off the stand that easily, but let me see if I could film this with this. So that's just what I was reading. I saw Satan fall like lightning from heaven. I have given you authority to trample on snakes and scorpions and to overcome all the power of the enemy. Nothing will harm you. However, do not rejoice that the spirits submit to you, but rejoice that your names are written in heaven. So I want to just show you a few things. A popular artist right now, I won't name any names, has just released this as part of her merchandise. Lightning bolts and a Star of Remphan. She also tends to use a lot of snake imagery in her clothing and her jewelry. I'm not going to name any names. You probably know who I'm talking about. And there are many that do this, so this is not just this person. Okay. So I printed this out. Here's what the Star of Remphan looks like. An 8-pointed star, said to be associated with the Roman god Saturn and possibly the Babylonian goddess Ishtar. We all know what a pentagram looks like, even when it's turned the opposite way. It's not something you want to keep around or have around you or have jewelry or associate yourself with, even in cartoon form. Up in the sky, you don't need to depict stars that way. So just try to get rid of it. Something else that could be a graven image, called the Magen David 6-point star, used in many ancient cultures for decorative purposes, rarely held religious significance until recent history. And the Cross of Tammuz. It says the cross is of pagan origin, going all the way back to the worship of Tammuz. Found it in Ezekiel 8:12 through 16. The letter T is the first initial of the sun god Tammuz. The sun god Tammuz's name. So I had those imagery. And then, just so you can't say that people don't think about this stuff, it was thought about enough to be the lightning bolt in a pentagram was used by the Church of Satan. So Anton LaVey, who, strangely enough, if you look it up, had a daughter named Xena, I believe. Xena, who was also big into the Church of Satan, and now she is still a Luciferian. Anyway, still Antichrist, basically. And she looks, strangely enough, like a doppelganger for the pop star that uses this merchandise. Just a wild coincidence, I suppose. Kind of supernatural, wild coincidence. Okay, so there were 12 disciples. I just thought I'd throw this in terms of additional information. 12 disciples in the Bible, also known as 12 apostles. Their names are Simon Peter, Andrew, James, son of Zebedee, John, Philip, Bartholomew, Thomas, Matthew, James, son of Alphaeus, Thaddeus, Simon the Zealot, Judas Iscariot, the one who betrayed Jesus. And while tradition holds that there are 12 original apostles, some sources also mention the apostle Paul as an additional apostle, bringing the total to 13 in a broader context. But yeah, there are, those are the apostles. So if anyone wants to debate, sometimes people try to bring in like pagan points and be like, oh, well, maybe this number 13 is blah, 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 and paganism, blah, like, no, there are 12. And if you want to consider a 13, it's not, official, but so you won't be like, oh, maybe paganism has some answer. No. Just leave it be. Okay, so we are almost done with this. It's already been an hour and 2 minutes. So yay, I'm almost, I didn't go too much on and on, but I think an hour is good for a Bible study. So, all right, I just wanted to read some more scriptures, 3 more scriptures to close it out, and that will officially be the end of the video. Then I will be able to try to get all the pieces strung together and maybe add a short intro, and then maybe get this posted before December. We'll see how it goes. Okay, so Hosea 4:6. It says, my people are destroyed from lack of knowledge. So, you try to think about that. While you want some knowledge, get the knowledge. Get the knowledge. But stay in your human lane. I had to stay in my human lane too. Don't try to go everywhere looking for knowledge. And, thankfully, if you have enough of the right knowledge, it'll keep you away from people that are trying to give you the knowledge you're not supposed to be trying to get. All right, so then next, Ephesians 5:11. I'm going to read this from the New International Version so it's easier to understand. Have nothing to do with the fruitless deeds of darkness, but rather expose them. So, the King James Version says, have no fellowship with the unfruitful works of darkness, but rather expose them. So, have nothing to do with it. Just stay away from all of that stuff. Graven images, occult, paganism stuff, the New Age. Know what it is so you could recognize it. Know enough to know that it's harmful for you, and then just stay away from it. Stay away from it. And then lastly, Matthew 10:16 sums it up. New King James Version. Behold, I send you out as sheep amidst the wolves. Therefore, be wise as serpents and harmless as doves. So know what's going on. Know what's going on. But do the right thing. All right, that's it. Love you. And, hopefully this video will be posted in a few months. All right, have a great day today. God bless you guys. Love you. Bye-bye.
Everywhere, imagination, life is your creation. Come on, Barbie, let's go party. Yeah. Come on, Barbie, let's go party. Ooh, 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 ooh. Come on, Barbie, let's go party. Yeah. Come on, Barbie, let's go party.